This is a work of fiction created for entertainment. Any controversial or offensive statements serve only to develop the story and its characters. We oppose all forms of discrimination and intolerance. Please view this as fantasy, not reality.
I live in a world where, after the wars, there are barely any men left. Now, for every man, there are 5 women, and the government gives out wives for money. I'm a blind beggar, barely able to feed myself. But when the last girl fell to her knees in front of me and whispered,
"Please, take me. If you walk away, my father will kill me."
I couldn't take it anymore. I simply took her hand and walked away. That's how I got my first wife. And that was only the beginning. Guys, if you haven't seen the previous parts, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Now, let's get to the story. They had never expected that with more than 1,000 guards, they still could not capture even a little more than 30 people inside the palace. Moreover, the news spread quickly, immediately alarming the Tang army outside. If those 400 fierce soldiers charged in all at once, Zhu Wentai hurriedly ordered his confidant to prepare horses, claiming that he would ride out and fight the Tang army to the death. Of course, he had no such intention, he only wanted to find a good horse and escape. "By your command." The confidant, having received the order, rushed out, but before he could even step outside, he was struck dead by an arrow flying straight toward him. In his final moment, he only saw the approaching Tang soldiers, all with furious faces. "Charge in! Rescue General Chang and Duke Qinghua." Even without formal command, the 400 soldiers still charged into the palace in perfect order. They immediately forced the 1,000 guards who were blocking the palace gates into confrontation. These guards, sons of noble families, usually found it difficult even to wield their spears. Now, seeing the fierce, blood-boiling Tang soldiers charging at them, they were terrified on the spot. Who would dare resist? At the first clash, the Tang army quickly cut off nearly 100 heads, breaking the enemy formation and driving them into trampling one another. Meanwhile, Cheng Yaojin, who had been blocked at the gates, could no longer hold back. He rushed out with more than 30 men, hacking fiercely as blood splattered everywhere. With the attack from both inside and outside, the battle was quickly one-sided. All the defenders dropped their weapons and surrendered, declaring they would no longer resist. "Take off your armor, throw away your weapons, and tie up Zhu Wentai for me." Facing the surrendered soldiers, Qingxiu ordered coldly, "Whoever still protects Zhu Wentai will be executed together with him." At once, the palace guards panicked, then promptly tied up Zhu Wentai and personally delivered him to Qingxiu. "Here he is for your inspection." Zhu Wentai had even stripped off his court robes, trying to disguise himself as a guard to escape. Now, he was lying on the ground trembling, not daring to lift his head and look at Qingxiu. He already knew what his fate would be. "I submit to your command. I will go to Chang'an with you right now. Whatever punishment you decide, I have no complaints." He kowtowed repeatedly, begging Qingxiu for mercy, but Qingxiu ignored him and strode toward him. "I already gave you a chance to live. You refused it, who else can you blame?" Without another word, Qingxiu thrust his sword straight into Zhu Wentai's back, piercing him through the heart as he knelt. Zhu Wentai gave only a muffled groan before collapsing dead. This decisive execution shattered the courage of the ministers and guards. All trembled in fear. "We only followed orders, we didn't know Zhu Wentai was plotting rebellion. We are innocent. Please judge fairly, don't drag us all down. We will obey everything you say. We all saw it, it was Zhu Wentai who strangled the king. It was all his doing." The voices begging for mercy were endless. Qingxiu grew impatient, waved his hand, and shouted at them to be silent. "I will not kill the innocent. From here, you senior officials will return to Chang'an with me. As long as you speak the truth there, I promise your lives will not be in danger." Hearing this promise, the frightened crowd finally calmed down. At this banquet, 2 important figures had already died. None of them wanted to share their fate. Qingxiu first ordered the soldiers to watch over the surrendered guards and ministers, then thought about how to handle the situation. To be honest, even he had not expected things to develop like this. At first, he had only wanted to scold Zhu Wenqing, seize back the money, and escort him to Chang'an for a few months' imprisonment before sending him back. But unexpectedly, they had staged a coup by themselves, then openly rebelled. It was like a roller coaster. Although Zhu Wentai might claim he was provoked, in the end, it was his own choice. No matter what, since things had escalated so far, the initiative now lay in Qingxiu's hands. He made up his mind, under no circumstances could the Zhu family continue to hold power and succeed to the throne. Otherwise, after this, they would surely hold a grudge against Tang, and rebellion would only be a matter of time. Since the court is about to send troops to the western regions and will pass through here, we might as well seize this chance to take control of Gaochang. Qingxiu resolved firmly. This must be done to pave the way for the Tang army's entry into the western regions. Soon after, Cheng Yaojin received Qingxiu's order to search the capital thoroughly and capture every member of the Zhu royal bloodline. He also personally selected several high-ranking Gaochang officials to take back to Chang'an. Boy, let me remind you, if we take them all away, the rest here will surely rebel against Tang, Cheng Yaojin warned. I know. That's why we cannot all leave. Someone must stay behind to guard Gaochang. Clearly, Qingxiu had already considered this. He looked Cheng Yaojin up and down, his calculating gaze making the latter uneasy. Wait, you don't mean me, do you? This came suddenly. I didn't expect a short mission to turn into long-term stationing. But for the greater cause, Uncle Cheng, you must endure for now. Cheng Yaojin gritted his teeth. Fine. Enough talk. His Majesty already said I should follow your lead. We'll do as you say. But you must return quickly. I know nothing of governance or keeping order. I can only suppress with force, and that won't last. Cheng Yaojin had only 500 men. After Qingxiu took some away, at most 300 would remain. If time dragged on and other Gaochang soldiers came to restore the throne, this small number could not resist tens of thousands. Don't worry. I'll rush back to Chang'an and return before things escalate. Qingxiu ordered the city searched, gathering all good horses and carriages, then immediately set off for Chang'an. He knew that every day of delay meant greater danger for Cheng Yaojin, so this matter had to be resolved quickly. As soon as Qingxiu's convoy left the city, Cheng Yaojin ordered the gate sealed. No one was allowed in or out. At the same time, following Qingxiu's instructions, he opened the palace treasury, distributed the gold and silver to the people, and even recruited a band of strong men to help guard the walls. This move won the Tang army overwhelming praise in the city. The people vowed they would defend the city for the Tang to the very last moment. As expected, absolute loyalty must be backed by a great deal of silver. Although old Cheng looked rough, he was not careless in handling matters. Even though he did not understand politics, at least he could make some basic rules, strictly control crimes, and keep order for a few days without problems. Unexpectedly, his casual attempts even made the security of the capital much better than before. Only then did he realize how poor Zhu Wenqing's governance had been. Under his rule, the common people were almost starving to death, and their lives were miserable. Because of this, Cheng Yaojin even had the thought, I could be this king myself. Qingxiu rushed back to Chang'an, and when he handed over the list of people he had brought back, Li Er almost spat out his drink. Weren't you supposed to go reclaim the stolen money? Why did you bring back the entire royal family of Gaochang? After hearing Qingxiu's explanation, the emperor finally understood how reckless Zhu Wentai had been. What you did was absolutely right, you acted decisively. Otherwise, once you left, Zhu Wentai would surely seize power and rebel. Then the army would have to waste much more manpower and resources to suppress it. At this moment, Li Er truly wanted to put up a big banner in Chang'an to publicly reward Qingxiu. Not only had he removed a hidden threat before it could grow, but he had also wisely left Cheng Yaojin behind to stabilize the situation, preventing further chaos. As you see, what should be the next step? Like Qingxiu, Li Er had not prepared beforehand for this matter. In the past, Gaochang had always shown respect to Tang. Even if it was only superficial, at least Tang did not need to allocate much military force there. For now, it was difficult to mobilize large resources to handle this situation. Qingxiu did not rush to answer. I would like to hear your Majesty's plan first. With the question pushed back to him, Li Er hesitated slightly. In my opinion, we can first support a king under our control, let him stabilize Gaochang, and later plan further? This was indeed the safest and cheapest method. If the ministers were present, they would surely all support this option, as in their eyes there was no better choice. But Qingxiu frowned. He was very dissatisfied with this plan. Zhu Wentai had been led into making a huge mistake, and Gaochang could almost be charged with rebellion. And the result would only be replacing him with a puppet ruler? Your Majesty, when I went to Gaochang, I found that the people there are extremely poor. Even after working hard on their land, most of the harvest is taken away, and they cannot even fill their stomachs. Many people faint from hunger while farming, so bandits often appear, stealing or robbing merchants. Li Er was puzzled. Why do you bring this up? Qingxiu said firmly, I mean, Zhu Wenqing's governance is extremely poor, and the people's resentment is very deep. They have long hoped for the blessings of the heavenly dynasty to save them. If Tang sends honest and capable officials to govern Gaochang, we will surely win the hearts of the people. At this point, Li Er immediately understood. He was asking the court to directly annex Gaochang, governing it as Tang's territory under the county system. Although Zhu Wentai's actions gave Tang a reason to occupy, Li Er still worried that the cost of control would be too high. If so, Duke of Qing, what cost do you think the court must pay to control Gaochang? Li Er was uncertain. Gaochang could indeed serve as Tang's base for advancing into the western regions. But with wars on all borders, he did not want to spend too much for a small Gaochang. It only needs a dozen outstanding, honest officials, and about 1,000 elite soldiers to keep Gaochang stable for a long time. Within 10 years, the people will completely accept Tang's rule, with no more disloyalty, and fully submit. The cost of this governance was unbelievably low. If anyone else had said this, Li Er would have laughed it off. But from Qingxiu, it sounded entirely possible. Even the most unbelievable things he said somehow became reality. Very well. I will follow your advice. Tomorrow I will give you everything you need. But food and money I cannot give much. No need. Qingxiu had seen Gaochang's treasury with his own eyes. The silver piled up like mountains, and the grain was rotting from excess. Yet Zhu Wenqing still refused to use it to feed the people. If all of it was used, it would be just enough to maintain Gaochang's current situation. By the next harvest, everything would be manageable. Li Er was overjoyed. He loved nothing more than someone like Qingxiu, who could achieve great things with almost no cost. Good. Duke of Qing, you are truly bold and capable. I will not trouble you further. For 10 years, the court will not collect taxes from Gaochang. If there is surplus after covering local expenses, you may use it at your own discretion. This was equivalent to letting Qingxiu rule Gaochang as a local emperor for 10 years, a huge favor. Your Majesty, rest assured. And I have one more request. Please immediately appoint officials and call up soldiers for me, for I want to set off before nightfall. He had not forgotten that Cheng Yaojin was still risking his life in Gaochang. The sooner he went back, the safer Cheng would be. Li Er had not expected Qingxiu to skip even resting. He had planned to announce it at court the next morning, but Qingxiu demanded to leave immediately. Fine. Li Er gritted his teeth. As you wish. The next day at court. Before hearing reports, Li Er first ordered the eunuch to loudly read the account of recent events in Gaochang and condemn their crimes. The ministers were shocked, their jaws almost dropping. Such a small matter had forced Gaochang into rebellion? And Qingxiu had even been quicker, bringing the entire royal family and nobility to Chang'an. Although the Zhu royal clan of Gaochang deserves death for their crimes, by heaven's mercy, they are spared execution. From now on, they will remain in Chang'an and serve the state to atone for their sins. This so-called service naturally meant being entertainers in Chang'an. Then the eunuch read the decree that officials and soldiers would be sent to take over Gaochang, under the pretense of temporary administration to comfort the people. This announcement caused an uproar among the ministers. In such troubled times, Li Er still dared to swallow such an unstable ticking bomb? Even more shocking, Li Er declared that Qingxiu would temporarily be titled acting king of Gaochang for 10 years. Whether out of opposition or jealousy, many ministers voiced their protest. Duke of Qing is already temporarily replacing the king of Lingnan. Now adding Gaochang as well, doesn't his position seem too prominent? Your Majesty, think twice. Even if it is only a substitute king, with such a title nothing will be easy to handle. I advise your Majesty not to station troops in Gaochang. If every 2 or 3 years they rise up in rebellion 7 or 8 times, won't it be a huge waste of national strength? As expected, the voices of opposition joined together. Most were neutral or opposed to Qingxiu, while those leaning toward him kept silent. Not because they were protecting him, but because they believed that if he dared to do this, he must have his own reasons. With Qingxiu's methods and abilities, he really could achieve things that seemed impossible to others. Beloved ministers, my decision on this matter is already made, and it is not for discussion. Li Er pressed his hand down, signaling everyone to quiet. The soldiers have already been dispatched. Last evening they departed together with Duke of Qing. At this, everyone was completely speechless. Since His Majesty had already decided, what was the point of arguing? The enthusiasm of a moment ago quickly faded, and they looked at each other, shaking their heads. It seemed the emperor trusted Qingxiu far more than them. Li Er seemed to notice what they were thinking. He gave a cold snort, deliberately jolting them. I have never favored anyone. If any of you could, like Duke of Qing, control a whole country with only a few officials and 1,000 soldiers, I would also appoint that man acting king of Gaochang. In my heart, I think only of the state and the common people. I would never let private interest override public duty. These firm words completely silenced everyone. In the end, wasn't it just, if you can, then do it, if not, shut your mouth? If there is business, report it quickly. If not, court is dismissed. With that, the matter was settled. From here on, everything depended on how Qingxiu would manage it. In recent days, Cheng Yaojin began to feel trouble mounting. Although the people of the city were willing to stand with the Tang army, every day when he went up to the walls, he saw more and more refugees outside. Since the royal family of Gaochang had been captured, order across the land had collapsed. Local governments were ignored by the people, and large numbers of bandits began plundering the countryside. Some local generals even declared they would storm the capital and set up a new king. Things worsened faster than he had expected. Reports came that local armies were already marching toward the capital. Even the refugees and bandits outside were trying every way to sneak into the city to plunder, for everyone knew the palace treasury held great wealth. In recent nights, Tang soldiers on patrol had already killed many bandits, cutting off their heads and hanging them at the gates as warning. One day, while Cheng Yaojin was checking the treasury with his men, a soldier rushed in to report. Some refugees inside the city tried to meet with those outside, planning to open the gate at night and rob the treasury. We caught them in the act. They have been captured alive. General, how should we deal with them? Cheng Yaojin's face turned dark. This was already the third case lately. Although most in the city supported Tang, there were still greedy ones with eyes fixed on the treasury. They thought if they seized it, they could take as much money as they liked. Why settle for just a little from Tang hands? Should we be more on guard against these people? At dusk we could move the camp inside the palace and increase defenses. Clearly, the soldiers were worried about night attacks on their camp. But Cheng Yaojin refused. No need. Our foundation here is already unstable. We must win over their hearts and support. If we grow suspicious of everyone just because of a few, we will only drive more people away. Though not a civil official, Cheng Yaojin had long experience in war and knew how to gain the support of the common people. Take me to the city wall to see for myself. He went up to the wall with his men, and found even more refugees outside. Tang people inside, you had better leave. At the frontier tens of thousands of fierce troops are coming to punish you. Don't cling to the treasury. Yes. Leave now. Don't trade your lives for silver. You claim you came to govern Gaochang, then open the gates and give relief to us poor starving people. Yes. Open the gates. Give us silver. The refugees shouted louder and louder, some even beating the gates with sticks. But they did not realize Cheng Yaojin was a man used to killing. He never planned to argue with them. He immediately drew his bow. With a sharp whoosh, an arrow pierced the throat of the loudest rabble-rouser. Without waiting for a reaction, he fired several more arrows, targeting the leaders and the most unruly. After just a few shots, the mob outside fell silent. None dared approach the walls again. If anyone makes noise again, show no mercy, shoot them dead. He handed his bow to a soldier and was about to leave the wall, when suddenly the men around him shouted, "General, look over there." Looking east, he saw a troop of riders charging at full speed toward the capital. At first he thought they were Gaochang's border forces coming to attack, but then he saw the banners. They were Tang army banners. "Boy, you've come." Cheng Yaojin's spirits rose. He quickly ordered soldiers to announce the news throughout the city. Still, he did not open the gates immediately, for the tens of thousands of refugees outside could not be ignored. "Looks like we made it in time." From afar, Qingxiu saw Tang banners still flying on the walls and breathed a sigh of relief. Cheng Yaojin had not let him down. But before he could approach, the mass of refugees gathered with sticks and hoes, eyeing his small Tang force greedily. These people actually thought to rob them. Qingxiu was baffled. Did they really think his soldiers were weak prey? Or did they believe Tang troops fought like Gaochang's? "Send your commander out. Our leader has something to say to him." A refugee at the front shouted loudly. Qingxiu frowned. He rode up to that refugee, looking down at him from above. "What do you want with the general?" "Sir, are you planning to enter the city? There are too many of us here, it may affect you. Why don't you talk with our leader to discuss the matter of entering the city?" Clearly, these ignorant refugees were trying to extort him. Qingxiu did not waste words, only said coldly, "Let your leader come out." "Yes, sir, please wait a moment." The man hurried back, then called out a tall fellow with a ruffian's look. "Greetings, sir. I am the leader of the Dragon Tiger Gang, you may call me." Before he finished, Qingxiu suddenly hurled the saber in his hand. In an instant, the man's chest was pierced through, and he fell straight to the ground. The refugees were shocked, their arrogance gone. They panicked and scattered in all directions, not one daring to check their leader's body. They had never thought the Tang army would actually kill without hesitation. "Enter the city. Whoever blocks us will be treated as declaring war on the Tang army. Kill them at once, and display their heads to the public." At this moment, Qingxiu put on a cruel, merciless face, completely different from before. From today, since the Tang army was to take over Gaochang, it must use absolute thunder-like measures to subdue all the people. No negotiations, anyone who disobeys will die. Within only 2 days of entering the capital, Qingxiu assigned the officials he brought from Chang'an to each county of Gaochang. Gaochang was only half the size of Guangzhou. Just over 20 officials were enough to cover all places. At the same time, he issued proclamations to all counties, announcing that Tang had taken over Gaochang. In the notices, he denounced Zhu Wenqing for incompetent rule and indulgence in pleasure, and cursed Zhu Wentai for betrayal, fratricide, and usurpation. He also declared that Gaochang would now be well governed, and all its people would be treated as Tang citizens. Of course, fine words alone were useless. Actual benefits were the key. He distributed more than half of the treasury's silver and grain to the people. Though not much, it was enough to keep them fed for a time. This act moved the people, long impoverished under Zhu Wenqing, to tears. Never had officials treated them like this. Soon, voices everywhere in Gaochang praised Duke Qing's benevolence, saying that under his rule the country would prosper. But while the common people accepted him, the local warlords refused to submit. They closed their city gates, barred Tang officials from entering, and lived as petty kings with their few thousand soldiers. At first, only one border warlord did so, but soon 3 others followed his example. These 4 fools even sent envoys to Qingxiu, saying that if he promised they could keep control of their armies and pass their posts down to their sons, they would submit in name. These men truly don't know their place. But no matter, they haven't yet seen the might of Tang. Qingxiu tossed their letters aside, then looked at Cheng Yaojin. "Uncle Cheng, it seems you'll have to stay busy here for a while." Cheng Yaojin understood at once. "Of course, no problem. Who do we fight first?" Who to fight first is not important. But remember, when attacking, you must not use Tang soldiers. You must use the troops we recruited from Gaochang, and those who surrendered to us from other regions. The Tang troops from the homeland were elite veterans, kept as a deterrent to all of Gaochang. For a few simple suppression wars, they were not needed. To lose even one of them would be too costly. But by using surrendered and recruited soldiers, the fighting would only deepen their own divisions, while consuming both sides' strength, a double gain. Of course, he did not really trust those surrendered troops either. "Fine. They're not as good as our men, but as long as they can follow orders, it will do." Cheng Yaojin did not object. Qingxiu then listed the 4 rebel warlords one by one, giving Cheng Yaojin strategies to deal with each. "Gaomingyi of Shifeng County, there is little grain stored there. No need to attack. Just guard the neighboring counties tightly, so they can't get food. Before long, they will collapse from hunger." As for Taigu County, they were already independent warlords when Zhu Wentai lived. They must be wiped out completely. Cheng Yaojin had not expected Qingxiu to know the details of each warlord. He felt real admiration. This plan saved him much effort. To defeat them one by one will take at least half a year. Better we each lead a force and strike at the same time. Perhaps in a month the problem could be solved. Cheng suggested. But Qingxiu refused at once. "At the latest, the day after tomorrow I will return to Chang'an. I will not lead troops with you." Cheng Yaojin was shocked. He had not thought Qingxiu would leave at such a critical moment. But it made sense, since the officials were already placed, his staying would only waste time. He surely had more important matters to handle. "I understand. Leave it all to me. But those officials you brought had better be reliable," Cheng said, taking full responsibility without complaint. Seeing him like this, Qingxiu thought once again that these founding veterans were indeed dependable, no nonsense, no whining. What he did not expect was that, not long after he left, Cheng Yaojin marched against the warlords and suddenly showed rare cleverness. He proclaimed to the outside that the commander of this campaign was Qingxiu himself. At once, the strongest warlord surrendered without a fight. Without using a single soldier, the problem was swiftly resolved. Even Cheng Yaojin was surprised at how great Qingxiu's prestige already was in the western regions. At the same time Qingxiu departed, the carefully groomed Zhang the swindler also set out with a group of monks, heading for the northern grasslands. Zhang had transformed himself, taking the Dharma name Master Shiran, and forged a false record of having traveled through Tang for over 40 years as a monk. He did not know why the court wanted him to preach Buddhism among the Turks, but he took this chance very seriously. Having finally escaped the life of a swindler and prisoner, he had to seize this chance to become someone important again. Even if it was only among the Turks or Khitans, to be a man of influence, his life would be worthwhile. Old swindler Zhang led the group across the border and desert in high spirits, while the younger monks with him were half dead from exhaustion. They truly could not understand how this old man, with one foot already in the grave, still had such energy at his age. At first, Zhang planned to find some herdsmen on the steppe and ask how to reach the tent of their tribal chief. But unexpectedly, as soon as they encountered a hunting party of nomads, they were immediately taken to see their chieftain, Aluamona. The monks had never seen such a scene before. At the flash of knives, their faces turned ashen. Even after entering the chieftain's great tent, they dared not say a word, all trembling on the ground. "You bald ones, are you spies from Tang?" Aluamona's face was dark. If not for fear of the Tang troops patrolling the frontier, he would have slaughtered them at once. Just days ago, he had planned to secretly send riders to raid the border for grain. But somehow the Tang army had learned beforehand and struck first, leaving his men fleeing in disgrace. He had even hoped to accuse the Tang court of unjust aggression, using it as an excuse to extort grain. But no one paid him any attention. Now, seeing these Tang people coming to the border, even into their grazing lands, his anger boiled. "We are monks, here to spread the teaching of the Buddha, to bring his message to the steppe, so that the great king may." Zhang had already prepared a speech, but before he finished, Aluamona waved his hand impatiently for him to shut up. "You Central Plains people, always talking in circles, I don't understand, stop talking." He only dared speak this way to a few monks. Before Hojunji, he had almost prostrated himself in worship. One of his advisors whispered, "They don't look poor. Perhaps they have backers. Why not demand ransom from their families?" This suggestion lit up Aluamona's eyes. He clapped in delight. "Tie them up. Have each of them write a letter asking ransom. If it doesn't arrive in 30 days, cut them down." At once, guards seized the monks, pressing their arms behind their backs. The monks wailed in terror. Who could they even write to for help? Even if the letters reached Jinshan Temple, the abbot would never spend silver to save a few nobodies. "Great king, listen to me." Zhang tried to speak, but a guard slapped his bald head hard, leaving him dizzy. "Old man, too many words." Aluamona, angry at the guard, splashed wine at him. "You fool, don't kill him. How will I get ransom then?" Great king, please hear me out. I can give you treasures worth 10,000 taels of gold." Zhang staggered to his feet, shouting loudly, not looking at all like an old man near death. "Speak quickly." Aluamona snapped impatiently. Given leave, Zhang pushed aside the guard holding him, straightened his clothes, and said, "I have heard there is a god on the steppe protecting the herdsmen, giving them good lives?" "Of course, Tingri, eternal heaven." At the name, Aluamona's face turned deeply devout. But to this old monk, eternal heaven is false, a fabricated god, created by some who pretended to show Buddha's miracles. At these words, all eyes in the tent turned on him with the gaze one gives to a dead man. "Master Shiran, mind your words," one monk whispered in terror, but Zhang ignored him. "Great king, you have been deceived too long by this falsehood. To this day, you still believe it." Aluamona said nothing, but waved his hand, "Cut them apart, slice by slice, and burn their ashes to the wind. Wait. I came today to show you the true miracle, and the true form of eternal heaven. You shall see the real God." "Nonsense! Eternal heaven is the true God, the only God of the steppe. But have you ever seen eternal heaven show a sign?" Aluamona could not answer. Seeing him silenced, Zhang pressed on, "When your tribe was ravaged by the white hair storm, when the Tang army hunted you like cattle and sheep, did eternal heaven show itself then?" Aluamona coughed, glancing around for help, but no one could answer. "Today, I will show you the real miracle. This is the God you should believe in." From his robe, Zhang drew paper charms, chanting as he threw them into the air. At once, they burst into bright flame in midair, turning to ashes before touching the ground. "What is this?" Aluamona nearly fell from his seat. Even the fierce guards about to drag them to execution recoiled in fear. "Haha, you have lived on the steppe so long, you have never seen such things, I understand." Zhang smiled faintly, drew another charm, and with a light twist, flames sprang up again from nowhere. "What is this?" Aluamona's eyes widened. "It is only the most basic dharma of Buddhism. If you are willing to study, not only calling fire from nothing, but immortality, or a body immune to blades and arrows, all are within reach." These words captured Aluamona at once. Though his face showed no change, inside he was stirred by the promise of this Buddhist power. "If you are interested, I can show you even greater dharma. Then there will be no need for further words." But one advisor sneered, "What dharma? Old man, if I stab you now, and you live, I'll believe your lies." Before he finished, Aluamona slapped him across the head to silence him. "My men are rude with words. If you can truly do this, then show us." He tried to hide his fear with a firm tone. "Good. Great king, since you see clearly, then please prepare a cauldron of oil and firewood." Zhang laughed calmly, like a mysterious master. It made Aluamona believe him even more. "Prepare the fire." Aluomona really wanted to see what amazing trick this so-called Master Shiran could perform, and he immediately ordered his men to make preparations. Soon the fire was ready, the cauldron of oil was boiling, and Zhang the old swindler even told Aluomona to summon as many people from the tribe as possible to gather there. Zhang pressed his palms together solemnly toward the cauldron, then said to Aluomona, "Great King, years ago in my cultivation, I once encountered a bodhisattva descending to the world. He granted me enlightenment, making me a body untouched by water and fire. Today, I will show you this miracle of the Buddha." He kept a dignified look, instructing the monks to carry his sedan chair to the cauldron side. At that moment, the oil boiled fiercely, steam rising and making onlookers tremble with fear. Aluomona widened his eyes. "If you truly jump in and remain unharmed, I will make you high priest." "Great King, in Buddhism there is no such thing as a priest. You have been poisoned too long by false religions." As he finished, Zhang leaped straight into the boiling cauldron. Hot oil splashed, steam filled the air. Oh! It was the first time the Turks had seen anyone dare jump into boiling oil. Whether he survived or not, the sight alone thrilled them. If that old monk cooks right away, the wolves on the steppe will have their next meal. Too bad for this pot of oil, but even if it boiled a man, it can still be used later. I thought he was bluffing, but he really jumped. The crowd laughed and chatted, certain he would die. Only Aluomona stared intently into the smoke, trying to glimpse Zhang's figure. "Great King, what do you think?" "Ha ha ha." A voice came from within the cauldron, stopping all chatter at once. When the smoke cleared, they saw Zhang still smiling, standing in the cauldron. Though the oil boiled violently, it did not harm him at all, his skin was perfectly intact. A miracle. A true miracle. Aluomona turned pale with shock, falling to his knees in worship. As he knelt, so did everyone else, bowing their heads repeatedly. "Master, forgive us for offending you. It was they who spoke badly, I didn't say a word, please don't blame me. Master, teach us how to resist fire and water too, we want to be like you." Zhang looked calm, but inside his sleeves his hands trembled with excitement. At his age, even with wealth he had only a few years left. From the start in Chang'an, his goal was never only money. It was this, to be worshipped, revered, even adored by thousands as though he were above kings. No matter the means or disguise, today he finally had what he longed for. From this moment, he no longer resented Qingxiu for sending him to prison, but instead thanked him for giving him such a once-in-a-lifetime chance. But Zhang dared not linger in emotion. He quickly told the monks to help him out of the cauldron. The boiling was an illusion created with borax. The oil was not truly hot, if left too long, he really would have been cooked. Proudly, Zhang stepped before the kneeling Aluomona. "Now, Great King, do you believe?" "I believe." "Disciple believes." "Master Shiran, please teach us the Dharma." But Zhang waved his hand calmly. "In Buddhism, every disciple takes it as his duty to save all living beings. I did not come just to save the Great King alone. I wish for all the herdsmen of the steppe to feel the greatness of the Dharma." Aluomona understood and quickly called over his advisor. "Get up, stop kneeling like that." That advisor, who had mocked Zhang earlier, now knelt even more respectfully than Aluomona. "Great King, what do you say? Stop your nonsense. Inform the whole tribe, everyone, young and old, must come to my tent to hear Master preach the Dharma." "Yes." The advisor rushed to prepare. Zhang, seeing the moment was ripe, quickly helped Aluomona up. "Great King, there is one matter I must remind you of." "Please speak, Master." "In Buddhism, we stress cause and effect. Whoever offends the Dharma must pay an equal price to offset the sin. Otherwise, the seed will bear tenfold bitter fruit." Aluomona pondered, then immediately ordered, "One guard struck Master on the head earlier. Cut off his hand and cast him out of the tribe." Zhang feigned to stop him. "Great King, no need, that would be too harsh. Master, no more persuasion." Aluomona was resolute. "As you said, to offend the Dharma deserves multiplied punishment. The seed bears fruit, so it must be." Zhang burst out laughing. "Great King, you are truly enlightened, full of Buddhist fate." Meanwhile, Qingxiu's return from Gaochang was far more leisurely than before. He rode slowly like a traveler, even studying nearby nomadic tribes and the land's terrain, ordering his men to draw everything carefully without error. In the future, all this would be of great use. "Duke of Qing, a Tanga tribe moved into our path a few days ago. Shall we go through them or around?" This tribe had about 5,000 people, with at least 2,000 men able to fight. Qingxiu had only a little more than 30 guards with him, which his men thought dangerous. "Tanguts." Qingxiu folded up his map. "Did they report this move to the court?" The guard replied, "Likely not. They often wander the Heshi corridor." "Humph. The Heshi corridor belongs to Tang. Letting them graze here is already great mercy. Why should Tang citizens yield on Tang's land to outsiders? If anyone detours, it is they who must avoid us. We pass straight through. Qingxiu did not regard these barbarians at all. The guards were deeply impressed, truly worthy of being Duke of Qing. Still, though Qingxiu had no fear, the guards kept wary, ready in case the Tanguts grew greedy. But when they actually passed through the Tangut lands, they found things were not as expected at all. As their convoy entered the Tangut camp, the Tangut people who were herding or drying goods actually smiled and nodded to them. Watching longer, they even came forward to ask if they needed food or water. Some even invited them to stay overnight in their homes. Strange, why were the Tanguts suddenly so warm and kind to strangers? I remember in the past the Tanguts here in the northwest were the fiercest at raiding caravans, and they took the most beatings for it. Why today are they all so obedient and polite? Did the sun rise from the west? The guards were puzzled. Qingxiu observed more closely and noticed they all wore something that did not originally belong to the Tangut people, prayer beads. At a glance, he recognized them, imitations of Buddhist beads, made from polished stones, though less fine than the originals. Buddhism. Qingxiu suddenly thought of the old swindler Zhang, whom he had sent to the northern steppes. Could it be that man had already succeeded? And in such a short time spread Buddhism so widely? Friend, I have some questions. Qingxiu dismounted and stopped a herdsman, tossing him a few pieces of silver. Hee, you don't need to pay, just ask, I'll tell you what I know. The herdsman smiled, wiped the silver, and put it in his robe. I see everyone here kind and peaceful, all wearing Buddhist beads. Do you all follow a certain faith now? Qingxiu asked. Of course. Now everyone on the steppe knows that Master Shiran brought us the Dharma, spreading it across the whole desert and grasslands. As long as we believe, endure suffering, we will gain eternal bodies and undying lives. Even if not this life, in the next we will be reborn in heaven. Speaking of Buddhism, the herdsman talked on, no worse than a monk from the Central Plains. Brother, you look like a man of the Central Plains. Why don't you believe in Buddhism? Should I tell you more? He even wanted to preach to Qingxiu. No need, thank you. Qingxiu quickly cut him off, astonished at how well the old swindler could fool people. This so-called Master Shiran, he knew it was none other than that trickster Zhang. It seemed his move had been right, and the effect far greater than expected. He had thought the spread would begin among poor herdsmen, but instead Zhang had won over the Turkic leaders first, then spread it swiftly across the whole steppe and desert. Let's go. These people are friendlier than anyone else we've met. Qingxiu remounted, smiling. A soldier sighed in awe. Heavens, if these savages all believe in Buddhism, won't they become peaceful? Then we'd never have to fight the northern steppe again. Not so. Wars will still come. They are only influenced by Buddhist teaching, not turned into fools. Since Tang times, Tibetans, then Khitans, Jurchens, even Mongols were devout Buddhists. Their royal families even took Buddhist names at birth. But when fighting the Central Plains, they never showed mercy. In truth, Qingxiu only wanted to influence their thinking. Unless driven to desperation, they would not think of killing or raiding, and Tang could use Buddhist teachings to pass orders, making them easier to control. As Qingxiu's group left the Tangut camp, the people still waved warmly. If the soldiers hadn't fought Tanguts before, they would almost believe these were obedient subjects. Seems we should reward that old swindler Zhang, make him work even harder, Qingxiu thought. On Qingxiu's return to Chang'an, it happened to be the time of the first imperial examination, at its final palace stage. In summer, the provincial exams had ended, and the first list of talents was sent to the court. Emperor Li'er had been too busy to handle it before. But now the palace exam had arrived, and he had to focus on it. The palace exam meant all those who passed earlier tests entered the palace, where the emperor himself set the questions. This test was not only about knowledge, performance under pressure mattered more. Even if answers were good, poor performance could cost imperial favor. As Li'er reviewed the scholars' names and papers, an attendant announced Duke Qing's arrival. Let him in. Li'er quickly put away the list. Qingxiu entered and complained, Your Majesty, I've just returned to Chang'an. Won't you even let me rest a bit? Hee, of course not. Li'er gestured for him to sit. I know you've worked hard. Gaochang's affairs all depended on you. But the capable must take on more, and I won't treat you unfairly. Hearing this, Qingxiu knew at once Li'er had another task for him. Your Majesty, just say it. The more you delay, the less certain I feel. Haha, you truly understand me. Li'er handed him the list of scholars. Isn't this the list of new graduates? Qingxiu glanced at it casually, but saw all familiar names. Most were sons of noble families, each with powerful backgrounds. There were commoners, but less than 1 in 10. It made sense, this was the first imperial exam, not yet perfected, and few commoners joined. Your Majesty, the first exam may be so. But for later ones, more commoners must be included. Only then can true scholars shine in court. After all, even prime ministers may rise from the provinces. Lier nodded. I think the same. I plan to establish a national academy under the court to train commoner scholars. That is good. But why give me this list? Qingxiu looked puzzled. As you said, noble sons dominate. So we must have the palace exam to select the best. Qingxiu suddenly understood. Your Majesty wants me to take part in the palace exam, to test these scholars? It is still Duke Qing who is quick to understand, one word and you already see through it, haha. Lier did not expect Qingxiu to grasp it so fast. Since this is the first palace exam, I fear our preparation may not be enough, so I want Duke Qing to join. Not only will you participate and examine them, but you will also set some of the questions yourself. I will personally observe their reactions on the spot. Clearly, Lier wanted this palace exam to be flawless. Qingxiu at first wanted to refuse, but after thinking, he realized this was an excellent chance. If he personally set questions and selected scholars, he could form connections, deep or shallow, with future ministers. Wouldn't that give him his own base within the court? To select scholars side by side with the emperor, this was an opportunity anyone would envy. Though inwardly he agreed, Qingxiu pretended to hesitate. Well, I've been very busy, and since the palace exam is only 8 days away, I may not have time to prepare. No problem. In these 8 days you need not attend morning court. All affairs will be handled by others. You only need to focus on preparing. Lier didn't even think before solving his worries. Very well, since it is so, I will labor a few more days for your Majesty and finish this matter quickly. Qingxiu accepted with a reluctant look. Good, good. Lier was overjoyed. With Qingxiu's promise, he no longer feared mishaps. In the days before the exam, Qingxiu spent his time leisurely with his wives and concubines, drinking and enjoying himself at home, or going out to the mountains and rivers for pleasure. If busy Lier in the palace had seen how carefree he would have spat blood. But Qingxiu was not completely idle, he was experimenting with curry recipes. This time, by adding pure black pepper, the flavor became extremely close to later versions of curry. When he mixed the curry with fried pork cutlet and rice, even Li Yuchan, long used to delicacies, was astonished. Wonderful, truly wonderful. She put down her chopsticks, face full of satisfaction. The other wives praised it endlessly. Changsun Pingting even asked for another bowl. Husband, you are too talented to think of mixing spices into a sauce like this. It is a pity the cost is too high, it uses a lot of black pepper. Otherwise, we could try it with other dishes. Already she imagined many recipes using curry. Qingxiu laughed. High cost? Not really. The storehouses are piled with black pepper. We can spare some for curry sauce. At this, the wives were astonished. Su Xiaochun asked, but husband, didn't you tell outsiders black pepper is scarce, so it sells for more than gold? Haha, that's marketing. If I didn't claim so, how could I sell it at such a price? Qingxiu openly told them, if someday I don't want high prices, I can flood the market, and black pepper will be as cheap as salt. It was their first time hearing of such business tactics, and they were shocked. Just by such a method, he had turned cheap pepper into treasure, with merchants scrambling to buy. Then, can I prepare more sauce with it? Li Yuchan asked, excited. Of course. But Qingxiu planned more than sauces for nobles. If curry spread among the common people, with its strong flavor and cheap price, it would become as popular as salt. Then he would control another essential good, without paying special salt taxes to the court. Meanwhile, ordinary people would benefit greatly. Truly a threefold gain. Li Yuchan said at once, husband, then prepare at least 100 jin of black pepper for me, I want to make more sauce. That much, at current prices, could buy an entire caravan. No problem. Qingxiu agreed readily. Prepare it soon, I will need it in a few days. As he was thinking of his next plans, Linyar leaned close with a pitiful look. Husband, last time it was my night, but you were away. Qingxiu recalled, indeed, she had been unlucky, always missing her turn while he was gone. Very well, tonight you and Yunyang together. Thank you, husband. She was overjoyed. Yunyang had already taught her many ways to please him, tonight she could finally use them. Next day, in the palace, at Pingle Hall, Qingxiu put away his medical tools. Princess Changle was much stronger than before. Even after taking medicine, she was lively and energetic. Thank you, Uncle Qing. The young princess smiled, her face rosy. Even Empress Changsun had said she no longer coughed, a recovery faster than Qingxiu expected. Indeed, with no antibiotic abuse in this age, most viruses had no resistance, so the cure worked instantly. You've worked hard, Duke Qing, Lier said, watching him sweat. So busy with state affairs, yet you still take time to heal the princess. It was nothing. Thanks to your majesty for helping gather the medicine quickly, or treatment would have been delayed. Qingxiu packed away the penicillin. He noticed a court physician staring at it, dazed. He scolded, "What are you standing there for? Take her pulse and see her condition." "Yes, right away." The physician snapped back to his senses, hurried forward, and carefully examined the princess's pulse and color. The imperial physician took her pulse and was astonished. The princess's pulse is dozens of times stronger than before, almost the same as a healthy person. Li Er and Empress Changsun both smiled in relief. Finally, they no longer had to worry about the princess dying young. Princess Changle said happily, "Then when I am cured, can I go to war like Hua Mulan?" The physician laughed. "Princess, not only can you go to war, once you are cured, you could defeat 100 men alone. Then I want to fight alongside Uncle Qing. I heard Uncle Qing is the best, always crushing the enemy wherever he goes. Haha. Then from now on I will take you to battle and crush all who invade Tang." Qingxiu patted the little princess's head with affection. Perhaps because he also had a daughter, he now treated these young girls like a caring father. Leaving Pingle Palace, Qingxiu said to Li Er, "I brought some sauce this time. I already sent it to the imperial kitchen with instructions. Once the princess is stable, she can try it." The sauce he spoke of was, of course, curry. "You are so attentive to Changle. It is a pity your child is also a girl. Otherwise, I would have them betrothed," Li Er sighed. "Your Majesty, what a joke. Even if I had a son, the age gap would be 8 years. How could they be betrothed? What of it? Among the people they say, if the woman is 3 years older, she brings gold. 8 years older is even better." "Your Majesty, are you serious?" Realizing their talk was straying, they looked at each other and laughed. "But back to the point, you came at the right time. There has been a small problem with the palace exam." Li Er suddenly changed the subject. Qingxiu frowned, surely more work was coming his way. "Your Majesty, say it first. I'll decide afterward if I agree." "Ahem, it's not so difficult." As Li Er explained, the exam questions had run into problems. Since it was the first time, and time was short, the examiner's questions were unsatisfactory. If he had more time, he would have written them himself, especially on governance and defense. But too many affairs left him no time. "So your Majesty wants me to write all the palace exam questions?" Li Er gave a sheepish smile. "Not all. Just some of the response questions. The rest, let the examiners handle." Qingxiu was annoyed. Anyone can make the text-filling questions. The exam had 2 parts. The first was from the 4 books and 5 classics, passages with sections covered, requiring candidates to fill in the correct text and give their own explanation. This part was simple, anyone could make such questions. The second was response questions, the hardest part. They had to be based on Tang's borders and current affairs, to test whether the candidates were fit to govern. As a great emperor, Li Er had no patience for the examiner's shallow questions. He clearly wanted Qingxiu to handle it. "Haha, you can manage a little more. I promise, after this exam you will not be left unrewarded." Li Er began making promises. "Fine, since I serve the court." Qingxiu sighed heavily. "But let's be clear. You will get land and reward, nothing less. And for the next month, attend morning court only if you wish." Li Er promised at once, showing real sincerity. Qingxiu reluctantly agreed. "Very well. But I'm not doing this for the court, I'm doing it for Tang's rivers and mountains, for the people." "I understand." On the exam day, the scholars entered the palace cheerfully. Looking at the grand hall, they felt overwhelmed, soon they might walk here often. "From today, we too may be leaders of Tang. Today at the palace exam, watch how I perform, I will surely take first place." "Not so fast. I have worked in government, I know the current affairs they will ask about." The sons of noble families talked confidently, certain of success. But the poor scholars looked serious, brows furrowed, without such arrogance. Soon, Li Er and Qingxiu entered. The scholars bowed their heads at once, their earlier pride gone. Facing the empire's highest authority, none could remain calm. "Greetings, your Majesty." They all bowed. Li Er waved his hand. "Be seated. Think of this as a normal exam. I will not make it hard." He ordered the examiners to hand out the papers. The scholars bent to write immediately. Li Er watched closely, judging their demeanor. The exam content was not much, mostly for show, so Li Er could see who had real ability. Qingxiu did not bother watching. He scribbled on his own paper, muttering to himself. Duke Qing, look at that candidate, so calm, writing steadily. He is not ordinary. Li Er pointed to a young man in front. Qingxiu glanced. I know him. He is Xing Sen, son of Assistant Minister of Personnel Xing Manlu. A small talent. These sons of officials were trained from childhood. If they lacked even this much confidence, they were worthless. Li Er was surprised that Qingxiu knew his identity. He asked about several others, and found Qingxiu knew all the noble sons. How do you know them so well? Qingxiu sensed Li Er's look and said quickly, don't misunderstand. I only met them in passing. They drink and gamble in Chang'an, but never invited me. I have no interest in joining them. Li Er said no more, just continued observing. Before long, he had already chosen some favorites. Li Er kept recommending names to Qingxiu, hinting that during the exam he should give special attention to those few. We'll talk later. Qingxiu noted the names down, brushing him off casually. Not long after, the candidates finished writing their papers. Li Er signaled the examiners to collect them so he and Qingxiu could begin the real testing. Wait! Qingxiu suddenly motioned for the examiners to hand him the papers. These are only the simplest questions. No need for the Duke to review them. Qingxiu ignored them and took the papers, going through them one by one. Any paper with sloppy handwriting, messy smears, or dirty pages, he immediately tossed aside without a second thought. In this quick screening, nearly 1/3 of the papers were discarded. Li Er noticed that many of these belonged to the very candidates he had been watching. Could it be he also thinks these are promising and plans to give them special favor? Li Er guessed right about Qingxiu's intent to favor them, but not in the way he thought. All these papers I set aside, failures. The whole hall froze. Without even checking correctness, Qingxiu threw them out. Wasn't that too hasty? Li Er couldn't help saying, Duke Qing, to reject them only by handwriting and presentation may be improper. What if they have true learning? A man of true learning would never present his work so sloppily. Besides, most are sons of officials. Raised in such households, if they cannot even write decently, it proves their failure. Qingxiu gave him no face, holding firm. Xing Sen, seeing his own paper thrown aside, was instantly dissatisfied. Duke Qing, you are supposed to test our learning, not our handwriting. How can the affairs of state be judged so narrowly? If this is your method, then why not just go to the street and find the best calligrapher instead of holding an exam? But as Qingxiu's sharp gaze fell on him, Xing Sen shrank back and shut his mouth in fear. Even his father dared not provoke Qingxiu, how could he? You think I am hasty? Fine. I will give you a chance. The same for all whose papers I rejected. You will stay for the next round. If your answers please me, I will double your rank. Third place will be raised to second, second to first. The scholars were stunned, some even overjoyed. Those rejected hadn't expected Xing Sen's protest to win them such a benefit. But Qingxiu wasn't finished. On the other hand, if you fail to meet my standard, not only will your names be erased from this exam, but even your earlier results in local and provincial exams will be cancelled. Their joy instantly vanished. Indeed, no pie falls from the sky without a price. As Duke Qing says. At this, Li Er stood up and openly supported him. After all, the exam was under both their authority. Li Er trusted Qingxiu, he believed this was not a mistake. Those I rejected may continue if you dare. If not, leave now and keep your earlier ranks. Under the pressure, some chose to withdraw and protect their standing. But others, proud and arrogant, like Xing Sen from his noble family, insisted on staying, convinced they would win. Good. Qingxiu and Li Er exchanged a look. Li Er nodded for it to begin. Blank papers were handed to each candidate. Now it was time for Li Er himself to pose questions, while they wrote their answers. The first question had been prepared by Qingxiu earlier. Li Er cleared his throat. The hall fell silent, facing the ruler of 10 million, even noble sons bowed their heads. Since Emperor Wen of Sui began the Kaihuang reforms, the Central Plains revived, sweeping away the ills of the northern and southern dynasties. But after Emperor Yang, the state collapsed, peasants rose, rebellion spread. What was the cause? How should we learn from this to avoid the same fate? That was the first question. At once the hall was stunned. No one expected such difficulty from the very first. Most had only studied the 4 books and 5 classics, minds full of old texts, never thinking about such matters. Many froze, brows tight, unable to write. Some trembled, sweating profusely. Xing Sen, once so confident, was crushed completely. He had no idea how to answer. No, if I can't, I'll skip. Maybe I can answer later questions and still get a rank, he thought desperately. Qingxiu had expected this and was not surprised. He had dared to promise double promotion because he could see at a glance who had no chance at all. If the setting allowed, he could have sworn before Li Er that none of those he discarded would succeed. They were given only half an hour to answer. When time was up, Qingxiu ordered them to stop writing. The papers were collected and brought to Li Er and Qingxiu. Some were happy, some miserable. Most of those hoping for special treatment were pale and drenched in sweat. What nonsense is this? Qingxiu scowled as he skimmed the answers. These men truly knew nothing of governance. At best, some mentioned Emperor Yang's overtaxing the people and his cruelty. But others wrote it was because the Sui lost heaven's mandate. Even worse, some claimed Emperor Yang killed his brother and father, angering heaven, which punished the dynasty. Seeing such answers, Qingxiu almost felt relieved, at least they had spared his eyes further torment. Of course, not everyone's exam essays were unbearable to read. Among them, there were a few examinees whose essays pleased him very much. Although they did not directly point out the root causes, they still provided a certain analysis of Sui dynasty officials, politics, and why it collapsed. Some with a higher level even managed to mention the rise of the Turks on the border, the strength of Goguryeo, and other more complex situations. After finishing this round of grading, Qingxiu had already roughly judged who could win the top 3 titles of Zhuang Yuan and Bang Yan. As for some examinees, their essays were already sentenced to death in his heart long ago. Li Er even summoned a few examinees to question them face to face, which was also part of the palace exam. As the chief examiner, the emperor himself could call them forward whenever he valued their answers, or when he thought their essays were sloppy and intolerable. Your Majesty, I have no further questions here. Qingxiu gave a signal. Good, then you will pose the next question. Qingxiu personally stood up and came before the examinees. None of them dared meet his eyes. After all, before the exam began, Qingxiu had already shown his authority fiercely, and no one dared to take him lightly. You all must have seen foreigners in Chang'an from the western regions, from the Arabs, from Rome. They all travel through the Heshi corridor, whether for trade or diplomacy, to reach Chang'an. The wealth gained from this single trade route in 1 year rivals the fortunes of Jiangnan merchants. It is a key commercial hub the court cannot ignore. Before he even finished, many examinees' minds were already blank. Some of them did not even know where the Heshi corridor was. And there are dozens of nomadic tribes near the Heshi corridor, watched covetously by neighboring powers. How should the court manage it to keep the Heshi corridor firmly in our hands? Hearing this question, many shook their heads and sighed, already knowing they were finished. Xing Sen's face turned pale as paper, nearly crying on the spot. He regretted 1,000 times agreeing to Qingxiu's bet. What use were Confucian doctrines, the 4 books and 5 classics now? None at all. Qingxiu had just sat back when Li Er whispered, "Aren't these questions too difficult? Even many court ministers could not answer them well, why ask these candidates? Your Majesty, this is only an exam. They don't have to provide truly workable solutions. It is to test who has governing ability. Even if their answers are only roughly correct in direction, it is enough." Qingxiu replied calmly. After all, they are to serve as officials in the future, not just cling to Confucian doctrines all day when faced with real affairs. Hearing this, Li Er thought it reasonable, and muttered, in that case, future exams should also lean more toward this direction. But Qingxiu's torment of the examinees did not end there. The questions that followed became harder and harder, and more than half of the candidates could not even produce a barely decent answer. Just as he expected, those whose papers he had already judged unqualified earlier failed completely to produce anything that caught his eye. All were discarded without exception. When the time for the last question ended, the examinees finally breathed a sigh of relief. At last, it was over. Of course, many had long since known their fate, and nearly burst into tears. Even those who could fluently answer were frowning, unsure whether Qingxiu would be satisfied. Hardly anyone had a smile on their face. While flipping through the papers, Qingxiu discovered one candidate named Ho Yan, whose answers were utterly absurd. Nearly every response was nonsense, knowing neither history nor geography. He even thought Goguryeo lay west of Tang, threatening the Heshi corridor. Qingxiu immediately summoned Ho Yan before him to see just what kind of person this was. You are Ho Yan?" Looking at the delicate yet familiar face of the candidate before him, Qingxiu thought his eyes deceived him. What Ho Yan? This was clearly Ho Junji's daughter, Ho Haitang, disguised as a man. Although he had only seen her once before at the poetry gathering, she had left a deep impression. Moreover, Ho Junji had often hinted that Ho Haitang admired him, so Qingxiu could not possibly forget her face. Ho Haitang, knowing she had been recognized, still pretended with a coarse voice, "This student is Ho Yan. I asked Duke Qing for guidance." Qingxiu immediately thought of the play, The Female Prince Consort. But now it seemed Ho Haitang was only playing around, wanting to experience the imperial exam. And indeed, since this was the Tang's very first imperial examination, it was taken for granted that only men could participate. No one imagined a woman would sneak in, so there had been no gender check. Looks like future exams must add one more inspection. Qingxiu glanced her up and down, then asked in a low voice, "Why did you sneak in to take the exam?" "Well, I heard the imperial exam tests knowledge and talent, so I wanted to see how good I am." Ho Haitang stuck out her tongue playfully. At first everything was smooth, who knew the palace exam would be so hard, heh. Luckily you won't pass. Even if you did, you could never serve as an official. That would only trouble your father. Qingxiu said, half angry and half amused. Don't even think about passing the palace exam. Having the name of passing the provincial exam is already good enough. Ho Haitang had only joined for fun. She cared nothing for official rank, so she gladly used Qingxiu's words as a way out, and left with the other eliminated candidates. Of course, she was probably the most carefree among them. Others, however, each carried their own worries. Xing Sen and the others, once outside, broke into loud sobs. Years of preparation were completely wasted, even their standing from the provincial exam was ruined. More importantly, they accepted their failure, unable to find fault with the grading. Li Er made no objections. He had entrusted Qingxiu fully, and would not challenge his judgment. After reviewing the papers together, each chose their favored candidates. This Lu Wanchong is quite good, he should be the Zhuang Yuan. Only he has vision enough. This one is also acceptable. Qingxiu decided that aside from the top 3, the rest of the rankings would be left to Li Er. Before the session ended, Qingxiu specifically summoned the 3 he had chosen as Zhuang Yuan, Bang Yan, and Tanhua. Lu Wanchong, Huang Qianhe, Chen Jin. The 3 quickly came before him, nervous and uneasy, waiting for his command. They still did not know that Qingxiu had already chosen them as the top 3. You 3, I find you somewhat unfamiliar. Do any of your families have officials in the court? Qingxiu thought carefully. These people were not the sons of officials. Replying to Duke Qing, my father is a small merchant who often travels to and from Jiangnan. To be an official in the court is something we could never imagine. My father sells cloth. He does not earn much, just enough to maintain the household. My father is only a village laborer. It was the villagers who pooled their money so that I could study the 4 books and 5 classics, and then come to the capital to take the exam. Qingxiu nodded slightly. I see. You may all return. The exam is over, and you can rest now. Yes. After this questioning, the 3 felt even less certain, and even thought they might not win the top 3 at all. They had thought that to be admitted in the imperial exam, one's family must already have officials in the court. After the exam ended, the officials outside the hall curiously asked the examiners for the test papers. They also wanted to see the value of the questions written by Qingxiu. What, these kinds of questions for students who have never handled government affairs? A joke? Exactly. How could they possibly answer them? Not only them, but even in the court there are hardly any who could answer even half of these. Everyone murmured, thinking the questions far too difficult. Changsun Wuji did not complain with the others. Instead, he properly began writing down answers to these questions. Du Ruhui set aside the exam papers and sighed. For Duke Qing to raise such questions, his thinking is indeed astonishing. These are exactly the most troublesome issues facing Tang right now. As the ministers were each discussing, Wei Zheng hurried over, pushing into the crowd to see the exam papers. Make way, make way. Let this old man also have a look. Almost everyone present disliked Wei Zheng. Seeing him squeeze in, they all stepped aside. When he looked at the papers, he immediately contradicted the crowd. Good. Good. This is exactly how questions should be set. Under their surprised gazes, he said slowly, after all, these exams select the future officials of Tang. If we don't test real ability, then what's the point? Otherwise, we might as well return to the Han Dynasty system of selecting the filial and the honest. The ministers sneered at his words, many turning away in anger. What is this? Did I say anything wrong? Isn't this exactly how the exams should be? Wei Jing scratched his head, puzzled at their discontent. Fang Xianling laughed. Dr. Wei, don't you understand yet? Many of the eliminated examinees were their sons. Of course they don't want the exams to be too difficult. Only then did Wei Jing suddenly understand. Ah, no wonder. But still, I think these questions are right. Strange, Dr. Wei, usually you oppose Duke Qing in court. Why today are you agreeing with him? Wei Zheng laughed loudly. I have always judged matters, not people. If something is right, no matter who does it, I support it. If something is wrong, even if it is His Majesty, I must point it out. That is the duty of a minister. Although many disliked him, in such matters he was clear-headed. Perhaps for this very reason, Li Er, though annoyed with him, never silenced him. With the exam over, Chang'an lost one topic of lively discussion. Some students who had prayed in temples and Taoist monasteries before the exam came to fulfill their vows. Others, who had failed, went straight to the temples and cursed loudly, saying the deities were useless. This naturally led to quarrels with the monks, and nearly to fights. At Jinshan Temple, the largest Buddhist temple in Chang'an, such things happened almost daily in recent days. Every morning, after chanting the Heart Sutra, Xuanzang left his room and saw monks behaving no differently from ordinary men, cursing and quarreling. Damn it! I only gave a little incense money, and yet I wanted a Zhuangyuan title. What a joke! Right? You must not have seen it. Someone only gave 2 small coins of silver and wanted 100 taels of gold in return. Isn't that a dream? Xuanzang frowned and called 2 disciples forward, scolding them face to face. I have often told you not to focus on money. If you cannot save yourselves, how can you save others? Why do I always hear shouting in this temple? The 2 monks dared not answer back. But Xuanzang could see clearly, they feared his authority, but did not truly repent in their hearts. After sending them away, he returned to the hall and listened to the monks reciting the Heart Sutra in a monotonous and perfunctory way. Even with his high state of mind, he could not help but sigh. People's hearts are no longer as before. The Buddhist scriptures are no longer as pure as when they were first brought here. They can no longer truly save all beings. Xuanzang sighed deeply. He knew that over time, the scriptures had been altered many times by both the people and the authorities, and Buddhism had lost its true essence. Master, please come and guide everyone. At this moment, a monk urged Xuanzang forward. The chanting stopped. All eyes turned toward Xuanzang sitting in the high seat. He could see that in their eyes there was no thirst for the Dharma, no faith. Only emptiness and impatience, as if this was just another burden. Today, everyone should cultivate on your own. There will be no morning lecture. Unlike usual, Xuanzang dismissed them. Yes. The monks visibly sighed with relief, glad they did not have to listen to another dull lecture. After sending everyone away, Xuanzang changed into plain clothes, covered his shaved head with a bamboo hat, and left the monastery. No one in the temple cared where he went. All they thought about was how to collect more incense money tomorrow. Duke Qing's residence. As the sound of the zither ended, the graceful figure dancing in the pavilion also stopped. Husband, how was my dance just now? After finishing, Linyar rushed forward happily, hugging Qingxiu's shoulders. Though covered in sweat, her face was full of joy. She had just danced to a tune played personally by Qingxiu on the zither, and she longed to hear more praise from him. Of course it was wonderful. In this whole world, no one could compare with you. Qingxiu praised without hesitation. Only, what is it? Linyar grew nervous, thinking she had done something wrong. It has nothing to do with you. It is not your problem. What Qingxiu meant was that her dance was limited by the restraints of the era. It was not like later times, when countless styles flourished, dazzling and competing in beauty. If some of the popular modern dance arts could be combined with this era, perhaps it could raise the artistic level of the Tang dynasty. And Tang people had always been inclusive and open. Even Romans could serve as officials in the court, so accepting and using foreign elements was no problem. While Qingxiu was thinking this, a servant came to report. If it is an envoy sent from the palace, you can send him back. His Majesty promised you a month without attending court or handling affairs. But Erguzi's reply surprised Qingxiu. It is not. The visitor calls himself Master Xuanzang from Jinshan Temple. He says he has met you once by fate. Qingxiu was puzzled. Why would Xuanzang suddenly come looking for him? Do you want to see him or not? If not, I'll find an excuse to send him away. No need. Let him in, and prepare some tea and refreshments for him. Qingxiu still had a very good impression of Xuanzang. This man's perseverance and devotion to his faith were first class, as recorded in history. One did not need to share his beliefs. A man with such strong faith was worthy of respect from anyone. Xuanzang, unlike others, did not praise the grandeur of Qingxiu's mansion when he first came. From the moment he entered, he was neither humble nor arrogant, treating Qingxiu the same as any ordinary person. Clearly, in his eyes, worldly rank and wealth had no difference. Thank you, Duke Qing, for your hospitality. This poor monk did not come today for idle talk, but for an important request. Qingxiu's expression was calm. You want my help? Is there no one in Chang'an who can handle it except me? I heard Duke Qing is unmatched in kindness and benevolence, generous to others, and holds high rank in court. So this matter can only be entrusted to you. Indeed, a worthy monk, his words were exactly what Qingxiu liked to hear. Then speak. But I may not necessarily help. Qingxiu looked at Xuanzang with interest. Do you know how great the price is to ask me for help in Chang'an? Xuanzang hesitated, then said, although Jinshan Temple is wealthy, all I own is only a begging bowl for food and water, and a monk's robe. I cannot offer gold or silver. If permitted, may I offer prayers for your blessing in return? What a joke! You are the abbot of Jinshan Temple. Can you not use all that wealth freely? Why are you so poor? Qingxiu sneered. Xuanzang smiled slightly, all the money is managed by the stewards. I never interfere. Moreover, it is the incense donations of believers, alms to the Dharma. Aside from necessary expenses, how could I use it? Qingxiu was surprised, Xuanzang was truly sincere. At this point, Qingxiu stopped testing him. Tell me what you want, then I'll decide whether to help. He was genuinely curious. What could a monk who cared nothing for wealth or power possibly ask of him? Recently, since last autumn, nomadic tribes of the north and northwest, suffering food shortages, often launched small raids on the frontier. Although soldiers guarded the borders and often drove them off before they succeeded, it still made frontier defense strained. So the court restricted the people inside from traveling beyond the Heshi corridor, unless part of an officially approved caravan or diplomatic mission. Ordinary people were strictly forbidden to go beyond the passes. But Xuanzang wanted to go west, and could not obtain the official pass. Even trying to sneak across was nearly impossible. Westward? You want to go to India for scriptures? Qingxiu immediately understood. Xuanzang froze. How do you know? He had never told anyone. His preparations were entirely personal. He could not understand how Qingxiu knew already. Well, just a guess. I only know India is the birthplace of Buddhism, and that Tang's Buddhist scriptures have been changed too much now. So you want to go west to bring back the true scriptures, right? Xuanzang was astonished. I did not expect Duke Qing to understand Buddhism so well. Yes, I want to go west, to bring back the original, unaltered scriptures. He could not accept how Buddhism in the Central Plains had become corrupted, even focused on profit. In his eyes, only saving all living beings was Buddhism's true essence. Seeing his devotion, Qingxiu wanted to say something, but held back. He knew better than anyone, even after Xuanzang returned with the true scriptures, Buddhism would not save the world as he hoped. Instead, in later centuries it would grow into a massive armed force, so wealthy that by the 5 dynasties period, half the nation's wealth lay in temples. But he also knew, even if he told Xuanzang, the monk would still go. Do you know how difficult the journey is? Have you ever gone beyond the passes? It is only desert and wasteland. You cannot carry enough food. If you meet raiders, you will surely die. Xuanzang only smiled peacefully. I have a sincere heart. The Buddha will protect me until I reach India safely. Besides, if I cannot go, and must spend my life facing corrupted scriptures, then I would rather die on the road to the west. Open-minded? Qingxiu sighed in his heart. This was truly a man of faith. I can help you, but give me a reason to do so. Qingxiu asked. Xuanzang hesitated, then suddenly stood and bowed deeply. This poor monk has nothing. If you allow me to go west, then after I return, whatever Duke Qing desires, I will do my best. Even if it costs me my life, I will not refuse. After weighing briefly, Qingxiu nodded. Good. But I don't want your life. I only want you to do one thing for me. 3 days later. Carrying the travel pass Qingxiu had arranged for him, Xuanzang left the city with only 2 disciples, riding westward. Before leaving, Qingxiu had wanted to give him silver, but Xuanzang firmly refused, saying he could not accept it. So Qingxiu did not insist, only giving him a jade token as proof of identity. With it, most western regions' kingdoms would recognize him and not trouble him. But if he met bandits, he would have to rely on himself. Master, we don't understand. Why did you refuse Duke Qing's silver, but take from the temple instead? His 2 disciples were puzzled. After all, as monks, accepting alms was normal. Duke Qing has already worked hard for us, even obtaining the border pass is the utmost benevolence and righteousness. What more could you ask for? If we were to take even 1 coin more from him, as your teacher I would feel ashamed. Xuanzang spoke calmly. But another dull-witted disciple asked, if so, then why bring this silver at all? Carrying it only makes us heavy, and it may attract thieves and greed. Why not simply beg along the way? Couldn't that sustain us until India? It must be said, though sincere, Xuanzang's 2 disciples clearly knew nothing about the world outside Chang'an. They had no idea what the desert wasteland was like. Begging for food there? They might not even see a single living creature. You will understand when the time comes. Xuanzang sighed. He even began to doubt whether these 2 disciples could endure the journey all the way to India with him. If you feel this westward journey will be too bitter, I will not force you. You may leave at any time. He pulled his horse to a halt, looking back at the city gates of Chang'an not far behind. But once you cross the border, it will be near impossible to return. Master, don't worry. We can endure it. No matter how bitter, we are not afraid. Yes. In former times, the sages who brought Buddhism into the Central Plains endured hardships without complaint. We should follow their example and complete this great task again. Xuanzang said nothing more. He spurred his horse, leading the two disciples westward. A few days later, across the great ocean, in the land of Hua, Li Jing was followed by more than 5,000 strong Tang soldiers, their armor still stained with the blood of the Hua people. They paused outside a low-walled city, preparing to enter. This is the capital of the Hua. Li Jing looked at the city, no bigger than a small county town, and was bewildered. He had heard Kyoto was the capital of the Hua, magnificent and hard to attack, unless with tens of thousands of troops and supplies. But these low walls. He even thought soldiers could climb over without ladders, just by standing on each other's shoulders. General, this is not strange. Look, most Hua people are short and small, some not even as tall as their own swords. For them, such low walls may really be fortresses that are hard to attack. The deputy general joked, causing the army to burst into laughter. Earlier, Li Jing had crossed the ocean aboard the treasure ships designed by Qingxiu. After enduring days of violent storms, they safely reached Hua's coasts. The Hua never imagined Tang ships could cross the storms, so they hurriedly gathered their fleet to resist. But their small, laughable ships were no match for Tang's treasure ships armed with cannons. Li Jing even discovered during battle that the treasure ships were so strong, they could sink Hua ships by ramming, without even firing. After the Tang landed, Li Jing thought the fighting would be hard, and prepared for the worst. But to his surprise, 5,000 elite Tang soldiers swept through Hua, each fighting as 10, without suspense. The Hua could not compare in strength or size. Their vaunted samurai swords struck Tang armor, leaving only shallow marks, while their blades shattered. This was the easiest war Li Jing had ever fought. Marching forward, they soon reached the gates of Kyoto. Now, if they took this low city, the emperor of Hua would be in Li Jing's hands. Enough, prepare to attack. Don't waste time. Do not be careless because of low walls. Fight with full strength, there must be no mistakes in this final battle. Though contemptuous, Li Jing did not underestimate the enemy strategically. Yes, General. After resting, the Tang troops formed ranks. The first line wore heavy iron armor, holding large shields to guard against arrows, covering those behind. The second line carried ladders, rams, and other siege tools, ready to storm the city. Li Jing watched the walls through a telescope, but saw no defenders, not even archers. Could it be a trick? He suspected an empty city ploy, and was about to order extra caution. Just then, the city gates suddenly opened. Soldiers prepared for a bloody battle. Li Jing exclaimed, "The Hua abandoned their walls? Do they mean to fight us to the death outside? Have they accepted the city will fall? I have heard of Hua's samurai spirit. Now I see it is true." The deputy and advisors also exclaimed, respect for the Hua rising. "Bring me my spear. I will fight these fearless Hua myself, to honor them with a worthy battle." But before Li Jing mounted his horse, from the open gates poured not soldiers, but Hua officials. In their midst, a short, fat man in white robes, vulgar in appearance. "Please, General, do not attack. Do not attack. I am the Emperor of Hua. We surrender. Spare our lives." Li Jing was dumbfounded. This was not what he expected. This emperor, always urging his soldiers to die with their swords, yet he surrenders so quickly himself. The deputy mocked, "General Li, this saves us much effort." Boring. Li Jing's rising battle spirit cooled. He tossed aside his spear and went forward to inspect the kneeling emperor. The man was short like a dwarf, fat, ridiculous, like a yam turned into a spirit. "You are the Emperor of Hua?" Li Jing was astonished. Every ruler he had seen, emperors of the Central Plains, or warlords, were dignified, commanding awe. But this so-called emperor only made him laugh. "Yes, I am the emperor." The man stammered in Tang language, "We sincerely surrender, please spare our lives." He quickly waved, and his ministers brought forward a tray holding the imperial seal and a short sword. Li Ji glanced casually at the seal and took it in his hand. For some reason, its style was entirely that of a Central Plains imperial seal. But carved beneath were the words, "Seal of the King of Hua," not their own Japanese characters. What is the meaning of this? Li Ji was puzzled. Could it be this seal was granted to you by an emperor of the Central Plains? Reporting to the general, this seal was obtained several hundred years ago, after our Hua was unified. The ancestor of our emperor sent envoys to the Central Plains to submit as vassals, and thus received this king's seal. Which emperor gave it to you? The emperor answered cautiously, if by the posthumous titles of your Central Plains dynasty, that emperor should have been Emperor Guangwu. Li Ji was shocked. The Eastern Han's Emperor Guangwu, that was nearly 400 years ago. They had already received recognition then, proof that Hua had never fully broken ties with the Central Plains. Since you hold a king's seal that admits you are vassals of the Central Kingdom, why did you dare invade Tang's borders, provoking Heaven's army to come here? Facing Li Ji's question, the emperor only knelt to the ground, not daring to say a word, fearing the general before him would cut him down. Enter the city. Li Ji did not waste words, ordering the Hua officials to lead the way. The emperor of Hua stepped aside, kneeling with his ministers as the Tang army entered the capital. Li Ji had thought Hua was small and poor, its treasury holding little of value. But when opened, it was piled with gold, silver, and grain in abundance. Though far less than the Tang treasury, for such a small country, it was immense. Li Ji asked the Hua officials with disdain, on our march from the coast, I saw your commoners weak and starving. Yet your emperor hoarded all this grain in the treasury, letting it rot rather than feeding them. One official forced a flattering smile, stammering without answer. It was the prime minister who quickly replied, we stored all this wealth here precisely so that, when Heaven's army of Tang came, it would all be yours. At this, the soldiers burst into laughter. These people were laughable and contemptible. You Hua people, fierce in appearance but timid in heart, fearing power but not honoring virtue, you truly are born to be slaves. Even so, the official still smiled, if we did not fear power, how could we be slaves? Their faces disgusted Li Ji. He waved them away, sickened. He then ordered the treasure to be sealed, warning that anyone who dared touch it without permission would be executed. The deputy general could not understand. After the soldiers left, he asked quietly, General, why not load all this wealth onto the ships and bring it back? We cannot return empty-handed. You do not understand. Just follow orders. Li Ji knew this campaign was conquest, not plunder. Both Duke Qing and the emperor intended to annex Hua into Tang territory and civilize its people. If they stripped the treasury bare and looted the land, leaving only poverty and ruins, it would be impossible to govern long-term. Thus, the conquered land's own wealth and grain must be used to rule and pacify the people. Li Ji took the Hua seal and the imperial family into custody, leaving the deputy to guard the capital. Generously, he left him 1,000 soldiers. To suppress Kyoto, that is enough. And no one may touch the treasury. If I return to find it lost, your head will fall first. Though harsh, the deputy showed no worry. Even with only 500, suppressing these Hua is enough. The emperor, hearing he would be taken to Tang, thought he was to be executed in Chang'an. Terrified, he knelt, weeping for mercy. Li Ji himself promised not to harm him, and only then did the man rise trembling to follow. After Li Ji's force departed Kyoto, the soldiers left behind cut down and burned all Hua flags and emblems. This proclaimed to the people that Hua no longer existed, its land was now annexed into Tang territory east to Bohai. At that time, a Goguryeo envoy stationed in Hua fled the city and rushed home to report to King Go-1. You cannot be serious? Between Hua and Tang lies 1,000 li strait. Last time Tang tried, an entire fleet was destroyed by storms. Go-1 dismissed it as nonsense. It is true. I saw with my own eyes Tang's army at Kyoto. The Hua emperor did not even resist, he surrendered immediately. The envoy defended himself, also reporting that Tang warships no longer feared storms, crushing Hua's ships with ease. Go-1 frowned. Is what you say true? Absolutely true. I swear on my life. Seeing his certainty, Go-1 grew uneasy. What kind of ships could carry thousands across the sea and sweep Hua aside? He ordered ships prepared to scout Tang's fleet on their return. Then, after a moment's hesitation, he gave another order. If Tang's ships are not so strong, or if there are weaknesses, attack them. Rescue Hua's emperor. He thought, if he could seize the Hua ruler, he might gain control over Hua himself. The Tang fleet returned victorious. Even the seas, once stormy, were calm. Looking out, Li Ji was filled with pride. This is the first time in Central Plains history we have crossed the sea, conquered another nation, and destroyed it completely. Such merit will make my name eternal in history. During the time Ling Jie was immersed in beautiful fantasies about the future, a subordinate came to report, and it was not good news. General, since boarding the ship, the king of Hua has been vomiting and having diarrhea. He says he is used to palace meals and cannot get used to our army food. Ling Jie became furious on the spot. He is already a prisoner and still wants to put on airs? Go tell him, it will take some days before we return to Chang'an. If he refuses to eat, he can simply choose to starve to death. No one on this ship will improve his meals. Even if he starves to death on the ship, General Ben will still bring his corpse back to claim the reward. The subordinate left with orders. Ling Jie even reflected in his heart whether he had been too kind to that emperor of Hua, letting him be picky about food. Right, I still don't know if there will be a sea storm today. We should check first and prepare to deal with it. Ling Jie almost forgot the main task of the day. He had someone fetch his telescope and looked out over the distant sea. The sea surface seemed calm, but in the west direction of this calm area, he saw several ships slowly sailing toward them. These ships were only about the size of fishing boats, so he thought at first they were fishermen from the nearby seas. But looking closely, those people were wearing Goguryeo clothing, and each carried swords and bows, definitely not ordinary fishermen. Goguryeo people? He immediately thought they had come to spy. After all, Hua and Goguryeo had long been close allies. They could not be unaware that Hua had already been destroyed. Ling Jie immediately ordered that if these Goguryeo people dared to come closer, as soon as they entered cannon range, they should be fired upon at once. If they were killed outright, so be it, but if their ships capsized and survivors fell into the water, they should immediately capture the survivors alive. The Goguryeo scouts did not yet know what was about to happen and continued rowing closer, unaware of death. They did not know the Tang army had telescopes and assumed they had not been discovered. Only when they got closer did they become shocked, realizing how massive the Tang fleet really was. The largest flagship was even bigger than their own royal palace. They could not build such tall structures even on land. How could the Tang possibly make such a ship? This must be reported to the king at once. The nation must prepare defenses. If our Goguryeo fleet met them, we would surely be defeated. While they were still shaken, one of the Tang warship cannons was already loaded and aimed at them. Just as they were about to paddle away, a thunderous explosion rang out, scaring them into falling into the sea. Boom! The cannonball fell from the sky, smashing one of their wooden boats into pieces instantly. The soldiers on board were blown apart. Boom! Boom! Several more cannon shots followed, mercilessly destroying all of the small boats, leaving none. Of more than 10 scouts, only 2 survived in the water by chance. The 2 floated on the surface, staring at each other in terror, not even knowing what had just happened. Was that thunder? Before they could think further, Tang warships had already lowered small fast boats, rushing across the sea toward them. The 2 scouts, no matter how hard they swam, could not get far. Soon, the Tang soldiers surrounded them, and faced with the fierce Tang army, they surrendered without resistance. The 2 cooperated, and when brought before Ling Jie, without torture, they immediately confessed everything they knew, just to save their lives. Gao Yuan wants to rescue the Emperor of Hua? Is he really that delusional? Ling Jie was astonished. Had that man lost his mind? We only obey orders, General. We dare not conceal anything. The scout lowered his head, not daring to meet Ling Jie's gaze. We only want to live. Whatever you ask, we answer truthfully. Ling Jie thought for a moment, then called a subordinate. How far is the nearest port? It is Dongshan Port in Beach, less than 200 li away. Ling Jie immediately ordered that the fleet not return to Shandong but instead head directly to Beach, to rest and dock there temporarily. He also personally wrote a letter, handed it to a subordinate, and sent him with a ship back to Chang'an to deliver it to the court. This puzzled the soldiers. They were about to return and receive rewards, yet now they had to stay overseas? Do not be confused. Just trust this general's words. I promise you, after this, we will return to Chang'an with even greater merit and receive even more rewards. Though they did not understand, the soldiers trusted Ling Jie deeply. With his words, they no longer doubted. Yes, General. Chang'an City. Lang Shining, uneasy in mind, led his caravan out of Chang'an. This was the heaviest-hearted departure for trade he had ever experienced. The reason was simple: all his own men in the caravan had been replaced by people under Qingxiu. Although Qingxiu had promised again and again that all profits would still go to him, the thought that his entire trade network would henceforth be controlled by Qingxiu, and that the trade route he had worked so hard to open in the western regions now belonged entirely to Qingxiu, left him unable to feel happy. Even though he knew that following Qingxiu's arrangement would bring him more profit, he would never again escape Qingxiu's control, unless he left trade entirely. Duke Qing, you don't need to see me off any further. Seeing Qingxiu accompany him outside the city, Lang Shining forced a bitter smile. On this journey you can rest easy. With my men in the western regions, even kings will give face. You need not fear being robbed. Qingxiu said calmly, but do not forget our agreement. I wouldn't dare. Lang Shining gave only a bitter laugh. How could he dare go against Qingxiu? That is good. Qingxiu stopped outside the city gate, watching them leave. From then on, Lang Shining would likely vanish from the business world of Chang'an. His caravan was essentially swallowed completely by Qingxiu, unable to stir any waves. Yet even so, Qingxiu did not think he was being ungrateful, and even Lang Shining himself did not see it that way. After all, their relationship had always been purely business cooperation, nothing more. If their positions were reversed, Lang Shining would have done the same. The result goes without saying, they were all caught on the spot. Especially when they learned that this thing belonged to Duke Qing, they thought they were about to be executed, and each of them turned pale with fright. The person you bought this from, what is his background? Where does he live? Qingxiu thought to himself, perhaps some imperial physicians in the palace coveted his penicillin, but did not dare steal it, so they incited these petty thieves to do it? But he did not expect these men to reveal anything useful. Since that person wanted to buy secretly, he would never reveal his identity to them. If anything, they would only give false information. The leader of the thieves frowned and thought for a while. That man is a village doctor. We don't know his name. He dressed plainly like a poor man, but he spent money very generously. A doctor? Do you know where he lives now? Qingxiu hadn't expected this man to even reveal his own profession. The thief glanced at Qingxiu nervously. If I tell you, will you show mercy? Qingxiu had no patience to bargain with such scum. He simply gave his soldiers a look. They immediately understood, drew their blades, and stepped forward. According to the law, thieves who repeatedly steal get their hands cut off. No, no. We'll talk. The thieves were so scared they nearly wet themselves, and quickly told Qingxiu everything. That man lives in Manhwa village. He is around 60 or 70 years old. His hair and beard are completely white. Qingxiu frowned. Brothers, don't just cut off their hands, cut out their tongues as well. Yes, sir. The thieves wailed. Why? We already told you everything truthfully. Why punish us further? Nonsense. Do you take me for a fool? Qingxiu sneered. Before I was made a duke, I once lived in Manhwa village. I know everyone there. There is no such doctor with that appearance. You lot not only steal but also lie, and even dare to deceive me. Not beheading you is already mercy. The leader of the thieves was dumbfounded. I really told the truth. My brothers can all testify. Yes, or you could go check Manhwa village yourself. Maybe he is a wandering doctor who just arrived. If you confirm we lied, you can behead me and I will accept it. Seeing their panic but continued insistence, Qingxiu grew suspicious. Even the captain could not help but say, My lord, they don't look like they're lying. Shouldn't we send men to Manhwa village first? Fine. I will go myself. You bring a few brothers with me. Once we find their buyer, we'll arrest him immediately. Qingxiu agreed, then turned to the thieves. I will believe you this once. But if you lie again, I will behead you right in Manhwa village. Understand? The thieves nodded repeatedly, swearing they would not deceive him again. It had been some time since Qingxiu last visited Manhwa village after his engagement with Lin Yar. This time, he didn't want to make a big scene, only to quickly capture the man and take him away. So they entered the village quietly. The leader of the thieves asked around a few farmhouses and confirmed the doctor's residence. We've asked it all out. That old doctor lives in the west of the village. He sees patients there every day. If we go now, we can definitely catch him. The group wasted no time and went straight to the west of the village. But before they reached the doctor's house, they found a very long line at the door. All these people were waiting for the doctor's treatment. Seeing this, Qingxiu realized the doctor's medical skill must be extraordinary, and he increasingly suspected the man was connected with the imperial physicians. He ordered the soldiers to wait outside while he brought the thief leader into the shabby clinic. Inside, an old doctor with graying hair and beard was patiently diagnosing patients, so busy he had no time to drink water. That's him. The thief leader pointed immediately. He treats patients here, charging only a few copper coins for each consultation, and his medicine is even cheaper. With such a small income, yet he had enough money to hire us to steal, very suspicious. Qingxiu gestured for him to shut up, then personally approached the old man. Young man, line up first. These people have been waiting a long time. The old doctor did not even look at Qingxiu, only lowered his head, writing prescriptions as he spoke. I am not here for treatment. I heard that some days ago, you hired a few thieves to steal for you. Hearing this, the old doctor looked up at Qingxiu with doubt, then noticed the thief leader behind him. Suddenly he understood. At that moment, several patients also recognized Qingxiu. Isn't this Duke Qing? Why didn't you say you were coming? Ah, if only you had told us, we could have prepared a proper welcome. There are too many sick here, don't risk infection. Are you ill yourself, my lord, and came to consult divine doctor Sun? Then please go first. Qingxiu smiled and waved them off. I am here on official duty, not private business. So you are Duke Qing? The old doctor finally understood. I've heard of you for a long time. Old man, don't talk nonsense. You made us steal something and nearly got us killed. That thing belonged to Duke Qing, and you dared to covet it. Steal? The old doctor was startled. When did I tell you to steal? You said you could get that thing, so I gave you money to buy it. How was I to know you stole it? You old bastard. Shut up. Did I allow you to speak? Qingxiu barked, scaring the thief into silence. Then he questioned the old doctor. How did you know about penicillin? Who told you it could be used as medicine? The old doctor, seeing the situation, began to understand. He explained that he was only a wandering country physician, but he had a capable disciple who had become an imperial physician in Chang'an. Recently, his disciple wrote to him, inviting him to Chang'an, and in the letter mentioned a special medicine called penicillin. It was said it could even cure Princess Chang'el's congenital illness. The old doctor himself had once been invited by the emperor into the palace to treat Princess Chang'el, but he had concluded then that her disease was incurable and she would not live to adulthood. Now hearing of this miraculous drug that could heal her, and since he was already traveling through the region treating common folk, he began searching everywhere for penicillin. By coincidence, he happened to meet the idol Damao, and the two of them immediately struck a deal. Hee, Damao, you made it sound so nice. You said someone in the palace could get anything we wanted. But in the end, it was still stealing. The old doctor mocked loudly, watching Damao's face full of displeasure. Old man, you're finished. This thing belongs to Duke Qing, and you dared to covet it. Qingxiu stepped forward and carefully looked at the old doctor, making the latter feel uneasy all over. Duke Qing, I didn't know this thing was cultivated by you, and I never intended to steal it. Is your surname Sun, and your name Sun Simiao? Qingxiu spoke out the old man's identity in one sentence. He clearly remembered that the palace physician Lu had said his master was Sun Simiao. Now it was completely confirmed with this man's identity. The old doctor's expression immediately changed. He said with some difficulty, "Forgive me. I am old and have many chronic illnesses myself. It is inconvenient for me to enter the palace to practice medicine. You misunderstand, elder. I am not here to invite you into the palace." Qingxiu had not expected to meet Sun Simiao here, truly unexpected. And this man was indeed as described in the histories, traveling everywhere, treating patients for only symbolic payments, with extremely high medical ethics. I also know a little about medicine. Not much, but if Elder Sun is willing to hear me out, perhaps it may change your view of medicine. As he spoke, Qingxiu took out a small porcelain vial from his robe and placed it in front of Sun Simiao. Since this is our first meeting, let this be my gift to you. It is exactly what you have been seeking, penicillin, and it has already been refined for direct use. Qingxiu smiled. This thing was extremely useful, so he always kept a small bottle with him just in case. Sun Simiao was so shocked that he almost dropped the jade vial. Trembling, he held it up, opened the seal, and looked carefully. It was almost exactly as his disciple had described. Duke Qing, you cured the princess with this? Sun Simiao's voice trembled. The princess's illness was essentially a deep infection in the lungs. The condition was stubborn, and ordinary medicine could not cure it. Only penicillin could. Qingxiu sat down directly in front of Sun Simiao. Shall we talk more? Yes. Sun Simiao immediately agreed. Even without anything else, just the fact that Qingxiu had produced medicine to cure Princess Chang'el's illness, this level of medical skill was in Sun Simiao's eyes no different from that of a divine physician. My apologies, everyone. Something urgent has come up today. Please go home for now, I will treat you another day. Sun Simiao persuaded the patients to leave with sincere apologies, but no one objected. After all, he charged only the smallest of fees and his treatments were almost always effective, so everyone knew he was like a philanthropist. Thus, even after waiting half a day, no one complained. Once the patients had gone, Sun Simiao faced Qingxiu and actually bowed deeply to him. Elder Sun, there's no need for this. Qingxiu had not expected such courtesy and quickly helped him up. This is not politeness, but true admiration. Duke Qing, you are the real divine physician. Sun Simiao sighed with emotion. Compared with you, how could I deserve the title of Medicine King? For a moment, Qingxiu truly did not know how to respond. Even so, elder, you need not be like this. You are more than 40 years older than me. The one with greater skill is the teacher. If it is someone like Duke Qing, a true divine physician, then I must bow. Compared with you, I have lived these decades in vain. Sun Simiao's words were not courtesy but from the heart. When young, almost everyone called him a divine doctor. Even his master said he would be remembered in history. This made him very proud at an early age, convinced no disease was beyond his ability. But the limits of medicine in this era were low. As he treated more patients, he discovered many illnesses he could not cure. In middle age, after repeated failures, he decided to travel widely, studying medicine everywhere. Though his skills improved and his fame spread, he also saw more and more illnesses he could not treat. Many times he watched helplessly as patients died before him. After listening to Sun Simiao's account, Qingxiu knew this was a man with deep conviction. And only such men could truly achieve great things. I saw many patients with conditions like the princesses, and I could do nothing. If I had had Duke Qing's medical skill back then, how could I have watched them die before me? Thinking of the past, Sun Simiao recalled not glorious years, but painful regrets. Perhaps elder Sun should first look closely at this penicillin. Qingxiu changed the subject. Yes. Sun Simiao eagerly poured out a tiny drop to examine. He did not know that just this small drop, considering the effort of cultivation and refinement, was worth 30 or 40 taels of gold. Besides the princess's illness, what else can this cure? At his question, Qingxiu thought for a moment. Everything you know of, almost all illnesses, it can cure. Sun Simiao exclaimed, truly so miraculous? The effect of penicillin is to eliminate the viruses inside and outside the body. And most human diseases, except for physical injury, are caused by infection. Especially in this era, when such diseases could not be treated. Elder, do you know why, even if an object is sealed tightly, after a long time there will still be dust on its surface? Sun Simiao did not understand why Qingxiu suddenly asked this, but answered, perhaps because the air contains tiny specks of dust too small to see. Exactly. The disease-causing germs are also like this, floating in the air, too small to see. It is because people inhale them, or wounds in the skin are exposed to them, that they fall ill or wounds fester and do not heal. Hearing this, Sun Simiao held his breath, hardly daring to inhale. Qingxiu pointed to the penicillin on the table. The function of this is precisely to kill those germs in the body or on the skin. No matter how severe the disease, it will naturally heal. So that's how it is. Qingxiu really did not know how to respond to him for a while. Even so, sir, there's no need for this. You are more than 40 years older than me. A true master is a teacher. If someone like you, Duke of Qing, is a divine doctor, then I should bow to you. Compared with you, I've truly wasted these decades of life. What Sun Simiao said was not flattery, but words straight from his heart. When he practiced medicine as a young man, almost everyone called him a divine doctor. Even his master exclaimed that he would surely be remembered in history. This made Sun Simiao full of ambition at a young age, convinced that there was no illness in the world he could not cure. But the limits of medical knowledge in that era were still very low. As he treated more and more patients, he discovered many diseases he had no power to heal. By middle age, after repeated setbacks, he decided to travel widely, studying medicine from all over the land. Over the years his skills did improve, and his fame spread throughout the world, but he also saw more and more diseases that could not be cured. Many times he watched patients die in front of him, completely powerless. After hearing Sun Simiao's story, Qingxiu realized that this was a man with deep conviction. And it was precisely people like this who could truly achieve something great. I once saw with my own eyes many people with conditions almost identical to the princesses, yet I could do nothing to treat them. If I had possessed skills like yours back then, how could I have just stood by and watched them die? Recalling his past, Sun Simiao thought not of glory, but of regrets he could hardly bear to remember. Why don't you first take a look at this penicillin? Qingxiu shifted the topic. Good. Sun Simiao eagerly poured out a small drop from the bottle to examine closely. He did not yet know that this tiny drop, considering the effort needed for cultivation and purification, was worth 30 or 40 taels of gold. Besides the princess's illness, what else can this cure? Faced with his question, Qingxiu paused a moment. Almost every disease you know of can be cured by it. Sun Simiao exclaimed in shock, can it really be so miraculous? Penicillin worked by killing viruses inside and on the surface of the body, while most diseases, other than physical injuries, were caused by such viruses. Especially in this era, where so many diseases were untreatable. Sir, do you know why an object left for a long time, even when sealed, still gathers some dust? Sun Simiao did not understand why he suddenly asked this, but answered, it must be because there are tiny particles of dust in the air, too small to see. Exactly. Disease-causing germs are just like that, floating in the air, invisible like dust. When the body inhales them, or when a wound on the skin comes into contact with them, illness develops, and wounds fester and fail to heal. At these words, Sun Simiao involuntarily held his breath, hardly daring to take in a mouthful of air. Qingxiu pointed to the penicillin on the table. This substance kills those germs that invade the body or linger on the skin. No matter how serious the disease, it naturally heals. So that's it. Sun Simiao said joyfully. This is the first time I've heard such a theory of illness. It is completely different from works like Treatise on Cold Damage. If it is as you say, I truly believe this can cure disease. If so, then if this medicine could be sold to the people like other herbs, wouldn't the world become free of illness, and everyone live long lives? His thought was simple, but Qingxiu regretfully told him, impossible. Why? Is Duke Qing unwilling to reveal the recipe for penicillin? Even if revealed, it's useless. The cost is far too high. That tiny bottle in your hand is worth 2 taels of gold. And each treatment for the princess consumes at least 4 bottles. The price shocked Sun Simiao so much his jaw nearly dropped. He had seen expensive herbs before, but none could compare. Qingxiu himself was helpless too. Penicillin was a product of the industrial age. Bringing it into this world without industry was already a miracle. The crude method of producing it was already the limit of what he could manage. If you are interested, I will personally take you to see how this medicine is cultivated and tell you the method. Excellent, many thanks, Duke Qing. Afterward, the two continued to share their understanding of medicine. In truth, Qingxiu knew nothing of medicine, only some basic modern medical knowledge. But even these ideas were like heavenly scriptures to Sun Simiao, leaving him deeply shaken. He even brought out brush and paper, asking Qingxiu to speak while he carefully recorded everything. One can even open the body and directly treat diseased organs? Years ago I read in old texts that Hua Tuo once used such methods. I thought it was a rumor, never did I imagine it was real. Of course. Hua Tuo's skills even now would surely earn him the title of divine doctor. The two spoke happily, forgetting the passage of time. It was not until soldiers waiting outside knocked on the door, announcing the curfew, that they stopped. Sir, if you keep traveling like this, even in a lifetime you can only heal a few people. Why not come help me instead? Qingxiu, full of ambition, directly extended his hand to recruit him. Help me improve penicillin, lower its cost, make it more effective. If one day all people can use it, that will be true medicine for the world. Since Duke Qing values this old man, I will gladly agree. Sun Simiao accepted without hesitation, excited by the vision of a future where all illnesses could be treated and no incurable diseases remained. The two quickly reached an agreement. Sun Simiao packed his medicine chest and books, then followed Qingxiu back to Chang'an. The villagers of Sanha naturally felt reluctant to see him go, but could only watch as he left with Qingxiu. Do not worry, my fellow villagers. Although Dr. Sun is gone, I will send more physicians here in the future to provide consultations and treatment. This reminded Qingxiu of a problem. The villagers lived in a remote place, and getting medical help often meant traveling dozens of miles over mountains for a single prescription. If more physicians could be arranged to make regular visits to such villages, then surely many lives could be saved. Although life in Sanha village had greatly improved compared to before, there were still not many doctors among the people, and seeing a physician remained troublesome. Don't say polite words. In the future, just come back here to see us often. Yes, we do not ask for any rewards for Sanha village. As long as you keep thinking of us villagers, that is enough. Seeing everyone's attitude, Qingxiu couldn't help but feel warmth in his heart. Please rest assured, whenever I have free time, it is certain that I will come back to see you all. When Sun Simiao saw the penicillin cultivation pools, stinking like a garbage dump, he was stunned on the spot. He never imagined that this mysterious medicine, which could cure almost all diseases, was actually cultivated in such a filthy place. Duke Qing, didn't you say before that dirty places are breeding grounds for viruses, and should be avoided as much as possible? Why then is penicillin, which grows here, able to cure diseases? Qingxiu explained, exactly so. Penicillium absolutely cannot be used directly. It must be purified and refined before it can be injected into the human body. Sun Simiao suddenly understood. He then immediately asked Qingxiu if he could remain there in the future to help manage the cultivation of penicillin, while also studying more of its wonderful uses. This was exactly what Qingxiu wanted. This was why he had sought Sun Simiao. Elder son, it's not that I don't wish to spread the cultivation methods of penicillin. On the contrary, I very much wish to. But the process of cultivating penicillin is too complicated and costly to an astonishing degree. It cannot be spread for common use. If you can help me reduce the cost, it will be a great service to both country and people. Sun Simiao had not expected Qingxiu to have such a grand vision. Just thinking of a future where even ordinary people could freely use penicillin to cure illness made him extremely excited. I will certainly do my utmost to assist Duke Qing. When the day comes that the people of the world can use cheap penicillin, then the world will be free of disease. Looking at Sun Simiao's excitement, Qingxiu could hardly bear to tell him that excessive use of penicillin would lead to resistance in viruses, weakening its effect. But with the current scale of cultivation, that would only happen a very long time later, perhaps not even within the next 200 or 300 years. The next day, morning court. Qingxiu once again submitted a memorial to Li Er, requesting to use the deserted land east of the city to build more penicillin cultivation pools. This news shocked the court. What was he trying to do? They knew nothing of penicillin's effect. They only knew those pools stank day and night, and every gust of wind made life unbearable in the eastern outskirts. Though no commoners farmed or lived there, many ministers of the court had gardens and estates in that area. Since land in the capital was expensive, they could not build within Chang'an like the nobles, so the cheaper eastern suburbs became their first choice. Your Majesty, we think this matter should end here. If it continues, the entire eastern suburbs will be uninhabitable. Even if the eastern land is not farmland, it cannot be defiled like this. Duke Qing should withdraw his request. The eastern suburbs must not be ruined further. Of course, Qingxiu knew they were only worried about their estates. To put it bluntly, what did that matter to him? That land was originally ownerless, and even the court had no interest in it. These officials had occupied it without paying a single coin, building their estates by abusing their positions. Since they could seize it by rank, why couldn't Qingxiu seize it as well, for medicine? If they couldn't live there, they could simply move. Why should he worry for them? I understand your concerns. But land in Chang'an is scarce, and building cultivation pools is a plan for the benefit of country and people. It cannot be stopped. If you object, let His Majesty decide. Qingxiu kicked the decision to Li Er. Feeling the pleading gazes of the ministers below, Li Er grew troubled. Duke Qing, come here, Li Er called him over and quietly asked, is this absolutely necessary? The princess's illness cannot be delayed, Your Majesty should weigh this carefully. His words forced Li Er to decide. Since there was finally a chance to cure Princess Changle, he could not let it slip. As for the officials' housing problem, Li Er had long wanted to discipline them for abusing their positions. Just as Duke Qing says, the penicillin he cultivates is a highly effective medicine, beneficial to both country and people. To use wasteland in the east suburbs for this, what harm is there? These words made the ministers below wail inwardly. We understand. They lowered their heads, but in truth, they were not truly yielding. Since it was so, they would not hesitate to make trouble in secret, to sabotage the building of the pools. After all, who would want to live beside a stinking waste pit every day? If there is nothing else, I happen to have a war report from the front lines. Let us read it together. He handed the report to a eunuch to read aloud. It was from Li Ji at the front. The court was shocked to hear he had already conquered Japan. Not only that, he was even escorting the Japanese emperor back to Chang'an as a captive. The ministers immediately cheered in joy, congratulating the emperor. General Li is truly a pillar of the nation. For our dynasty to have such a general is both the court's and Your Majesty's great fortune. That Japan dared harbor disloyalty against Tang, this is their just fate. Li Er raised his hand to silence them. Though General Li is skilled in battle, do not forget, before the battle, our fleet lost thousands to the waves. Without Duke Qing's treasure fleet design, the army would never have landed on Japan's shores, much less captured its emperor. Clearly, in Li Er's eyes, the victory's greatest credit could not belong to Li Ji alone. At least half must go to Qingxiu. Your Majesty is wise. Changsun Wuji praised, merit should be rewarded where it is due. Li Er looked warmly at Qingxiu. Duke Qing, in this battle, you and Li Ji share the highest merit. What do you think? Qingxiu laughed and said, I have no objections. It's just that I did not personally kill an enemy on the battlefield. General Li might have objections, no. Haha, just joking. Li Ji burst into loud laughter. General Li Ji has always admired you. And he knows better than anyone your contribution to this battle. I think even if most of the merit is given to you, he will have no objection. This was indeed true. Of course, Qingxiu was only being modest. How could he refuse such credit when it was offered? In that case, I have nothing to object to. The ministers thought the matter was over, and the Ministry of Rites was already preparing to announce arrangements for a celebration banquet. But Li Ji did not dismiss the court. Instead, he had the eunuch continue reading the war report. On our return voyage, the people of Goguryeo failed to keep peace. They sent scouts to investigate our fleet, and even tried to rescue the Japanese emperor while our army was relaxed. Such crimes deserve death. Only then did the ministers realize, the real point of this was Goguryeo. When the eunuch finished reading, Li Ji asked the ministers, my beloved subjects, what do you think should be done? Was there even a need to ask? Your Majesty, Goguryeo's wolfish ambitions, we have long been aware of them. We must attack and destroy them. To dare scheme against the Tang fleet means Goguryeo already harbors the intention to oppose our empire. Their country must be destroyed. We strongly urge your majesty to campaign against Goguryeo. This was an answer one could predict with eyes closed. Li Ji was not truly seeking opinions, he was watching to see if anyone would dare oppose him, any deluded advocates of peace. The ministers, for once, were united, no one dissenting. Since last year, Li Ji's intention to use force against Goguryeo had grown stronger. If not for wars on other borders, he would likely already have gone to war with them. If by now anyone still could not see that the emperor was determined to attack Goguryeo, then he might as well leave the court altogether. Li Ji quietly listened, but noticed Qingxiu had remained silent all along. Duke Qing, why do you not speak? When the ministers are all so eager, and your majesty already intends to attack Goguryeo, why should you need my opinion? Qingxiu spoke indifferently. Since your majesty wishes to fight, then the entire nation must be mobilized, sparing no effort. Do not underestimate Goguryeo, lest you repeat past mistakes. He was, of course, referring to the former Sui dynasty. One of the main reasons the Sui failed against Goguryeo was that they had treated it as a weak little country that could be crushed easily. The result was clear: Goguryeo's strong mobilization and military power dealt Sui devastating losses, directly leading to the dynasty's downfall. Li Ji understood immediately. If they were to fight, they must ensure absolute certainty, ending all other border conflicts and focusing entirely on conquering Goguryeo. I understand. Li Ji knew there was no need for more words. In addition, I ask your majesty to issue another order: command General Li Ji to attack all Goguryeo ports and ships at sea, completely blockading their coastal waters. Li Ji was slightly surprised. That may be too late. Since this war report has reached Chang'an, Li Ji and his men have surely already landed in Shandong and returned. After winning such a great victory, they must be eager to return for rewards, not to fight again. It is not too late at all. Qingxiu insisted. Since General Li Ji reported this to your majesty, it shows he is already prepared to attack Goguryeo's coastal ports at any time. He likely has not returned yet. Truly? You know General Li Ji so well? Qingxiu smiled. A commander with such a strong thirst for victory would never so easily sheath his sword. Very well. Just as you say. Li Ji immediately drafted an edict, ordering Li Ji to attack the remaining forces of Goguryeo at sea with full strength, leaving them no chance to survive. After morning court was dismissed, Qingxiu had just left the palace and was about to board his carriage when suddenly a man rushed out, clutching the wheel tightly to stop it from moving. Duke Qing, please stay. I have urgent business to ask, I beg you to hear me out. The driver had not expected someone to suddenly dash out. He shouted angrily, move aside. Do you want to die? You almost got yourself killed just now. If you have grievances, you should go to the prefect. What use is it to trouble Duke Qing? But the man still clung tightly to the wheel, refusing to let go, looking at Qingxiu with pleading eyes. Please help me. Only you can help. The driver almost whipped him away in anger, but Qingxiu motioned him to stop. Looking closely, he saw the man's clothes marked him as someone from the western regions, fine garments, clearly of no low status. Are you a merchant from the western regions? Or an envoy? Seeing Qingxiu willing to speak, the man quickly answered, I am named Chu Yi, envoy of the kingdom of Lulan. A few days ago I wished to see His Majesty, but the Ministry of Rites never arranged it. Fearing a delay in urgent matters, I beg you for help. Qingxiu frowned. If it is only to meet His Majesty, then forget it. Wait for the Ministry of Rites to arrange it. He had seen many envoys from small countries. They always wanted an audience with Li Ji to seek marriage alliances or rewards. Helping one would be easy, but if he set this precedent, would not every envoy arriving in Chang'an come to him for favors? Leaving aside whether it was proper, it would only bring him endless trouble. He did not want to meddle. No, not that. I only wish to see you, it has nothing to do with His Majesty. Only you can help me. As he spoke, Chui burst into tears, kowtowing repeatedly in the street to beg. Even the palace guards were alarmed and came forward, asking if they should drive him away. Qingxiu first thought to have him expelled, but then reconsidered. He ordered the driver to help Chui up. What matter is it you want me to help with? Chui wiped his tears with his sleeve, trembling. It is a long story. Will you allow me to explain in detail? Very well, let us speak elsewhere. Qingxiu happened to be planning a visit to his merchant's guild, so he took Chui along. Chui knew his status was low, and did not dare ride in the same carriage with Qingxiu. He only followed behind respectfully. At least this man understood his place, unlike fools who didn't. But as Chui followed behind Qingxiu's carriage turning onto another street, they happened to encounter a group of people leaving a tavern ahead. Chui immediately lowered his head and tried to pass by quickly. However, though he did not want trouble, those people still spotted him. Isn't this Chui? Well, you're still in Chang'an, huh? Of course, you've got nowhere else to go, right? Living here like a stray dog, isn't it? If you really can't survive, just tell us. Maybe we can get you a servant's job to scrape by. Better than begging on the streets, haha. Their mocking voices were extremely harsh. Chui felt deeply humiliated but dared not argue with them, pretending not to hear. Yet even if he avoided conflict, they had no intention of letting him go. Hey, I'm talking to you, deaf, are you? One of them stepped forward and smacked the back of his head hard, making him cry out in pain. Then they surrounded him, blocking his way, glaring fiercely. Qingxiu also noticed the scene and told the driver to stop. He observed the troublemakers. They too were dressed like people from the western regions, likely envoys or merchants. Don't go too far. Chui glared angrily, secretly gripping a short knife in his sleeve. One day my king will return to Lulan, and then all of you will be punished. His words only made them laugh louder. The leader sneered, damn it, I was going to rough you up for fun and let you go, but since you're asking for it, don't blame us. Chui glared coldly. What do you want? You like being a useless dog, right? Then bark like one in the street. If we're entertained, we'll let you go. Chui, furious beyond restraint, drew the knife from his sleeve and lunged at them. But clearly he was no fighter. Before he could swing, he was kicked down. D. The men were enraged. That a pathetic exile dared raise a blade against them. They rushed forward, punching and kicking him. Qingxiu thought a moment, then stepped forward to stop them. Enough. Stop hitting him. His voice wasn't loud, but clear enough for all to hear. Who the hell are you? Oh! Duke Qing. At first they cursed arrogantly, but the instant they saw who it was, they all trembled with fear. Especially the leader, who quickly straightened his clothes and bowed respectfully. Envoy Lu Chutong of Lulan greets Duke Qing. You are also an envoy of Lulan? Qingxiu was surprised. He pointed to Chui, now beaten and bruised. You two are envoys of the same country, why are you bullying him, even beating him in the street? Lu Chutong replied scornfully, him? He used to be. Now he's nothing, just a stray dog using a fake title to scrape by in Chang'an. I am Lulan's envoy. My identity is the true one, more rightful than you usurpers. Even battered, Chui stubbornly adjusted his clothes and retorted. You need a beating. Lu Chutong wanted to attack again, but Qingxiu's stern look made him stop. Enough for today. Leave. Fighting is forbidden in Chang'an. If you don't back off, I will deal with you myself. Lu Chutong quickly obeyed, leading his men away. Not long after, mocking laughter echoed from where they had gone. Chui hurried to Qingxiu. I really am an envoy, don't doubt me. The Ministry of Rights can confirm my identity. Qingxiu said coldly, follow me. Explain everything in detail elsewhere. If you're lying, you'll regret it forever. Yes. Chui quickly followed behind. At this time the Qingyun Trading Guild was extremely busy. Yet when they saw Qingxiu, they still paused their work to greet him. Greetings, Duke Qing. Disperse. I've told you many times, no formalities. Get back to work. The crowd lowered their heads again, while the shopkeeper approached. A merchant from Arabia wants to see you. He says it's about a big business deal. Tell him I'm busy. If it's business, discuss it with you. The shopkeeper lowered his voice. Perhaps you should meet him. He's of high status, said to be a prince, and very willing to spend money. He gestured with his hand to indicate a sum. He gave us this much silver, just for a meal with you. It was no small amount. Though Qingxiu cared little for the money, he wondered why someone would pay so much just to dine with him. Don't tell me you accepted it? The shopkeeper chuckled awkwardly. Well, since we heard you'd be coming today, I agreed for you. After all, it'd be a waste not to take it. Qingxiu sighed, speechless, but waved his hand. Fine. Let him wait. Yes, sir. The shopkeeper, relieved, hurried to make arrangements. Chui, meanwhile, was amazed. It was his first time in such a grand guild in Chang'an. Qingxiu's Qingfeng Trading Guild was unmatched in scale. Even its estate was larger than Lulan's royal palace. He was overwhelmed. Qingxiu led him into the main hall, dismissed everyone, and motioned for him to explain everything clearly. Thank you, Duke Qing. Chui looked sorrowful. If you can help me, I will die without regret. I don't need your dying vows. I'm only listening to see if there's profit in it, not out of pity. Understand? Chui stopped wasting words and told his story. He was indeed once Lulan's envoy, and he had married the former king's daughter, becoming a royal son-in-law of great prestige. A year ago, he came to Chang'an as resident envoy. Unexpectedly, a powerful minister in Lulan colluded with the kingdom of Kucha to launch a coup, kill the king, and seize power. After taking the throne, the usurper Lu Jingchong executed the former king's entire family, including the princess Chu Yi had married. Lu Jingchong also declared that Chu Yi and the other envoys in Chang'an were stripped of all rank, replacing them with new envoys to pay tribute. Though Lulan had suffered a coup, the Tang court did not care. With many foreign affairs to manage, Emperor Li Er had no time for a small state like Lulan. As long as Lulan bowed and paid tribute, it did not matter who sat on its throne. Thus, Chu Yi was stripped of all envoy privileges, expelled from his residence, and denied every attempt to see the emperor. Worse still, the new envoy Lu Chutong even sent men to hunt him down. Now I can only scrape by in Chang'an, but I have not forgotten the late king's kindness to me. I seek a chance to meet the Tang emperor, to ask him to send troops and restore my king to the throne. At this point, Chu Yi's eyes blazed with anger. Those envoys you just saw are the henchmen of that traitor. Not a word they say can be trusted. Qingxiu asked him doubtfully, since you want His Majesty to send troops, why come to me? I have no power to move the army. In fact, Qingxiu estimated that even if this matter reached Li Er's ears, he would almost certainly ignore it. Lulan was one of the 36 states of the western regions, but unlike Gaochang, it could not be reached simply by crossing the Heshi corridor. Lulan was deep in the western regions. For every 10 measures of grain carried on campaign, less than half a measure would actually arrive. Logistics costs were unimaginably high. Even though Li Er's long-term plan was to bring the entire western regions under control, this depended on absorbing all the 36 states along the way. Only then could the army rely on local supplies of food, instead of transporting grain entirely from Tang soil. Only under such conditions could the court bear the cost. Thus, the Tang court would never send troops for Lulan's affairs. Qingxiu thought Chu Yi was asking him to persuade His Majesty, but Chu Yi suddenly said something shocking. I asked Duke Qing to send your household troops, recruit soldiers, and march to Lulan to help us eliminate the traitors. What a joke! Impossible. Qingxiu rejected him instantly. His household troops numbered barely 100. Even if each could fight 100 men, they could never replace a real army of tens of thousands. And recruiting soldiers? Absurd. He was not the court. What authority did he have to raise an army? Even if he could, would he personally feed and supply tens of thousands on an expedition to Lulan? Was he Lulan's king's father? This Chu Yi was truly dreaming. Qingxiu said coldly, do you think Tang law is as lax as in Lulan, where any general or minister can raise a private army at will? Though rejected, Chu Yi still refused to give up. He quickly added, if Lulan welcomes back the king, the entire national treasury of gold and silver will be given to Duke Qing for military expenses. You still don't understand, it's not only about money. This man was hopelessly naive. Qingxiu immediately called for the shopkeeper. Take me to meet the prince from Arabia. Right away. The shopkeeper answered, then glanced at Chu Yi, who stood tense and worried. What about him? Handle it yourself. Qingxiu left after tossing down those words. Duke Qing. Can we not discuss this again? Chu Yi rushed forward, but was blocked by the shopkeeper. Envoy, from what I overheard just now, don't you understand what Duke Qing meant? Guifrose. What did he mean? Ah, you outsiders really don't get it. The shopkeeper sighed dramatically. When you go to court officials for help, if they won't do it, they kick you out without even a cup of tea. But Duke Qing, did he kick you out? This sharp shopkeeper had seen through the essence. So, you mean since Duke Qing didn't drive me away, there's still hope? Chu Yi stammered. I never said that. That's for you to figure out yourself. Anyway, since Duke Qing told me to handle you, I'll arrange a simple place for you to stay for now. Chu Yi quickly agreed, yes. Just trouble you later to let me meet Duke Qing. The shopkeeper grimaced. Why are you so clueless? Always troubling others, why not think of a way yourself? Chu Yi was left dumbfounded as the shopkeeper walked away, not understanding at all. In the trading guild's hall. As soon as Qingxiu arrived, he saw a noble in Arabian dress already seated, standing out from everyone else. The man was attended by 7 or 8 servants, fussing over his robes, massaging his fingers, everything. From a distance, Qingxiu thought he must be a cripple having his muscles exercised. What gave him away as a noble was his hair, jet black. In Arabia, only the emperor and princes could wear black. Any commoner who dared would invite disaster. You must be Duke Qing? When he saw Qingxiu approach, the prince waved aside his attendants and respectfully bowed in greeting. It was an Arabian ceremony. Qingxiu casually returned it. I am he. I am a prince of Arabia. The present emperor is my elder brother. My true name is long and hard for Chinese people, so you may call me Prince Juelos. Qingxiu was surprised at his good Chinese, and his manner was affable. But from how he treated his servants, it was clear he only showed courtesy to equals. I am Qingxiu. You may address me however you wish. Haha, I have long admired your name. You may not know, but the black gold sold from your hand has become a treasure in my country. Nobles of insufficient rank cannot even afford it. Qingxiu asked curiously, what is black gold? Oh, it is what we Arabs call black pepper. More precious than gold, and rightly so. Prince Juelos replied. Qingxiu feigned difficulty and shook his head. There's little I can do. Cultivating black pepper is troublesome. Even with the current yield, I barely make back some costs. Prince Juelos became excited. How do you cultivate it? Could you explain a little? This, Qingxiu fell silent. The prince realized he had spoken too much and laughed it off. I spoke rashly, haha. Just a joke. We know such a treasure must take much effort to cultivate. I have come precisely to solve this problem for you. What do you mean? To help you produce black pepper in huge quantities, tens, hundreds, even thousands of times more, and sell it across the world. His tone was bold, and his confidence so great that Qingxiu almost believed him capable. So, it seems your highness is fully confident? Qingxiu looked at him with interest. Forgive me for being direct. The cultivation, selection, and roasting of black pepper requires nearly 100 steps of craftsmanship. You know nothing of these techniques, how can you help me? Prince Juelos burst into loud laughter. You're absolutely right, I don't understand a thing. But I do know one thing. All these processes need time, and especially money. As long as Duke Qing has enough money in hand, won't the output increase? Qingxiu realized, here was the real point. Why not speak more plainly, Your Highness? Prince Juelos smiled. Very well. The emperor wishes to buy more from you. Each caravan can transport more than 300 jin at a time. If Duke Qing's production is not enough, we are willing to invest heavily, whether in opening land or hiring workers, you may freely use our money. As he spoke, he waved his hand. His attendants quickly presented a banknote. Please look, Duke Qing. This is our first sum of money. Use it as you wish. If it is not enough, simply open your mouth and draw directly from our Royal Trading Guild. Qingxiu glanced at the note casually, indeed, it was an astronomical figure. It seems Prince Juelos does understand technology after all. Haha. Not at all, only a little, only a little. The Arabs were the same as ever, they fully understood the importance of respecting craftsmen and technicians. I can give it a try. If it works, I will guarantee that in every trade with your royal caravan, I will supply no less than 300 jin. But, Juelos understood immediately and declared, all this money we invest for you to expand production counts as our aid. We only ask to get enough black pepper in each trade. It looked like a loss for the Arabs, pouring money into Qingxiu's expansion only to get more goods. But in truth it was not. At present, Qingxiu supplied each foreign caravan in Chang'an with only 3 jin, no more. With only 3 jin, even resold at dozens of times the price, profits were limited. But if the Arab Royal Guild controlled such a vast supply, they would dominate the black pepper market outside Tang. With all other merchants unable to match their quantity, they would hold pricing power. As long as their prices stayed within what buyers could bear, they would surely make fortunes. Don't be fooled by their wealth, the Arabs were never stupid. They would never do business at a loss. Good, good. Qingxiu clapped his hands and laughed. It seems the prince not only understands technique but is also highly talented in business. Not at all, only a little. Prince Juelos smiled broadly. So our deal is settled? Settled. But I must say, even with this money, expanding capacity may still. If it's not enough, simply go to any bank in Chang'an, draw from our Royal Guild's account at will. Juelos answered boldly. You're not afraid I'll empty all your funds? Prince Juelos was unconcerned. We trust Duke Qing as an honest and trustworthy merchant. Otherwise, you could not have built such a vast enterprise. And even if you did withdraw it all, to spend such wealth making a friend like Duke Qing would still be worth it. A true merchant indeed, smooth and capable in all directions. Very well, in that case, I will gladly take your highness as my friend. The two exchanged looks and laughed together. Then Prince Juelos ordered his men to bring a gift, a meeting present for Duke Qing. You must accept it. This is my token of goodwill. If you refuse, it will be like slapping my face. He led Qingxiu outside the guild. There, dozens of tall, dark-skinned slaves were waiting. Kunlun slaves? Qingxiu recognized them at once. Exactly. I heard you Tang people call them that. Rich families love to buy them from us Arabs. These men were hand-picked by me, undemanding in food, strong in labor, even better than oxen and horses. Most importantly, they can also fight. Do you know? In Rome, people buy these Kunlun slaves for gladiatorial arenas. I even plan to host such an event here in Chang'an. Off topic. Anyway, are you satisfied? Qingxiu was no European colonizer of later times. He had no interest in using Kunlun slaves for plantations. You needn't worry about rebellion. They are all castrated, with no temper at all. As he spoke, Prince Juelos slapped one slave hard. The man lowered his head silently, not daring a sound. Qingxiu did not pity them, he simply had no use for them. Very well, since it is your highness's goodwill, how can I refuse? He accepted them all, ordering they be taken to the back courtyard. After all, Kunlun slaves were popular in Chang'an. He could sell them easily later. Having given his gift, Prince Juelos was still eager. He insisted on taking Qingxiu to a brothel that evening, all expenses on him. I've heard many foreign dancers have arrived in the brothels of Chang'an. Tonight let me take you to enjoy them. Qingxiu quickly declined. No need. I have never had the habit of going to brothels. If your highness likes foreign dancers, enjoy yourself. Prince Juelos sighed regretfully. Very well. But since Duke Qing is a righteous man, unwilling to visit such places, I understand. Then I take my leave. If you ever need anything, just ask me. Seeing his confidence, Qingxiu suddenly thought of Chu Yi, still waiting in the guild. No need to speak of later. For now, I do have a request for your highness. Would you be willing? Prince Juelos immediately declared, just say the word. If it is within my power, I will certainly do it for Duke Qing. It's nothing troublesome. With your high rank, handling it should not be difficult, Qingxiu said with a smile. Of course, of course. He had not expected Qingxiu's trust in him to be so great. His heart swelled, and he laughed loudly. Being able to gain Qingxiu's approval was, in his eyes, something worth boasting about. Qingxiu leaned closer and lowered his voice. I must trouble your highness, in your own name, to help me raise a strong mercenary force in the western regions and Arabia, for my use. Mercenaries? Prince Juelos was surprised by his request. If you need soldiers, why not just recruit them here in Chang'an? You Tang people are not only strong but also true soldiers of your empire. Wouldn't they be more reliable than greedy mercenaries? This sounded absurd, but to him it was normal. Arabia was not like Tang. Central imperial power there was far weaker. Not only dukes but even local strongmen and officials could raise private armies. Naturally, he assumed Tang must be the same. Qingxiu could not be bothered to explain. These things are too complicated. In short, I hope your highness can help me with this. Very well, that's no trouble at all. Prince Juelos agreed readily. In Tang, laws are strict, I truly cannot manage it for you. But in the western regions, however many men you want, I can gather. Romans, Westerners, Kunlun slaves, I will pick only the strongest and most warlike for you. But you must pay them well, otherwise? Qingxiu nodded. I understand. Loyalty is always built on money. Haha, you grasp it perfectly. Prince Juelos pounded his chest and promised. On his return journey through the western regions, he would make sure to arrange this. He even said that if raising mercenaries required money, he could advance it for Qingxiu. If convenient later, Qingxiu could repay him. Or if Duke Qing's funds are tight, you needn't repay me at all, take it as another gift from me. How can that be? You are already doing me such a great favor. To let you spend even more money would be improper. After exchanging a few more polite words, Qingxiu took his leave of Prince Juelos and returned to the guild. Once back, he immediately asked the shopkeeper, where did you arrange that man? I gave him a guest room to stay in for now. But he insists on asking to see you. Qingxiu thought for a moment, then said, let him stay. If he wishes to see me, tell him I have no time. Understood. The shopkeeper answered, then cautiously added, I may be overstepping, but should I say this to you? Qingxiu didn't need to guess. You want to say keeping him is useless, and may even cause trouble if His Majesty pursues it? Yes. Don't worry. I have my own plans for him. Seeing Qingxiu so firm, the shopkeeper wisely said no more. A few days later. The first frost fell, and late autumn grew colder and harsher. The common people had finished the autumn harvest, turned the soil, and were now waiting for the slack farming season. As winter neared, they busied themselves chopping firewood to prepare for the cold. At this time, Chang'an received some new guests. More precisely, they were prisoners of war sent by Li Ji. But these were no ordinary soldiers or officers, their rank was so high that even senior generals could not compare. They were royal nobles of Goguryeo, along with dukes of great standing. Earlier, Li Ji had followed the court's orders, leading the fleet to strike Goguryeo's naval forces and coastal ports. With his powerful treasure ships, he fought more than 30 naval battles without a single defeat, destroying all Goguryeo ships and dismantling every dock. Even their fishermen and merchants could not go to sea. Despite a long coastline, they dared not use it. Instead, they had to garrison the shores day and night, fearing a Tang raid. This endless struggle drained Goguryeu's wealth and exhausted its troops. Meanwhile, Li Ji's repeated land raids captured many prisoners, among them numerous royal and noblemen. These men had joined the army for training in hopes of future promotion, but after only days in service, they ran into Li Ji, the god of slaughter. Li Ji knew their importance. Without delay, he sent them all to Chang'an for the court to decide. When Li Er received them, he was overjoyed, ordering immediate interrogation. But these men were no hard bones. Without torture, only with threats, they spilled everything they knew. Li Er then summoned all his closest ministers to the Taiji Hall for secret discussion. He even had their testimonies copied into booklets so each minister could read them. So, last year, not only Guanzhong but even Goguryeo suffered a drought? Now they are exhausted. If we attack at this moment, they cannot withstand it. The ministers were delighted. From the confessions, it was clear, this was the perfect time to strike Goguryeo. Last year, they had also faced drought and locusts. Crops had failed. East of the Yalu, corpses lay everywhere. And because of constant wars with Baekje and Silla, their treasury was empty and the people in misery. Most importantly, to handle these wars, they had already stretched their army thin. What does Duke Qing think? Li Er looked to Qingxiu. He knew Qingxiu's judgment would be right. If Qingxiu said fight, then he would mobilize the empire without hesitation. Of course we must fight. Now is the perfect time. Miss it, and the cost of war will rise sharply. Qingxiu decided at once. But preparations must be thorough. We must never repeat Emperor Yang of Sui's mistake. I understand. Li Er nodded. He would treat this with caution regardless. Also, before the campaign, Your Majesty should write letters to Silla and Baekje, requiring their full cooperation when war begins, striking Goguryeu's rear. Then order Li Ji to land along the coast, to burn, kill, and plunder their heartland, keep their rear in chaos. Qingxiu laid out point by point, leaving Goguryeo no way to survive. Even Li Er had not expected Qingxiu's thinking to be so thorough. Duruhui even smiled and said, for Goguryeo to be dealt with under such a strategy by Duke Qing is truly their misfortune. A lion uses its full strength even when hunting a rabbit, let alone a nation that has dominated the three Han lands for so long. Qingxiu was viewing this war from the perspective of a god. He knew Goguryeo was not some rootless nomadic tribe, not a steppe empire. They were a true agrarian state with deep foundations, far more advanced in productivity than nomads, and they held millions of people. To attack Goguryeo meant seizing cities one by one, not galloping across the steppe to win battles. But Li Er clearly had not realized this. He still thought Goguryeo a mere petty country. It was for this reason that in history, Li Er's first campaign had not even reached Goguryeu's heartland before retreating. Qingxiu had no intention of allowing Goguryeo even the slightest chance of survival. In this war, they must be crushed with thunderous force and fully annexed into Tang territory. Fuji, how much grain can be mobilized now from the court? Reporting to Your Majesty. Li Er turned and asked Changsun Wuji and others about supplies and preparation time. This was not something Qingxiu needed to worry about. Instead, he studied the frontier map, the borderland between Tang and Goguryeo. Looking carefully, he suddenly realized he might have overlooked a critical point. Your Majesty, before the army departs, I need to go to Liaodong. Li Er was surprised by such a request. Do you intend to personally command the war in Liaodong? In fact, Li Er himself planned to personally lead the campaign. If Qingxiu commanded troops, he would feel secure. No. Qingxiu pointed to a region on the map. Your Majesty has not noticed, Goguryeo still has an ally. He pointed north of Liaodong, Jianzhou. That region was held by the fishing-hunting tribes, the Jurchens. Because their land did not directly border Tang, they had long submitted to Goguryeo. If war began, they would surely follow Goguryeo's command and fight. Li Er asked, so Duke Qing intends, before war begins, to destroy the Jurchens? No. The Jurchen tribes are too many and too vast. Destroying them would provoke Goguryeo and start the war too soon. Qingxiu shook his head. I intend to win them over, so they will fight for Tang in this war. Although he told Li Er he was going to Liaodong, Qingxiu's first stop was elsewhere. He detoured to Linzi in Shandong. Linzi was the transfer hub for all Shandong commerce, a gathering place of trading guilds. Among them were the powerful salt merchants. Qingxiu's arrival shocked all of Shandong's business circles. He and Wang Jin, the local salt baron, were bitter enemies, their feud irreconcilable. His sudden visit could mean nothing good. Wang Jin could not guess his intentions, but Qingxiu's rank was too high. He dared not move against him, only sent men to watch his every step. Yet Qingxiu soon gave him greater shock. After only a few days in Lindsay, he directly inquired about the Salt Merchants Guild. With only 2 or 3 attendants, he went there in person. As soon as he reached the guild's gate, the entire place prepared as if facing a deadly enemy. Wang Jin hurried to summon all his lieutenants to discuss Qingxiu's intentions. The guards at the gate gave Qingxiu the excuse: Wang Jin was ill in bed and unable to meet. Please return, Duke. If my master recovers, he will surely pay you a visit himself. Qingxiu, of course, knew this was only a lie. These men are too timid. Looking at the tightly shut gates, he sneered, then raised his voice. I came alone, and you tremble like this? It seems your guild's great reputation is empty. Tell your master, I came to save him, not harm him. If he does not meet me today, he will regret it for the rest of his life. When this was passed on to Wang Jin, he grew even more doubtful. He can save me? Our guild's downfall, he played the greatest part. If he doesn't harm me, I should thank heaven. How could he save me? He scoffed. But not all the guild leaders thought so. Many urged him to meet at least once. At least he is Duke Qing. If we refuse to see him, he could use his power against us and bring trouble. Yes, he came alone. Even if he comes in, it's harmless. If you're worried, gather guards in the hall. If anything happens, act then. Persuaded by so many, Wang Jin wavered. After thinking it over, he decided, Qingxiu was just one man, he could not stir much trouble. Then let him in. But only him, no attendants or guards. But when this condition was told outside, Qingxiu rejected it at once. I am a duke of the empire, yet to enter your guild I must suffer so many rules? If I enter, not one of my men will be left behind. He ignored the guard's words and ordered his attendants forward. Duke Qing, you mustn't. The man tried to stop him, but one cold glance from Qingxiu made his legs buckle. How could he dare stop Duke Qing? Qingxiu's announcement had already been giving them face. If he had stormed in directly, what could they do? Qingxiu entered the hall. Before long, Wang Jin appeared, feigning weakness, coughing, supported by others, to bow before him. Behind him stood many guards and the guild spokesman, among them the shopkeepers Qingxiu had secretly summoned to Chang'an. Greetings to Duke Qing. Wang Jin bowed weakly but properly. Shopkeeper Wang, since you are ill, no need for such heavy courtesy. I must not, courtesy cannot be discarded. How could I not follow it? Wang Jin tried to decline, but Qingxiu pressed him. Very well then, perform the entire formal sequence. Wang Jin froze. He had intended Qingxiu would refuse, so he could back down. But instead Qingxiu agreed, leaving him no step to retreat. Helpless, he had to force himself through the full ritual, while Qingxiu calmly watched his performance. A private audience with a duke required an extremely complicated and lengthy ritual. Most of the time, when a duke personally visited a private residence or a merchant's house, such formalities were waived, a simple bow was enough. But now, Qingxiu truly intended to make Wang Jin suffer a little. That full set of rituals took nearly the time of one incense stick. By the end, Wang Jin was drenched in sweat. Shopkeeper, you've worked hard. Sit and rest a while, Qingxiu said casually, pointing to a seat as if he were the master of the house. Suppressing his anger, Wang Jin Saturday, what does Duke Qing command? Qingxiu set down his teacup. Command? No. Only a suggestion that might let you live. Listen if you will, if not, forget it. Live? Wang Jin sneered. I don't understand what you mean. But I think, if Duke Qing stopped targeting me everywhere, I'd live much longer. Let's speak frankly. Do you truly believe it is I targeting you? Qingxiu glanced at him coldly. The court wants to take back all salt revenues from your hands. Even I am only a piece in the court's larger plan. Wang Jin froze slightly, wondering if Qingxiu's words were true. By now, the court has fully arranged to reclaim the Shandong salt monopoly. More importantly, Tang is preparing to march against Goguryeo. Soon, the army will arrive in Shandong. What has His Majesty's campaign against Goguryeo to do with us small merchants? Wang Jin asked, still forcing calm. Qingxiu laughed. Small merchants? You don't truly believe the court is unaware of what you've been doing all these years. He tossed a booklet at Wang Jin. See for yourself. At first, Wang Jin was indifferent. But as he flipped through, cold sweat ran down his face. The booklet recorded in detail his secret dealings with Goguryeo and the Turks, smuggling salt and iron, conspiring to cooperate in raids. Compared to that, the listed crimes of arrogance toward the court, oppressing the people, and hoarding goods seemed trivial. The latter half of the booklet was filled with evidence, detailed and thorough. The court's evidence is even more than what's written here. Do I need to say more? Qingxiu looked at him mockingly. Wang Jin forced himself not to show weakness, forcing a laugh. These are trumped-up charges, nothing but words on paper. I could write the same. These are not just words. Qingxiu said quietly. Remember some time ago, when the soldiers returned from the Eastern campaign with Goguryeo prisoners? Wang Jin's smile froze. His hidden hands trembled. Among them were Goguryeo royals. That one sentence was enough. Nothing more needed. Wang Jin fell silent. He realized all his letters and trade with Goguryeo must have been exposed by those royals. Damn them! Why did they spill everything? He cursed inside. But he did not know, Qingxiu's words mixed truth and falsehood. The crimes were real, but the sources were not Goguryeo royals. The evidence came from merchants Qingxiu had turned in Shandong. He was only using the coincidence to protect his spies. You know the court has long wished to bring you down, but lacked an opening. Now the evidence is ironclad. Do you think you can escape? Wiping his forehead, Wang Jin realized he had slumped into his chair, his sweat soaking it. Smuggling salt and iron aside, mere treason with the enemy meant extermination of his clan. Then if the court holds all this evidence, why haven't they arrested me? Because your power is too great. The court fears you'd lash out, throwing Shandong's commerce into chaos. That is why they plan to station troops in Shandong before the Goguryeo War, then seize you suddenly and take all your trade. Wang Jin had no choice but to believe. It was indeed the best way. He looked at a follower, who confirmed, the court is indeed mobilizing troops and gathering grain. The march to Goguryeo passes through Shandong. At this, Wang Jin nearly fainted. No, the court won't dare destroy me so easily. Shandong needs me to keep order. If I am seized, my men will plunge it into chaos. Still dreaming? Those riffraff, how much trouble can they stir? And will their loyalty last until death? Qingxiu laughed coldly. Our emperor is wise, with a heart to pacify all under heaven. How could he allow Shandong to be disrupted by a few petty rogues? All of Wang Jin's last illusions collapsed. Only now did he see how ridiculous his schemes were against imperial might. He glanced at his guards, cutthroats he had gathered. Not one met his gaze. If Qingxiu declared his crimes and ordered him seized now, not one would move. Since the court gives me no way to live, I'll at least take one with me. Wang Jin slammed the table, roaring like a beast. He thought his men would echo him. But instead, every merchant lowered their heads. Not one supported him. Fool! Qingxiu did not hide his contempt. I offered you a path to live, yet you choose death? Do you remember what I said before I came? Wang Jin suddenly sobered. If there was any chance of survival, he did not want to die. What way did Duke Qing mean to save me? Please, give me guidance, he asked carefully. It's simple, only depends on whether you can part with it. I'm about to lose my life. What could I not part with? As long as I live, anything is possible. Wang Jin gritted his teeth. Seeing Wang Jin thrash like a trapped beast, Qingxiu secretly smiled. His plan was already half successful. I'll say this once. Whether you save yourself depends on whether you're willing. Wang Jin nodded, then looked at the merchants and his retainers. They were tactful enough to leave at once, and soon the huge hall held only the two of them. Please speak. A short while later, Wang Jin personally escorted Qingxiu to the door, though their expressions could not be more different. Qingxiu's face was warm as spring. Wang Jin's was darker, more anxious than before. This is far enough. Thank you, shopkeeper Wang, Qingxiu said, motioning him to stop. Wang Jin bowed. Safe travels. If you have time in the future, please visit often. I fear that even if I have time, by then your guild may not exist, Qingxiu said flatly. That only deepened Wang Jin's sense of crisis. For once, his eyes flickered with fear. Are your words true? How can I know to believe you? Ridiculous. Why should I prove myself to convince you? Qingxiu laughed. Believe it or not, it isn't my head on the line. Then why do you help me? I don't understand. Think on it yourself. If you can figure it out, you'll know why I help. Without another word, Qingxiu left with his attendants. He still had to reach Jianzhou to deal with the Jurchens, with no time to waste here. This hinting strategy worked. After returning home, Wang Jin grew more restless and anxious. Qingxiu's method was simple: before the court moved against him, abandon all his wealth and secretly flee north beyond the border to join the southern Turks, who had already surrendered. Qingxiu promised he could use his connections to ensure Wang Jin passed the frontier safely without being stopped by Tang troops. Of course, Qingxiu wasn't helping him for free. The condition: all of Wang Jin's guild resources must be handed over to Qingxiu. So that's it, he wants to take everything I have before the court can seize it. Wang Jin ground his teeth in hate. Yet in the days that followed, his faint hopes vanished. Every bit of news confirmed Qingxiu's words were true. And Qingxiu's visit and revelations shook his own power. The cutthroats he had gathered from all over began to disappear one by one. The merchants under him grew disobedient. It was as if all Shandong now believed the Salt Guild had no future. Unable to sit still, Wang Jin finally drafted a letter and sent it to the Liaodong address Qingxiu gave him. By doing so, he had yielded wealth and resources. He no longer cared. If he could live, he would give them all up. Qingxiu had long heard that Liaodong in autumn and winter was deadly cold, beyond what ordinary people could bear. He had prepared, bringing heavy clothing and even converting his carriage into one with a charcoal stove. But once past Shanhai Pass, he saw lakes not yet frozen and realized he had underestimated it. The farther northeast, the colder it grew. Villages along the road grew scarcer. When he reached the Liaodong front, he found the largest settlement of people here was the army camp. Everyone says the deserts of the north and northwest are unlivable. But in autumn and winter, Liaodong's climate is deadlier. To be honest, before I came, I dreamed of killing some foes and earning rewards to buy land. But here I spent everything on winter clothes and firewood. A soldier escorting Qingxiu grumbled. Do you know when His Majesty will order the attack on Goguryeo? I just want to go home, this cold is killing me. Qingxiu thought, this is nothing yet. When winter truly comes, water will freeze solid. That will be unbearable. Soon, he entered the commander's tent. A soldier told him to wait. The two generals left early today. By now they should be back, but I don't know what they went to do. Very well, thank you. Qingxiu had his attendant hand the soldier a bundle. The man opened it and nearly dropped his eyes. It was full of silver. You're too generous. I only did a small thing. Don't overthink it. This isn't just for you. Use it to buy wine and meat, to treat the brothers in the camp. The soldier understood, bowed gratefully, and hurried off with the silver. Waiting idly, Qingxiu studied the sand table of the camp. Indeed, the frontier defenses were thorough. The deployments of both sides interlocked, a sign of imminent war. But what surprised him was the activity of the Jurchens. These fishing-hunting tribes had pushed out of Jianzhou, seizing much of the Khitan land. Just then, voices came from outside, and the tent flap lifted. Shui Rengui and Li Daoyan had returned. Duke Qing, you're here so soon? Ah, big brother, you didn't even tell us you were coming. I would have prepared a welcome. The two were both surprised and delighted. But before greetings, Qingxiu cut straight at Shui Rengui. What's with the Jurchens? What? Shui Rengui blinked. The Jurchens? Weren't they just a small tribe, hardly worth mention? They've lived in Jianzhou for ages. I'm not asking why they live there, I know that. I'm asking why Jianzhou Jurchens have gone south, attacking and seizing Khitan land. Shui Rengui suddenly understood. So that's what Qingxiu meant. These tribes fight all the time. It's normal. They've been grabbing land for years. Let them fight. What we should worry about is Goguryeo. Qingxiu's face darkened. So you already knew the Jianzhou Jurchens were attacking Khitan tribes, and you just let it happen? Shui Rengui was even more confused. Duke Qingua, you still don't know how weak these Jurchens are, do you? Their weapons are made of stone. Even if they come south, they can't be any threat. Li Daoyan couldn't help agreeing. Yes, perhaps you didn't know the Jurchens before. They are very weak. Did Qingxiu not understand? He knew these Jianzhou savages better than anyone in this era. Do you two not know that the Jurchens are subjects of Goguryeo? If war breaks out, and the Jurchens directly invade Xi lands and threaten our rear, what then? Don't tell me you act as if the Jurchens don't exist? The two looked at each other, unable to reply. Indeed, they had overlooked this, only because the Jurchens were too weak. So weak that they believed the Jurchens wouldn't even dare send troops to aid Goguryeo. Duke Qingua, could you explain why the Jurchens are such a great threat? At this moment, Shui Rengui completely lost his earlier boldness before Qingxiu. He had none of the confidence and recklessness he had shown in camp. Can't you even read the map properly? Qingxiu scolded angrily. Think about it. If the Xi submit to the Jurchens and join hands with them, then while our main army marches north, they strike into Liaodong to burn, kill, and plunder, what will happen to the rear? This. Shui Rengui frowned. Indeed, this is our negligence. In the past we only thought about winning or losing on the battlefield. When he thought of those savages slaughtering Tang civilians behind them, a chill ran down his spine. In the future, if you lead troops yourself, how can you not consider such matters? Even if 1,000,000 barbarians and beasts die, it doesn't matter. But if even one of our Tang soldiers or civilians is lost to them, it is a great pity. Hearing this, Shui Rengui suddenly understood. Li Daoyan also spoke at once. General Shui, why don't we go together to investigate? Good. Let's go find those Jurchens now. Before they could move, Qingxiu frowned and stopped them. You want to campaign against the Jurchens? Exactly. What a waste. If those Jurchens can be won over to our side, and serve as the vanguard to block arrows and spears when our Tang army besieges cities, isn't that even better? These words suddenly enlightened the two men. Indeed, Qingxiu's thinking was thorough. To tell the truth, the reason I came to Liaodong this time was to win over the Jurchens before war begins, so that Goguryeo will have no support when the fighting starts. Only then did Shui Rengue realize why Qingxiu was paying so much attention to the movements of the Jurchens on the map. In that case, no problem. Tomorrow I will personally lead troops north to discuss with the Jurchens. Qingxiu lifted his eyelids slightly. If they refuse to submit to the Tang, what will you do then? Then I'll send troops straight to destroy the Jurchens, beat them until they flee north in panic, and dare not touch Liaodong again. Shui Rengue answered without thinking. Qingxiu could only sigh helplessly. You brat, to someone who always uses a hammer, everything looks like a nail? Must every problem be solved by war? Tomorrow I'll take a few scouts. You two come with me, and I'll show you what the best solution is. The two were left speechless by Qingxiu's rebuke. They had always thought those savages were brave but brainless, and the only language they understood was fists and blades. But Qingxiu knew better. Since those savages had little sense, it was all the more reason to make use of that. Shi tribe. At this moment, the Shi tribal chief, Salih, was covered in sweat. They had just been forced to abandon the banks of the Heilung River after repeated attacks from the Jurchens. They fled in such haste that they even lost most of their cattle and sheep. Losing livestock was not the worst part. The trouble was that the Heilung River was the place where the Shi tribe had risen. Their ancestral tombs were there, along with many altars for sacrifices to the gods. These things might seem intangible and useless, but to the tribesmen, they were the very foundation of their spirit. If they believed they would never again retake the Heilung River in their lifetime, they would lose the courage to resist the Jurchens. Those bastards! Salih slapped his thigh in anger, but accidentally pulled the arrow wound on his arm, making him grimace in pain. Yet in the tent, none of the tribal spokesmen cared about him. All they thought of was the ancestral land they had just lost. Great Khan, when will we fight back? The tombs and spirit tablets of our ancestors are still there, we cannot just leave them. Why don't we gather our strength again, and attack tonight? We can't suffer this loss in silence. I think the Jurchens only had a brief moment of courage. They've just taken our ancestral land, they must be celebrating now. This is the best time to strike back. Everyone spoke at once, as if Salih was no longer their leader at all. Clearly, since he had lost the Heilung River, his prestige in their eyes had fallen to rock bottom. Many no longer even considered him their great Khan. Shut up! I'm not dead yet. Salih endured the pain in his arm and roared in fury. At last, the noisy tent grew quiet. But in their eyes, defiance still burned. Of course we must reclaim our ancestral land. But now is truly impossible. Didn't you see? The Jurchens now wear iron armor, and even their old stone axes have been replaced with iron swords. Surely Goguryeo people are helping them. We don't even have decent iron weapons, how can we fight back? He thought his rational analysis would gain agreement, but instead the stares of the others grew colder and more unsettling. They did not want reason. Beaten again and again by the Jurchens, their resentment had long piled up. At this moment, they would not listen to any logic. In savage tribes, what they respected was strength, not words. What do you mean by this? He swallowed hard, his expression growing more severe. Just as the atmosphere froze to the breaking point, a voice came from outside the tent. Great Khan, 3 High Tang officials have arrived outside. 2 look like generals, and the other seems to be their leader. At once, everyone's attention shifted. The chiefs all looked uneasy. Toward the Jurchens, they felt anger and resentment. But toward the Tang, they felt fear. Fear engraved deep in their bones. Back when the Tang unified the empire and reconquered Liaodong, the Shi had held much of the land and cities there, oppressing the Han people. The Tang commander at that time was Prince of Hejian, Li Xiaogong. He wasted no words on the Shi, but showed them the only truth they understood. Fists, and blades, spears, and halberds. Ling Xiaogong's attack needs no more words. Killing those Shi people was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. In only half a month, he drove all the Shi out of Liaodong. Not only that, Ling Xiaogong personally led troops many times into Shi territory for bloody battles, directly cutting down the already sparse Shi men and soldiers by half. This battle made the Shi bow to Tang without hesitation, and at the same time laid the groundwork for them being bullied by the Jurchens today. Even though several years had passed since then, whenever the Shi mentioned the Tang army, they were still filled with fear. Ling Xiaogong's name was so feared that it could stop children from crying. We have not had any trouble with the Tang army recently. Why have they come here? Salih's voice even trembled a little. The messenger hurriedly said, Great Khan, no matter why they came, even if they just came for food, they must be well entertained. We cannot neglect them. These words made sense. Salih immediately ordered wine and meat to be prepared to entertain the Tang visitors. The three who came were Qingxiu, Shuiren Gui, and Ling Daoyan. Although they knew the Shi deeply feared the Tang army, they hadn't expected that upon meeting, the Shi would go so far. As they walked into the tribe, all along the road Shi people knelt respectfully on both sides, kowtowing wherever they passed. Even Great Khan Salih and the tribal chiefs knelt on the ground to welcome them. Isn't this too much? Qingxiu hadn't expected them to be so terrified. Greetings to the Tang generals, forgive us for not welcoming you from afar, please don't be offended. Salih, together with the nobles and chiefs, bowed and greeted them. After the greeting, Salih personally led them into the tent, saying that he had prepared rare delicacies for the three generals to taste. Even small chiefs usually can't afford to eat such things, but today I bring them all out to honor you three. But when Qingxiu saw those so-called delicacies, his brows furrowed tightly. Most of the food was things like ant egg paste, bear meat sauce, roasted wild boar skin, and mountain ginseng vegetable meat soup. The cooking was rough, and the taste unbearable for Qingxiu, who was used to fine food. Especially their wine, inside the jars one could even see maggot corpses floating. But they didn't care. They just scooped out the worms and kept drinking. The Shi nobles even poured ant egg paste onto millet rice and ate with great relish. Clearly, these were rare treats for them. You three need not be polite. Treat this place as home. Eat as much as you want. If not enough, there is more. Even Shuiren Gui, used to hard military life, who could fight after chewing a few bites of dry rations, could hardly stomach such dark cooking. Qingxiu cupped his hands and saluted. Thank you, but we have more important matters today, we cannot stay for food. Once we finish, we will leave. Take these things away. Shuiren Gui frowned and ordered. The servants were secretly delighted. If the three didn't eat, the food would be theirs. Salih grew uneasy. This small chief doesn't quite understand, we have not disturbed Tang's borders recently. He only knew that whenever Tang people came, if they said it was to talk, it usually ended with curses and humiliation. I know you haven't invaded Tang's borders, but haven't the Jurchens invaded your land many times? Qingxiu said with a smile. At these words, no one had the appetite anymore. Our scouts just came from Heilung River. Do you want to know what happened there? Salih quickly shook his head. No, I don't know. Yesterday we were just driven from Heilung River by the Jurchens. Qingxiu shook his head in false pity. What a shame. Your ancestral land and tombs have fallen into those savages' hands, alas. He deliberately paused, making the other chiefs feel unbearable. Please tell us, what happened? A small chief quickly asked. Too tragic to watch. Qingxiu shook his head. Your ancestral tombs were all dug open, the corpses left under the sun, gnawed by insects, snakes, and ants. They even used coffins as troughs to feed horses. The altars were torn apart, the wood used for cooking fires. Qingxiu vividly described what he had seen. The Shi burst into tears, some even crying aloud. Ancestors! We are useless, we let you suffer. Those Jurchen dogs should all be killed. When I fight back, I'll boil them alive. Our ancestors' bones are suffering in those beasts' hands, how can we sit here calmly? The Shi roared in anger, wishing to tear the Jurchens to pieces. Some even grabbed blades, ready to rush out, and only with great effort did their attendants hold them back. But Great Khan Salih kept his head lowered, silent, not even noticing the spilled wine on the table. Clearly, his hatred was no less than theirs. Laughable, truly laughable. Shuiren Gui burst into wild laughter, completely opposite to their grief. If not for their fear of the Tang, they would have drawn blades against him. One asked angrily, why does the general laugh? Do you, like the Jurchens, enjoy watching us suffer? Don't compare me with those barbarian dogs. Shuiren Gui looked at him coldly. I just find it funny that you cry here with all your strength, yet refuse to fight and die on the battlefield to retake your ancestral land. What could be more ridiculous? Hearing this, the Shi nobles lowered their heads in shame. If they really had the strength to reclaim their land, how could things have come to this? I don't think it's because you are useless, but because the Jurchens are cunning, and they also received weapons and armor from Goguryeo. That's why you can't win. Qingxiu broke the awkward silence. If you two had weapons and armor no worse than the Jurchens, defeating them would be easy. Salih gave a bitter smile. We cannot afford such things, and no one would sell them to us. The Tang always strictly controlled the flow of iron and weapons at the borders. They would never allow barbarians to buy iron arms, not even kitchen knives. And though Goguryeo could forge iron, their production was far below Tang's. They could barely equip themselves, and what they gave the Jurchens was squeezed out with great effort. The Shi, distrusted by Tang and excluded by Goguryeo, had no way of getting proper iron armor or swords. Hearing Qingxiu's words, Salih suddenly had a bold thought. Could it be that this general wanted to provide them with swords and iron armor, so they could fight their way back to Heilong River and take revenge on the Jurchens? After all, perhaps they still had some use to the Tang. Maybe the Tang really would arm them. But clearly he thought too much. How could Qingxiu possibly give weapons and armor to these tribesmen? Wouldn't that just fatten them up for now, only for the Shi to later cause chaos after the Jurchen problem was solved? Yet Qingxiu told him another unexpected piece of good news. The Shi have submitted to Tang, and are our subjects. Naturally, they should be protected by the heavenly army of Tang. Seeing you chased and driven off by the Jurchen barbarians, even your place of origin plundered and taken, we cannot bear it. We are willing to send troops to help you take back your ancestral land and punish the Jurchens. The weight of these words nearly made Salih jump up on the spot, and the others couldn't help crying out in shock. In the past they had often been beaten by the Tang army, trembling with fear whenever Tang troops appeared. But Tang offering help, this was the first time. On thinking carefully, if the Tang really did send troops to help, not only could they reclaim their ancestral land, even wiping out the Jurchens would be as easy as turning the hand. Is this true, General? Salih's hands shook with excitement. But a small chief at his side quickly whispered in his ear. Great Khan, don't believe him too easily. Tang military movements are complicated. It's not certain this man even has the power to move troops. He might just be fooling us. Reminded of this, Salih calmed down somewhat. If these were only minor officers at the border, commanding fewer than 100 men, then his excitement was for nothing. I don't know, General, how high is your rank in the army? I mean, how many troops can you command? Qingxiu of course understood the reason for this question. He said nothing, but Xueren Gue, quick to see, immediately spoke. Do you know what place my elder brother holds in court? Duke of Qinghua. Do you not know the weight of a duke? Salih and the others all honestly shook their heads. They truly didn't know. Xueren Gue nearly fainted from anger. With the status of Duke of Qinghua, the troops and supplies he can command could crush all of Goguryeo. And those damn Jurchens? They aren't even worthy of a glance from the Duke of Qinghua. Qingxiu coughed lightly. Not as much as that. But sending troops to help you take down the Jurchens is no difficult matter. Salih still didn't understand what a duke's rank meant. But hearing Xueren Gue's description, he realized this young man before him was an incomparably rare noble guest. So you are Duke of Qinghua. Please accept another bow from me. You must take charge for us Shi. Salih at once knelt again respectfully before Qingxiu, crying aloud. No matter what kind of great official this duke was, kneeling was never wrong. Seeing this man so respectful, Qingxiu knew the mood was ready. Please rise quickly. Today I came here precisely to aid you. Qingxiu waved his hand grandly. I can help you reclaim your ancestral foundation, even punish the Jurchens and make them pay the price they deserve. But on one condition, you must obey my arrangements completely. If you disobey even a little and the plan is harmed, then once the Jurchens are destroyed, your end will be no better. Salih nodded again and again. Of course, of course. From now on, all the people of my Shi tribe will be under the command of the Duke of Qinghua. And another thing, the court will not help you for nothing. Qingxiu looked at Salih meaningfully. The latter quickly understood. I understand. From now on, if the Tang army campaigns anywhere and requires my tribe to send troops, we will do our utmost to provide aid. In just a few short words, Qingxiu had drawn in this outside support. The Shi had only 70 or 80,000 men, but all could wear armor and fight as soldiers. Though these tribesmen's fighting power could not compare to Tang's elite heavy troops, on the battlefield they could serve as fearless cannon fodder. Qingxiu and Salih agreed. 3 days later, they would gather their forces and strike the Jurchens. They also promised that all spoils would be split equally, and the reclaimed land would be returned to the Shi. Salih gave thanks again and again. He even wanted to host them for the night, but Qingxiu refused. After leaving the Shi camp, as soon as Xueren Gue mounted his horse he asked. Duke of Qinghua, are we really going to let our brothers die for these savages' land? He thought of their comrades not dying on the battlefield for founding great achievements, but instead in this wasteland for these barbarians, dying silently. He felt very uneasy. Of course not. When I said we would send troops to help, that was just empty talk. In truth, the Shi themselves will have to fight the Jurchens in open battle. Qingxiu said casually. Xueren Gue was stunned. But they aren't a match for the Jurchens. If they fight head-on, they'll only collapse. That you don't need to worry about. Just follow my plan. Qingxiu was full of confidence. Also, don't forget to return and pick out some elite soldiers. Not many, but they must be the bravest. Give them the finest heavy armor and the best weapons. Yes, boss, how many men do you want? 300. Hearing the number, Xueren Gue was stunned. You have 3 days to get it done. Don't delay. Qingxiu said no more, spurred his horse, and galloped ahead of him. Understood. He replied. Whatever the elder brother said, it must have reason. Li Daoyan, however, was uneasy. He rode up beside Shuiren. In war, the Shi will surely be useless. Victory must depend on our soldiers. But their tribal wars involve tens of thousands. 300 men can't possibly be enough. You don't understand the boss. He must have his reasons. Shuiren was used to blindly following Qingxiu's orders. If he says 300 is enough, then it is absolutely enough. 3 days later. As agreed, Salih sent 50,000 men in leather armor with weapons toward Heilong River, leaving 20,000 to guard the tribe. Not long after departure, Qingxiu and Li Daoyan also arrived, marching with them. Salih gave all command directly to Qingxiu. But what puzzled him was, aside from them, there was no sign of any Tang soldiers. This made the other tribal chiefs start whispering. Were they being tricked? Duke of Qinghua, didn't you say there would be troops coming to aid us? Why do we see no heavenly army marching with us? The Tang army's weapons and equipment are complicated. Each man must have at least 4 warhorses. How could they travel on these forest paths with us now? They must be taking another, wider road. And their marching speed is faster than ours. Perhaps by now they are already at the battlefield. Qingxiu explained casually. No wonder they are heavenly troops. Salih listened with deep respect. In his younger days he had crossed hands with elite Tang soldiers, though it was nothing but being beaten down one-sidedly. Still, he knew Tang equipment was extremely fine, and their warhorses plentiful. Though not so exaggerated as 4 horses per man, he simply assumed Tang's strength had soared in these past 2 years, so it made sense. The others were even more shocked at these words. With 4 horses for each man, how much equipment must they carry? Surely every man wears full armor, face covered. So extravagant. We 4 or 5 must share 1 horse. If only we had such luxurious gear as the Tang, we could fight the Jurchens so they had no chance to live. They all began to imagine it. When battle began, the Tang would fight with unmatched courage, cutting through the Jurchen lines, slaughtering them. And they themselves would only need to watch, shouting now and then, "Heavenly Army mighty." Then, after the Tang crushed the Jurchens, they would kindly return the land at Heilong River to them. Both sides would swear eternal peace, helping each other generation after generation. While many were still lost in fantasy, the army reached the outskirts of Heilong River. The Jurchens had long gotten word. They brought all their able-bodied men to the battlefield. Though they had no proper armor, most using animal skulls as helmets. They already had iron swords and spears, far better than the Shi, who still lived in the Stone Age. As soon as Salih arrived, he searched the battlefield for Tang troops. But across the hills he saw no trace of them. Instead, the Jurchen warriors were many, each brimming with killing intent. What? Last time beaten wasn't enough, you want another? Not enough of you were chopped to death? The Jurchen chieftain Wanyanyu raised his saber proudly. Salih, do you want to die here in Heilong River this time? Nonsense. Today with Tang's heavenly troops aiding me, destroying you is easy. It's you who won't live long. Salih shouted angrily. Wanyanyu sneered. What could the Shi use to hire Tang aid? They themselves had been beaten senseless by Tang. To not be crushed was already fortune. Oh? The Tang came to help you? How many Tang soldiers came? Salih was struck dumb. He quickly asked Qingxiu at his side. Duke of Qinghua, how many men did you bring? Qingxiu of course could not say, 300. He only stayed silent, raising 3 fingers. Salih, without thinking, blurted out. Of course 30 myriad Tang heavenly soldiers. Qingxiu nearly fell off his horse. Did you really dare say that aloud? Ha 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 ha. At once, laughter erupted in the Jurchen ranks. Wanyanyu laughed until clutching his belly. You must have been beaten stupid by me. 30 myriads? You dare to say it. Today I'll chop your head off so you'll never dream again. Even Salih himself turned red with embarrassment, but he still put on a hard front. Once the fighting starts, you'll know the power of the heavenly troops. Nonsense. Wanyanyu again raised his spear tip, hooking up a goblet made of a human skull. Salih, do you know what this is made from? From your precious ancestors' skulls. I'll give you one later. You bastard. What did you say? Salih's eyes went blood-red. You truly do not fear divine retribution. Not only Salih, but all the Shi soldiers were burning with rage, cursing without end. Even their chieftains' ancestral graves had been dug up, let alone their own. By now perhaps their forefathers' tombs had all been emptied and planted over with crops. Sons, kill them. Tear out these Jurchens' hearts and livers for wine. In fury, Salih forgot all about the Tang and charged first, horse leaping forward with spear. They no longer cared if they could win, only that the Jurchens must be slain. Kill! The Shi soldiers, as if on blood, charged madly. Soon both sides were locked in melee. These savages fought with no order, no formation, only personal strength and weapons. At first the Shi were no match for the Jurchens. But Wan Yenyu's battle taunt had enraged them so deeply that they fought like men possessed, fearless of death. For a time, the fight was evenly matched, neither side yielding. The Jurchens truly know how to give the enemy a buff. Seeing this, Qingxiu could not help sighing in his heart. But this helped him greatly. This was just the situation he needed. If the Shi had fled at once, his plan would be hard to carry out. Amid the chaos, he slipped away from the Shi army with Li Daoyan, climbing to a height to watch. Good heavens, what a mess they make in battle. Li Daoyan was dizzy from the sight of such disorder. It must be like this. On the field, Qingxiu saw clearly Wan Yenyu charging back and forth in the chaos, unstoppable. For show, he had even tied a piece of white cloth to his head, easy to recognize. Qingxiu knew the chance had come. He pulled from his robe a special grenade and hurled it high into the sky. Before it hit the ground, it exploded with a thunderous roar. But this blast had little force, what it left behind was a thick cloud of bright red smoke. At once, on the other side of the battlefield, hidden in the woods on high ground, Shui Rengue mounted his horse. Brothers, Duke of Qinghua has given the signal. Move! At his call, 300 elite iron cavalry, man and horse both in full armor, charged forward. This Tang force, hidden so long, had gone unnoticed by the Jurchens. Their iron hooves crashed in, trampling unaware Jurchen soldiers to death. Shui Rengue himself led the charge, his long spear sweeping, cutting through as if no one stood before him. These savages with only leather armor could never withstand him. Again and again he led his men in furious charges, carving dozens of bloody paths crisscross through the enemy ranks. These Jurchens, used only to small tribal fights, had never seen such terrifying slaughter. They dared not face him. Even seen from afar, they turned and fled in fear. Tang army! The Tang army is here. In the midst of the bloody battle, Salih saw from afar armored soldiers breaking wildly into the Jurchen ranks, and shouted with excitement. It was the first time he had seen Tang banners and felt such joy. Even though their numbers were far fewer than he had imagined, in this moment just seeing the Tang appear was enough to make him clap in celebration. He no longer cared about how many there were. Shui Rengue seemed to be charging in disorder through the enemy, but in fact he was closely tracking the movements of Wan Yenyu. Wherever that man went, Shui Rengue pursued. The battlefield was in such chaos that no one had even warned Wan Yenyu that Tang troops had already broken into the ranks. Even Shui Rengue had never seen a battleground so confused. Almost time. Seeing the chance, Shui Rengue spurred his horse, leading 300 men straight at Wan Yenyu in the midst of the chaos. That man was still killing happily when suddenly his guards warned him. My lord, this is bad. The Tang army is here, and they side with the Shi. Perhaps you should retreat, we'll cover you. Wan Yenyu paid no attention to their words. He wiped the blood from his blade and looked toward Shui Rengue. Didn't Salih claim there were 300,000 Tang troops? I see only 300 here. If so many of us are driven off the battlefield by just 300, how will we ever show our faces at Heilong River? Without another thought, Wan Yenyu ordered his men to counterattack against Shui Rengue. It was not his fault. The Jurchens had never fought the Tang directly, never felt their strength. His knowledge of the Central Plains dynasty was only that tens of thousands had gone to fight Goguryeo and lost miserably. Soon I'll cut down that Tang general's head and throw it before Salih, so he sees what kind of helper he found. Wan Yenyu laughed aloud. But he did not see that charging straight at him was Shui Rengue, who from horseback raised a loaded flintlock and aimed. Bang! The gunpowder roared, and in the next moment Wan Yenyu was struck as if by an invisible fist, flung from his horse. His thousands of guards, howling madly, rushed at Shui Rengue, not even knowing their leader had been shot down. But in only moments, thousands of them were smashed apart by the charge of 300. They were no match for these ironclad elites, still less when led by Shui Rengue himself. Amid the dust, Shui Rengue spotted Wan Yenyu staggering up from the ground. His shot had only hit the man's shoulder. D! Shui Rengue roared, driving his horse forward. Wan Yenyu had barely looked up through the smoke to see the charging warhorse. He had no time even for fear. In the next instant, Shui Rengue's long blade swept past, and Wan Yenyu's head fell to the ground. It's over. From the distant height, Qingxiu put away his telescope and descended. Li Daoyan was still shaken by Shui Rengue's ferocity. It was the first time he had seen him charge personally, far more savage than he had imagined. But compared with Qingxiu's planning and schemes, Shui Rengue was still a little behind. Indeed, Qingxiu had grasped both Jurchens and she so precisely, each step unfolding as if arranged by him. The two of them, no wonder. Your chieftain is dead. Surrender now, and your lives may be spared. Resist, and you will meet the same fate. Amid the chaos, Shuirengui raised Wan Yu's severed head and roared. His voice quickly shook the nearest Jurchens. In shock, they turned to see, their fear overflowing. The Lord is dead. The Lord is dead. The Tang killed him, even cut off his head. What's the point of fighting? He's dead, surrender. Despair spread like a plague. No matter how brave, once they heard this, all will to fight collapsed. Wan Yu was the highest leader among the Jurchens, revered almost like a god. Now, with their god beheaded, none wished to fight. Tens of thousands of Jurchens scattered at once. Most turned to flee, the rest dropped their weapons and surrendered. For the Shi, it was like a dream. Their fierce enemy of decades had been defeated so easily. Seeing the Jurchens kneeling in masses, even Salih could hardly believe it. But he had no time to celebrate. He rode to Shuirengui and dismounted, kneeling. Thank you, General. Thank you for helping us win. Shuirengui looked at him coldly. Don't thank me. It was Duke of Qinggua's strategy that gave you this victory. Thank him. Salih suddenly realized, and at once crawled over to Qingxiu, kowtowing. Thank you, Duke of Qinghua. You slew our enemy, you are like a second father to us. From now on, not only I, but all the Shi will obey your command, even unto death. Qingxiu knew, the Shi were his, completely. Rise. In days to come, I will have use for you. He patted Salih's shoulder. Now Heilong River is yours. These Jurchen prisoners too are for you to handle. Yes. Salih looked at the captives with hatred, wanting to slaughter them all. But Qingxiu stopped him. With the Great War in Liaodong ahead, such cannon fodder could not be wasted. After this battle, the Shi finally reclaimed their ancestral land, and reburied the desecrated bones of their forefathers. Of course, they tormented the corpses of the fallen Jurchens, especially Wan Yu. Salih skinned him for a war banner, made his bones into drumsticks, and used his skull as a wine cup. They thought of every way to vent their hatred on his remains. The Jurchens who escaped regrouped in Zhenzhou, abandoning all Shi lands they had taken, never again daring to send troops. They were not afraid of war itself. They had simply been scared out of their wits by the Tang army. Just 300 men had turned the battlefield into a meat grinder, and even easily cut off the head of Wan Yu, whom they had revered as a god of war. The Tang were far more terrifying than legend, and the survivors, to cover their own uselessness, only exaggerated the Tang's might even more. They described Shuirengui as if he were a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. In any case, they no longer dared to fight Tang troops. The newly chosen leader, Wanyan Dashi, at once sent a letter to the Shi tribe, asking for peace talks. Even before the battlefield was cleaned, the letter arrived in Salih's camp. He laughed loudly, tossing the letter straight into the fire pit. Peace talks my ass. Now that we have the heavenly army's aid, destroying the Jurchens is easy. Duke of Qinghua, when we break through their Zhenzhou, we'll tear down their ancestral altar and build you a shrine in thanks. There's no need. I think it should end here, accept peace. If the fighting goes on, our soldiers will no longer help you. Qingxiu's stance left Salih stunned. Didn't you say before you were willing to help us? Only to help you retake Heilong River. I never promised to wipe out the Jurchens for you, Qingxiu said flatly. Besides, his real goal was to bring both the Shi and the Jurchens under Tang's control. Before even beginning the Goguryeo campaign, why bother trying to exterminate the Jurchens? Better to subdue them and use them as fodder on the battlefield. Even if 1,000 of them died, if it meant saving one Tang soldier, it was worth it. Yes. Salih dared not argue further. Without Qingxiu, his people would still be gnawing tree bark deep in the forests. Shuirengui, you will go with me to meet the Jurchen envoy. We'll visit them together. Li Daoyan, you stay here until we return. At Qingxiu's command, they both answered immediately. Li Daoyan remained to watch the Shi, along with 300 Tang heavy cavalry. With them there, Salih would never dare stir trouble. Only you two? Shouldn't we send guards with you? The Jurchens are fickle and cunning, savage and cruel, you mustn't go lightly into the tiger's den. Salih tried to suggest, but Qingxiu refused at once. Just the two of us are enough to scare every Jurchen to death. Zhenzhou, Jurchen Great Camp. Wanyan Dashi paced back and forth, anxious. Rumors had spread, Tang troops preparing to attack, tens of thousands ready to march. The problem was, these rumors were so detailed even he could not tell if they were true. If 300 Tang soldiers could cut through tens of thousands and behead Wan Yu, then what if more came? Would Zhenzhou not be trampled flat? My lord! The envoy we sent to Ungshi has returned. News came from outside. Ungshi was the Goguryeo capital. When Wanyen Dashi took power, fearing Tang attack, he had at once sent for aid. He hadn't expected a reply so soon. Did the king agree to send troops to help us? Before the envoy could speak, he hurriedly asked. The envoy's face was uneasy. They said the Tang presence at the border is too strong. They cannot spare large forces. If we need help, they can send a detachment, but not until a month later. Wanyen Dashi nearly fainted. A month later? By then grass would already be growing on his grave. Just then, even more frightening news came. My lord! This is bad, Tang men are here. One of them is the general who cut off Wanyen Yu's head. Wanyen Dashi almost collapsed on the spot, thinking the Tang had stormed into camp. But on asking further, he learned no army had come, only 2 men. Yet even so, along their way, no one dared block them. All just watched in terror as they approached the great tent. Wanyen Dashi rushed out to greet them, only to see Qingxiu coming straight at him. Their eyes met. Qingxiu's cold gaze made his heart tremble. Though only Qingxiu and Shui Rengue stood there, with sabers still sheathed, they had already cowed the battle-hardened tribesmen into silence. You too, please forgive us, we had no time to prepare. Qingxiu cut him off. Enough nonsense. I came to speak business. No need for empty formalities. Of course. Wanyen Dashi quickly nodded and led them inside. Qingxiu sat directly in his seat, while Wanyen Dashi dared not object. He stood aside like a servant before his master. It was as if Qingxiu were the true lord here. The Shi have long submitted to Tang. Your repeated attacks on them are attacks on Tang's people. Secondly, you bow to Goguryeo, which makes you Tang's enemy. From this, the Tang must wage war on you. Wanyen Dashi's legs nearly gave way, and the guards outside shook so hard they could barely hold their spears. Seeing the moment was right, Qingxiu went on. But the Tang cannot bear to see innocents perish. Thus His Majesty has withdrawn the order of conquest. The army has been recalled. Hearing this, Wanyen Dashi knew the rumors had been true. Thanks to the Emperor of Tang for his mercy. We shall never forget. He bowed, trembling with gratitude. Don't thank me yet. If the Tang spares you, how should you show gratitude? Qingxiu pressed. Wanyen Dashi thought only a moment. We are willing henceforth to bow to Tang as subjects. Is that all? Wanyen Dashi froze. Then, what more do you require? Qingxiu was blunt, laying out the terms one by one. Submitting to Tang is the least you must do. Next, you must cut all ties of allegiance to Goguryeo, serving Tang alone. If Tang campaigns abroad, you must obey orders, send troops, and march with us without delay. Wanyen Dashi nodded repeatedly, not daring to object. Everything you ask, we will obey. Even Qingxiu had not expected it would be so easy to subdue the Jurchens today. But then again, they had already been utterly defeated on the battlefield. How could they dare demand anything? Wanyen Dashi did not only speak words, he at once ordered gifts of submission to be brought forward. They carried in a great chest full of eastern pearls, wild boar hides, ginseng, deer antler, and other local products of Jianzhou. They had even prepared dozens of fine horses, all offered as a meeting gift to Qingxiu. The Jurchens had just lost badly at Heilong River, and nearly all their war horses were gone. These few dozen were practically their last wealth. Bringing them out showed true sincerity. Qingxiu did not really care for these things, but at least it showed how hard they were trying to show submission. Not enough. One thing is missing. Qingxiu shut the chest of treasures with one hand and shook his head. If that one thing is missing, no matter how much you send, it's useless. Wanyen Dashi quickly asked in fear. What is it you require? I will have it prepared at once. Qingxiu did not even look at him, speaking as if casually. I hear Goguryeo has dozens of envoys stationed here. At that, Wanyen Dashi's palm trembled. Indeed, as Qingxiu said, several dozen envoys from Goguryeo had been stationed here for over a year. Their purpose was to monitor the Jurchens' movements. Since the defeat at Heilong River, these envoys had been full of fear, constantly cursing Wanyen Dashi to his face. Saying that if, once war with Tang began, the Jurchens had already wasted their strength, then when the two great powers fought, Goguryeo would have no soldiers to use. Now that Qingxiu mentioned these Goguryeo envoys, the meaning was clear. He wanted their heads. Wanyen Dashi had not wished to do so. He still hoped to please both sides. If Tang failed to defeat Goguryeo, as Sui had, then when Goguryeo regained its strength, their first target would be the Jurchens. Perhaps I could simply expel them, forbid Goguryeo people ever to return to Jianzhou. What do you think? Wanyen Dashi tried to bargain. Qingxiu sneered. Do as you wish. Then take back these gifts as well. His Majesty disdains to accept such things. Besides, you think cutting their heads is only to satisfy me? It is in truth to save your own head, and the heads of all your tribe. The words struck like thunder, leaving Wanyan Dashi shaking with fear. You wait here. He asked Qingxiu to remain, then himself left the tent with several soldiers. My lord, do we truly have to do this? Once we kill them, there will be no way back, his men protested. His face dark, Wanyan Dashi ignored them and led the way. But when they reached the Goguryo quarters, they found the place already deserted. Asking around, they learned the envoys, upon hearing Qingxiu had come, had immediately fled, taking dozens of horses with them. Those bastards! Wanyan Dashi raged on the spot. He now saw clearly how much Goguryo feared Tang. If even they were afraid, how could his small tribe not be? Chase them at once. Use the horse whistles to stop their stolen mounts, catch them and kill them all. Bring back their heads. He shouted in fury. If they escaped, all their own heads would fall. As Wanyan Dashi thought, Qingxiu was already prepared to seize and behead him if he dared defy. But before long, Wanyan Dashi returned beaming, his men carrying a bag dripping with fresh heads. Forgive the delay. These beasts, on hearing of your arrival, tried to flee. I sent men to kill them all, none escaped. He carefully displayed for Qingxiu the heads of men he had once treated with great respect. Seeing this, Qingxiu said no more. This was exactly the submission he wanted. From this day, you are subjects of Tang. You must not again clash with the Shi. Otherwise, you will make trouble for Tang itself. Wanyan Dashi forced a smile. You speak true. Our last chief was foolish, deceived by Goguryo into attacking the Shi and opposing Tang. I swear this will never happen again. Whatever he thought in his heart, for now he bowed low, only seeking survival for his tribe. On the way back from the camp, Shuiren Gue, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. Boss, the Jurchens will surely become a great problem. They are not ordinary. How so? Qingxiu glanced at him casually. I saw in their camp, the Jurchens value strength even more than the Turks. They are faithless, fickle, cruel. Today they cut off Goguryo envoys' heads to survive. That shows they care nothing for honor. They are ruthless, fearless. Qingxiu fully agreed. He knew the weight of the Jurchens in history, and their threat to the Central Plains. Don't worry. I see it as clearly as you. Why else would I travel so far to bring the Jurchens under our control? Shuiren Gue was surprised. So you already knew they couldn't be trusted? Not just untrustworthy. You'll see. Once Goguryo is dealt with, the Jurchens will not stay quiet for long. Shuiren Gue wanted to ask more, but Qingxiu spurred his horse and galloped ahead, leaving him behind. Li Er had never expected that after so short a time in Liaodong, Qingxiu had not only subdued the Jurchens but had them send a petition of submission, along with a bag of Goguryo envoys' heads. Even more, Qingxiu claimed he could now command both Jurchen and Shi warriors to march with the Tang army. Excellent! Duke of Qinghua, what a hand you've played! Li Er praised him endlessly, even showing the letter to Changsun Wuji at his side. Your good son-in-law, how long has he been in Liaodong? And already he has done this much for me. Incredible! Even Changsun Wuji was stunned. Qingxiu seemed born for politics. Li Er spread the map before him. With the Jurchens also submitting, Goguryo was now surrounded on all sides by Tang's power, sealed like a jar. Even at sea, Li Ji's fleet blocked them. This was the grand encirclement Li Er had long dreamed of. With such cards in my hand, if I cannot bring down Goguryo, then I would be less than even Emperor Yang of Sui. Li Er clenched his fist. At last, he could take the step he had envisioned countless times. To take Goguryo would not only bring vast lands and millions of people, but also legally and morally crush the Sui dynasty. What if Sui had ended the North-South division and enjoyed the much-praised reign of Kai Huang? If Tang could easily defeat Goguryo, the enemy that entangled Sui from beginning to end, then only in the hearts of the world would Tang truly press Sui beneath its feet. Now there are 50,000 Tang troops at the border. I intend to send another 50,000 to prepare for the future conquest of Goguryo. Li Er looked at his trusted ministers. What do you all think? After a brief exchange of glances, all agreed it was feasible. Not only to echo the emperor's will, strategically, leveling Goguryo had become a necessary step. Without removing that stone, Tang could never fully manage the western regions or expand westward. Only, Your Majesty, Fang Xianling advised. If the war turns stalemated or unfavorable, it should be ended immediately. The key is not only how to win, but how to end it, so it does not become a bottomless pit forever draining resources. He spoke rightly. In fact, during Sui's 3 campaigns against Goguryo, the start was always a smooth advance, capturing many cities. But once the war dragged, Emperor Yang grew impatient, poured endless supplies into breaking the deadlock, and drained the empire. Had he known when to stop, his realm would not have collapsed so quickly, nor would Goguryo have humiliated him so badly. Li Er nodded. He deeply felt the truth of this now. They needed a commander with foresight, restraint, and strategic vision. Xiao Yu also stepped forward. Your Majesty, if 50,000 more are added, then the 100,000 Tang troops must have a single commander. Without one, order cannot be maintained. Though Shuiren Gui and Li Daoyan were fine generals, they were not leaders of such a vast army. The best choices seemed to be the veteran Li Jing or the victorious Hou Junji. But Li Er hesitated. Not that he distrusted them, but this war was of the greatest weight. The results must be overwhelming, worthy of the investment and the grand encirclement. There could be no mistake. Ideally, a commander even stronger than those two was needed. Then, shall I lead in person? The thought came suddenly. And why not? Who in all Tang could command armies better than Li Er himself? Your Majesty? The ministers reminded him, seeing his distraction. Li Er shook his head. Nothing. First have the Ministry of War prepare men and supplies. Also, send a letter for me to Duke of Qinghua. At the thought of Qingxiu, Li Er's eyes lit up. He had lacked the right commander, but was not Qingxiu the best choice? He had won shocking victories with minimal cost. For this war, appointing him was a choice with no risk. Ministers, what do you think of Duke of Qinghua as commander-in-chief against Goguryeo? This, they truly did not know how to answer. No one doubted Qingxiu's ability. But his gung had already shaken the court. If he also led this war of conquest, who in the court could still suppress him? Chang Sun Wuji, to avoid suspicion, kept silent. I know your concerns. But today, leave aside other matters, just on ability, can Duke of Qinghua bear this charge or not? Li Er knew what they feared, so he said it plainly. Qingxiu was Tang's omen of prosperity, the bearer of destiny. His path was only upward. After all he had seen, Li Er believed even more in Yuan Tiangong's prophecy. He cared little if Qingxiu gained still greater gung. Duke of Qinghua is fully capable. No one objected. Good. Li Er made the decision. Qingxiu would command 100,000 troops to prepare for Goguryeo. But he did not announce it publicly. Strict secrecy was ordered. The matter was sent in a private letter to Qingxiu. Once the courier galloped from Chang'an, the Ministry of War began mobilizing 50,000 more troops toward Liaodong. News of the 50,000 marching east spread quickly. Though no decree was spoken, all knew, Tang was preparing to strike Goguryeo. Serves them right. I heard they often rob and kill Tang fishermen on the sea near Liaodong. They must be taught a lesson. Can Goguryeo be defeated? Remember how the last dynasty fell. This step of His Majesty's, sigh. May His Majesty not be like that tyrant Emperor Yang of Sui, emptying the treasury. The realm has only just settled. The common people spoke with mixed feelings. But far in Shandong, Wang Jin had no time for debate. He only knew the army was marching east, and would pass through Shandong. This was exactly what Qingxiu had warned him. The court truly meant to take him down. Panicked, he abandoned all duties, and by night secretly sent a letter to Qingxiu in Liaodong. It was time to seek a way to survive through him. Liaodong, Tang military camp. Salih and Wanyan Dashi both appeared, glaring at each other with hatred. So, you Jurchens needed a beating to learn what's what. Now you dare not oppose the heavenly army, eh? If not for Tang's help, Yushi would still be gnawing bark in the mountains. Rubbish. Do you think Tang was wrong to fight you? Duke of Qinghua, I suggest you cut this one down now. He is not truly loyal to Tang. Qingxiu frowned, tired of their bickering. Will you two be silent? Do you think this is your home, where you can chatter freely? At his words, both chiefs closed their mouths at once. Now, what of the mobilization I ordered? This is the most important matter. If there is delay, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Threatened so, both hastened to reply that their tribe's warriors were prepared, ready to fight for Duke of Qinghua at any time. If so, then why didn't you say it earlier? Why waste so many useless words here? In a moment, each of you will take 20 strokes of the army rod. Next time you come into my camp and dare to talk nonsense, I'll cut your heads off directly. Qingxiu gave out punishment mercilessly. It was not that he was cruel, but when dealing with these barbarians who feared force but not virtue, he had to show severity. The harsher the beating, the more they feared. If he showed kindness, they would instead think he was afraid of them. Yes, sir. The two dared not argue, bowed their heads, and slunk out of the camp. Just as they left, a messenger hurried in with letters in his arms. Duke of Qinghua, a letter from Chang'an, 1 decree to increase troops, and 2 secret letters. At the last words, the soldier deliberately lowered his voice. Understood. Qingxiu nodded slightly, opened the letters, and signaled him to withdraw. The decree to increase troops was no surprise. He had already told Li Er that 50,000 men on the front was a bit too few to swallow Goguryeo. But he hadn't expected Li Er to be so bold, directly adding another 50,000. This was truly good news. Qingxiu decided, after today's drills, he would announce it to the army to boost morale and dampen Goguryu's spirit. As for the secret letter? He guessed it must be about the appointment of the commander-in-chief. But he had not thought that this position would fall to him. It seems the emperor wants this war taken with no mistakes, absolutely flawless. Qingxiu muttered. And the next line surprised him even more. Li Er wrote that Li Jing and Hou Junji were to serve as his left and right deputies, under his command. This was perhaps the most sensational arrangement since Tang was founded. Two men who had destroyed kingdoms with their campaigns, now acting as deputies under Qingxiu, this showed how high his standing was. Without waiting for future historians, even now it could be said, Qingxiu was Tang's undisputed first general. But from this Qingxiu also saw Li Er's determination to take Goguryeo. Such a grand setup placed enormous responsibility on him. If he held such good cards and still failed, even without Li Er's blame, Qingxiu himself could never forgive it. Laying that letter aside, Qingxiu picked up another, this one unsigned. The seal was stuck tight, clearly to prevent tampering. It was from Wang Jin in Shandong. This time he wasted no words, he begged directly for Qingxiu's help. He promised to hand over all his industries and networks without reservation, asking only to leave Tang safely with some wealth. He even swore he would obey Qingxiu's every order. So you finally know what fear is? Seeing the terror spilling from the page, Qingxiu sneered coldly. This man had chances, after Tang was founded, to wash clean and rise, but he had chosen instead to manipulate the court, trying to be a petty emperor in Shandong. His fate was deserved. Still, since Wang Jin came crawling, Qingxiu would not be polite. He thought for a while, then wrote a letter to a monk charlatan spreading Buddhism among the Turks. In it, he told the elder only to receive someone escaping secretly from the Central Plains and give him refuge, without revealing Wang Jin's true identity, lest fear prevent him from helping. As for Wang Jin, Qingxiu decided to travel personally to Shandong to discuss the matter face to face. Soon after, Shuiren Gui entered the tent. "Boss, you called me? This letter, find someone trustworthy and tight-lipped to deliver it. Take it to the address on the envelope, ride hard and fast." Qingxiu handed him the letter meant for the charlatan monk. Seeing it was addressed to the Turks, Shuiren Gui was surprised. Qingxiu warned. "Remember, no fourth person must know I sent this letter." Had it been anyone else secretly writing to the Turks, Shuiren Gui would suspect treason. But since it was Qingxiu, he was sure it had no harm for Tang. "Rest easy, boss. I swear on my head, no word will leak." Shuiren Gui pledged firmly. "Also, I must go to Shandong at once, tonight I leave. Until I return, you and Li Daoyan handle the army's affairs. But remember, before I come back, not even the smallest skirmish with Goguryeo is allowed." "Understood." Shuiren Gui would never disobey. "Only, when will you return, boss?" Qingxiu thought for a moment. "If nothing unexpected happens? I will return with the army to Liaodong. When I return, that will be the day we march on Goguryeo." Goguryeo, Engshi City. News that the Jurchens had killed the envoys and submitted to Tang soon reached Gao Yuan. In earlier times, he would have raged, ordering the Jurchens punished and their lands burned. But today was different. Fires blazed on all Goguryeo's borders, everywhere needed reinforcements. Even the long coasts with no foreign enemy were attacked by Li Ji's raids, forcing them to abandon all ports. In such a state, how could they deal with the Jurchens? Even with Silla and Beech, usually oppressed, Gao Yuan now lowered himself to win favor. He returned some captured lands, only so they would not strike his rear when war came. Silla and Beech took the land, agreed in words, but in truth sneered. They already had secret dealings with Tang, and Li Er promised them far more territory than Gao Yuan. Besides, even if Goguryeo won this war, when Tang withdrew they would seize those lands back again. Silla and Beech wished more than Tang itself for Goguryeo's destruction. Otherwise, they would never rise, and sooner or later be swallowed by Goguryeo. Shandong remained the same as before. Even while staying inside his residence with many thugs guarding him, Wang Jin still sat restless, filled with fear that his life could end at any moment. These past days, he had received no reply from Qingxiu. Instead, Tang troops were drawing closer. The court had clearly prepared long in advance. Recently, anyone trying to leave Shandong was strictly searched. Almost all were blocked from leaving, especially merchants. Without special permits issued by the court, there was no way to pass. And those permits were never given to the merchants of the Shandong Salt Guild. The reason was obvious. Though Wang Jin could disguise himself as a commoner and secretly flee, he could not bear to abandon the gold and silver he had gathered. If he had to escape empty-handed and spend the rest of his life wandering, always in danger, living rough, It would be better to kill him outright. Just then, loud laughter and the clashing of cups echoed from outside the courtyard. Already annoyed, the noise filled him with rage. He at once ordered his servants. "What's that racket outside? Why so noisy?" "Master, it's the guests you brought in, they're holding a feast and drinking in the courtyard," a servant answered. These so-called guests were outlaws, ruffians, and thieves Wang Jin had recruited as enforcers for his guild. Wang Jin grew furious. His head was about to be lost, and these bastards still had the mood to feast? "Tell them to clear it away, now!" he shouted in anger. But the servant trembled, staring at him without moving. "Was I not clear enough?" Wang Jin snapped. The servant stayed silent, and Wang Jin understood. All Shandong's business world already knew the court was about to deal with him, leaving no chance of survival. Soon he would be a dead man. None in Shandong's trade still feared him. They were waiting like wolves for him to fall, ready to snatch at his remains. These ruthless, shameless outlaws even more so. When he was strong, they dared not breathe against him. But now, they saw him as already dead. Why fear him? For them, only force and money mattered. Though burning with anger, Wang Jin forced himself to endure. If he drove them too far, who knew what they might do? Most were already wanted criminals. A few more killings meant nothing to them. Dragon stranded in shallow water mocked by shrimp, tiger fallen to flatland bullied by dogs. He muttered in despair. At that moment, a voice came from outside. "Master, Duke of Qingwa himself has come, asking to meet you. I have invited him to the main hall. He asked that you come quickly." Hearing this, Wang Jin sprang up alive again, his eyes no longer desperate. "Truly Duke of Qingwa? Excellent." He was so excited he babbled, quickly ordering a banquet prepared to host Qingxiu. "No need," the servant added. "The Duke told me to keep it quiet, finish your business quickly and leave." Wang Jin thought it made sense. Qingxiu was secretly meeting him to negotiate, not to be seen. "Good, tell him to wait, I'll come at once." As Qingxiu entered the residence, passing the tables of drunken guests, no one noticed him. But when the steward respectfully addressed him as Duke of Qingwa, the courtyard fell silent. Hands holding cups froze. They saw clearly who had arrived. It was Qingxiu. The feast turned tasteless at once. None dared speak a word. The courtyard was silent. Qingxiu gave them one cold, disdainful glance. That single look sent chills through them. Only after he left for the main hall did they breathe again. I suddenly remembered some business. You drink without me. My stomach hurts, I'll leave too. I can't hold my liquor. Excuse me." One by one, the ruffians who had been so arrogant moments ago hurriedly packed up and left. They feared disturbing the man now seated in the main hall. Before Qingxiu had even finished a cup of tea, Wang Jin rushed in. "Greetings, Duke of Qingwa." He went straight into a full ceremonial bow. "Stop. I came to speak of business, not to waste time with such nonsense," Qingxiu said impatiently. "Of course." Wang Jin straightened, obedient as a grandson. "I thought you valued ceremony, so I dared not cut any corners." His attitude was the complete opposite of their first meeting. Now he saw Qingxiu as his only savior. "No more words. I came to save your life. But you know the price, don't you?" "I do." Without hesitation, Wang Jin pulled out all his deeds of land and houses, plus keys to his guild's warehouses and treasuries. Most important, he produced a register detailing every major merchant in Shandong. Their wealth, goods, habits, even how many servants each household had. Clearly, he had ruled Shandong's trade with thorough control. "This is everything I have. With these in your hands, even if I am gone, they will obey you. With your skill, you will rule them far better than I ever could." Wang Jin flattered. Qingxiu flipped through the documents casually. "You know that if I can arrange your escape beyond the frontier, with someone to meet you, I can also control your every move there. If there is the slightest falsehood in this, then you may take my head at once. I swear it's all true." Wang Jin pounded his chest, swearing firmly. Qingxiu wasted no more words. He took everything Wang Jin had handed over and tucked it into his robe. Then he pulled out a letter. "I've written the meeting place and time inside, and here is an identity token so you can pass the border smoothly. When you meet the contact outside the frontier, show him this letter. He'll keep you alive." Wang Jin was overjoyed. He repeatedly thanked him and was about to take the letter. But Qingxiu suddenly pulled it back. "Before that, I have a question for you." "Please ask, sir. I will tell everything truthfully." "This time you leave the frontier, how much gold and silver are you taking with you?" The question hit Wang Jin's greatest concern. In fact, half a month earlier, he had begun sorting and packing. He loaded carts with his most valuable and portable belongings. Not daring to hide it, he led Qingxiu to see his caravan. Qingxiu then saw how greedy he truly was. Several large chests were stuffed full of gold, so heavy even a single wagon couldn't carry them. As for jewels, antiques, calligraphy, paintings, they were piled up in dazzling variety. Clearly, even in exile in the north, Wang Jin had no intention of giving up his lavish life. Don't worry, sir. Though I take much, compared to what I leave with you, it's just a drop in the ocean. But when he noticed Qingxiu's expression growing strange, he quickly changed his tone. If you think it's too much, I'll take less. No. In fact, you should take more. What you have is just right. To his surprise, Qingxiu agreed. He smiled. In the steppe, supplies are scarce. I've heard even a copper basin can be traded for a sheep. If you don't bring treasure, how will you manage? Wang Jin was delighted. Sir, you understand me best. If only we had the chance, I'd drink with you today. No need. Once this is done, I'll leave. Best we don't meet again. And hurry, if the court soldiers arrive, you'll surely die, letter or not. Wang Jin nodded, sent servants to escort Qingxiu out, and rushed to prepare. At the gate, Qingxiu looked back at the grand estate with a meaningful glance. A fine place. Perhaps I'll make this my residence in Shandong. Wang Jin did not realize that in Qingxiu's mind, he was already a dead man. Once he crossed into Turkic land, within a month he would be killed. Not because Qingxiu plotted secretly against him, but because of that caravan loaded with gold and silver. Since submitting to Tang, the Turks had been desperately poor. Some risked execution stealing pots and pans from Tang's border. Now, Wang Jin was a fat sheep, carrying wealth greater than entire tribes possessed. He had no ability to protect it. His fortune guaranteed his death. But he never realized it, happily packing for his road to the underworld. Qingxiu, of course, had no problem with that. The next day, merchants came as usual to Wang Jin's residence to discuss guild affairs. But they found the estate empty. He had left in the night, wagons full of treasure, out of the city. No one was surprised. With his cunning, fleeing was expected. But the suddenness left them unprepared. Soon, their focus turned to the wealth he left behind. Whether he lived or died didn't matter. Whoever seized his property would be the new overlord of Shandong. That very day, they began trying to buy his assets and search for the guild's warehouse keys. The entire guild was turned upside down, but not a single deed or key was found. Desperation set in. They guessed everything must still be in the residence. But the hired thugs at the gate barred them from entry. Not out of loyalty, but because they hoped to grab the treasure first. They even locked up Wang Jin's family, beating them daily, demanding to know where the deeds and keys were hidden, almost beating them to death. 3 days passed like this. By the fourth, the merchants could not endure. Since these ruffians won't open the gate, let's hire some bandits to break in by force. The proposal was met with eager support. All were willing to pay. Though it would stir trouble and bring officials, they could blame everything on the thugs. As long as they seized the deeds and keys before the authorities arrived, all would be well. But just as they prepared to act, a troop of soldiers suddenly arrived and surrounded the estate. What does this mean? The merchants were shocked. They had kept Wang Jin's disappearance secret. How did word get out? The soldiers opened a path. From among them stepped a young nobleman, Duke of Qingua. Seeing him personally, everyone was shaken beyond words. Why had he come himself? Step aside. At his command, they quickly cleared the way. The gate of Wang Jin's estate stood before Qingxiu. I know you are all worried since manager Wang has vanished. But put aside that worry. His businesses must be kept stable. Qingxiu held up a ring of keys. All eyes widened. They all recognized them, keys to the guild's warehouses. How had they fallen into Qingxiu's hands? Some time ago, your boss Wang came to me. He knew he could no longer manage his vast estate. So he made a deal. He sold me everything he owned. Qingxiu pointed at the mansion. Including this house. From today, everything once under manager Wang's control, the guild, the estates, will now be managed by me. Everyone truly could not understand. How could things that Wang Jin had valued more than his life end up entirely in Qingxiu's hands? Even if he claimed that Wang Jin had made a trade with him and sold everything, few would believe it. It was clear the two of them had deep enmity, and even if Wang Jin wanted to leave the merchant world, he would never hand over all his life's wealth to an old rival. Duke Qingua has the transfer deeds, all personally signed by Wang Jin. None of you should object. Duke Qingua always acts in accordance with the law. When has he ever broken it? An official stepped forward to defend Qingxiu at just the right time. With officials saying so, and all documents in order, what else could they say? They could only regret that the vast wealth of Shandong merchants had slipped from their grasp, leaving them with nothing. The gates of the Wang estate might have blocked other merchants, but before government troops they were nothing. Qingxiu ordered the soldiers to smash open the gates, and then armed men rushed in to seize the retainers who had been occupying the residence. At that moment those retainers were in the courtyard, holding a grand feast, drinking and laughing loudly. When they saw soldiers storming in, they dropped their cups and grabbed weapons, preparing to fight. They thought it was rival merchants' hired thugs. But when they saw actual government troops, murderous and grim, they shrank back in fear. These men were all fugitives from the underworld. Normally, even seeing soldiers on the street made their legs tremble. Now, with blades pointed in their faces, they were too terrified to resist. Even if they wanted to fight, they could never defeat soldiers. Drop your weapons, or you will all be cut down on the spot. Dozens of bows were drawn tight, arrows aimed at them. But, cornered, the retainers still refused to surrender quietly. Do you want to die? They gripped their weapons harder, refusing to back down. The captain grew furious. Release. Before the captain could finish, Qingxiu cut him off and gave the order himself. He knew all these retainers carried serious crimes. Even if captured alive, they would be executed. Better to kill them here and now. The soldiers obeyed instantly. Dozens of arrows flew, piercing the retainers and turning them into hedgehogs. A few tried to hide behind corpses and escape, crying for mercy, swearing it wasn't their fault. We were tricked by Wang Jin. Whatever crime he committed has nothing to do with us. Yes, Lord Wang ordered us to guard the gates and let no one in. It's those merchants outside who caused trouble. They still thought the merchants had summoned the soldiers, so they tried to push blame. Nonsense. This residence now belongs to Duke Qinghua. You dogs are guilty of trespassing in his house. Who are you guarding it for? The officials' shout stunned them. This house had been Wang Jin's just days ago. How had it become Qingxiu's property so quickly? The soldiers searched the residence and soon found Wang Jin's family, all tied up in the main hall. Men, women, and children alike were bruised and swollen, nearly beaten to death by the retainers. They had even been starved, left on the verge of dying when rescued. Qingxiu was surprised that Wang Jin had not taken his family with him, but then thought it normal. The man had been orphaned young, with no siblings. His business was built on betraying others, cruel and without conscience. How could he care about wives or children? He only cared about himself. The family cried and begged the officials to avenge them. Wang Jin's whereabouts are unknown. The court is searching for him. This house and all his assets have been sold to Duke Qinghua. You must leave. If you know his whereabouts, report it. The officials had no patience for further explanation. They ordered them to pack up and get out. The women and children howled and wailed bitterly. Within 2 days, all of Wang Jin's servants and staff were dismissed with severance pay. Many buildings were demolished. The estate was renamed Qing Mansion, declaring to all of Shandong, Wang Jin was finished, never to return. From this day forth, Qingxiu would take his place. Qingxiu's takeover of the Shandong Salt Merchants Guild was complete. The merchants, knowing they could not resist, submitted. To their surprise, he managed this vast enterprise in just a few days, without giving them any chance to meddle. This was thanks to merchants he had already bribed. From the beginning they had fed him inside information. His knowledge of the guild was second only to Wang Jin's. When all were summoned to Qing Mansion, they sat in 2 rows in the hall, not daring to meet his gaze. Nearly all had once opposed him, openly or secretly. Now, as master of the guild, he could easily identify those who had hindered him before. Gentlemen, this list was taken from Wang Jin's study. It records how you manipulated the market, hoarded salt, and blocked my goods from entering Shandong. He threw the list on the table. The sound alone made their hearts jump. So it was true, Qingxiu had always been watching them. Many had been rehearsing excuses for when he questioned them. But to their shock, Qingxiu picked up a lamp and set the list on fire. They stared in disbelief. What did this mean? In the past, you sought profit for yourselves. Using business means to compete with me is normal. Besides, you acted under Wang Jin's orders. Debts have their master, I will not pursue it. He said calmly, but from now on, if you defy my commands, don't blame me for being harsher than Wang Jin. My methods are no weaker than his. The threat left them trembling. One after another, they pledged loyalty, swearing they would follow only Qingxiu from this day forward. This vast guild needs a capable leader. Looking across all of Shandong, no one is more suitable than you. We are willing to help Duke Qinghua make the guild flourish. From now on, we will follow you and earn money together. We have long heard of your great name in Chang'an. You are the best in the world at doing business. The flattery from the merchants flowed endlessly, but Qingxiu did not really listen. Good. Since you are so cooperative, I cannot let down your trust. Qingxiu immediately ordered them to collect all the coarse salt being sold in the market and store it in warehouses. From today, it could not be sold. All this coarse salt will be used as material to refine fine salt. Once I bring craftsmen from Chang'an to process it, the refined salt will be distributed and sold through you. Now that he had secured the Shandong salt merchants, he no longer needed to move fine salt from Guangzhou. Shandong was on the coast, and the cost of salt making was even lower than in Guangzhou. If the price stayed the same, selling in Shandong would bring him even greater profits. The merchants fell silent. They knew their easy days of making money from coarse salt were gone. The price of refined salt would be the same as Guangzhou. After subtracting taxes and Qingxiu's share, their profits would shrink heavily. For most, this meant a cut of almost 40%. But no matter how dissatisfied they were, they dared not disobey his order. Now he not only had power equal to Wang Jin's but also had the government firmly backing him. Unlike before, there was no Wang Jin to lead them against the court. Of course, Qingxiu also brought them good news. As for salt, that is settled. But I have another piece of good news for you. The court has approved Shandong's merchants to pass through Tongguan and take the western trade routes, to sell goods to the western regions. The merchants were instantly excited, eyes flashing with joy. Duke Qingua, is this true? How much tax will the court take? It won't be too high, will it? If salt doesn't make much profit, then trading in the western regions is even better. Profits there are enormous, everything sells for sky-high prices. Qingxiu smiled slightly. Don't worry about taxes. They will be the same as those for Guangzhou merchants. You will not be overburdened. I guarantee it. As long as you have capital and follow the rules, the silver and gold you earn will exceed your expectations. This truly was good news, more than making up for their lost salt profits. Every merchant in Tang knew the western regions were full of wealth. One trip could make fortunes. Guangzhou traders had already grown rich, and Shandong merchants had long been jealous. Now that Qingxiu secured this right for them, how could they not be grateful? He had taken away the small cake of salt profits, but in return gave them a much larger cake. I know that selling coarse salt was easy money, but in truth, it was squeezing the common people, leaving them poorer and poorer. What you earned would also decrease over time. But if we sell Tang goods to the western regions and abroad, we earn their money instead. We make more profit, and at the same time lower prices in Tang, benefiting the people. Isn't that best for both sides? The merchants were moved and praised him for his great vision. Though partly flattery, they truly respected him for being able to profit while also benefiting the common folk. If it were Wang Jin, he would only grab whatever money was easiest to take. Exactly. Exploiting the people for profit. How could that compare with Duke Qingua, who thinks of the people? With Duke Qingua guiding us, not only can we make money, but the people also get real benefits. Qingxiu waved them silent, tired of their endless flattery. Enough. Just follow my arrangements. I guarantee you will earn even more than under Wang Jin. The merchant's blood boiled at these words. For money, they would be more loyal than anyone. While Qingxiu easily subdued the merchants, Wang Jin, carrying great wealth, finally met Zhang the old trickster beyond the frontier. He was introduced to the Turkic king, Aluamona. By now, the northern steppe had turned into a vast Buddhist land. Men, women, and children alike were forced to follow Buddhism. When Wang Jin saw that the Buddhist tents were grander than the Turkic king's own tent, he was stunned. How had the Turks changed so suddenly? Aluamona received him warmly, even declaring at the banquet that he wanted to become sworn brothers with him, leaving Wang Jin overwhelmed. Great king, you treat me so kindly, I cannot repay you. I escaped from the central plains with some wealth. Please accept it as my greeting gift. He signaled, and servants brought trays bearing 10 gold ingots. Brother, what do you take me for? Take them back. Aluamona's face darkened. You came here as an honored guest. Not only will you eat and live well, I will grant you land, so you may settle and live a good life. Wang Jin nearly wept with gratitude. Great king. Say no more. Today we must drink deeply together. Aluamona sighed. In the past, you contributed much to us Turks. Now we are beaten down by Tang, and you too were forced down by treacherous courtiers. We are both brothers in misfortune. After the feast, Aluamona granted Wang Jin a small tribe of 5,000 herders. These herders were made his slaves and servants, their cattle and sheep his to use. It was said this was his reward for helping the Turks in the past and a gesture of gratitude. With this, Wang Jin knew he had truly come to the right place. The Turks valued loyalty and would not abandon an old friend. Wang Jin no longer let his thoughts run wild and simply decided that from now on he would live out the rest of his life on this steppe. After all, he had plenty of money. At the very least, drinking and feasting every day would not be a problem. But he did not know that although Aluamona outwardly believed in Buddhism, this did not mean he had become kind. His real troubles were still ahead. One day, Wang Jin was watching his herders miserably laboring to clear the grasslands and build houses for him, when suddenly a messenger from the Turkic royal tent arrived, bringing Aluamona's words. The great king sends his greetings, and has a small matter in which he hopes you might help. Speak freely. He and I are brothers. Not to mention a small matter, even if he asks me to do 10 great things, I would not refuse. Wang Jin spoke boldly, but after hearing the report, his smile froze. It turned out that Aluamona, because of his devotion to Buddhism, wished to build a great golden decorated tent to enshrine a Buddha image. But, lacking enough gold, the plan had stalled. Since he heard that Wang Jin had made great fortunes in the Central Plains, he wanted to ask his brother for some gold to decorate the tent. The great king said that when the golden tent is complete, he will first pray for your long life, wishing you 100 years of blessings. The messenger spoke respectfully, but his eyes kept wandering toward Wang Jin's wagons. That look made Wang Jin's skin crawl. The amount of gold to decorate a great tent was not small, it would take at least 1/10 of all the gold he had brought. But since he was living on their land, with over 5,000 herders as his slaves, and Aluamona had already shown such generosity, refusing seemed impossible. Of course. The great king saved me in my time of need. What is some worldly wealth in return? Wang Jin agreed cheerfully on the surface, but in his heart he ached bitterly. He could only comfort himself, consider the money as the price of land and servants. After all, Aluamona had not treated him badly. But Aluamona was not satisfied. Not many days later, the messenger came again, this time saying a small tribe had rebelled. The great king must put them down, but the army, worn out from fighting Tang, was too weak. So the king planned to use money to win them over instead. Unfortunately, the treasury was empty, so he hoped Wang Jin would lend some silver, promising repayment before year's end. This time, Wang Jin felt uneasy. The loan requested was a huge sum. If this kept happening, he would not be able to hold out. He could not let Aluamona keep treating him like a fat sheep to be sheared. When I fled from the border, it was in great haste. I did not bring much money, I fear I cannot cover the great king's needs. He tried to refuse politely. The messenger, unsurprised, sighed. If that is so? But remember, the land you live on and the 5,000 herders serving you, they are all the great king's property. If the great king cannot gather enough funds, he can only take back this land and these herders to pacify the rebels. Wang Jin hurriedly said, wait. I will find a way. By tomorrow at the latest, I will bring the money to the royal tent. Excellent. The two shook hands and smiled, though Wang Jin's smile was clearly forced. When the messenger returned and reported this to Aluamona, although Wang Jin had promised the money, the king's face showed little joy. Master Shishuan, squeezing him for money bit by bit is too slow. Why don't I just send men to take it all at once? Zhang the old trickster, sitting with eyes closed striking his wooden fish, said calmly, Great king, why rush? Can he escape the steppe? Sooner or later, all his wealth will be squeezed into your hands. Aluamona scoffed. If I act now, the money is mine immediately. Great king, I have taught you so much of the Buddha's law, yet you still lack patience. Zhang scolded him, making the king restrain himself. It's just. I fear he will run away. Even better. If you keep pressing him for money, to save his wealth he will surely try to flee. If he flees, then you strike him down, it will be all the more reasonable. Aluamona suddenly understood, praising the master. So the plan is to force him to flee, and then we take everything. Zhang pressed his palms together. A sin, a sin. He lowered his head and resumed striking the wooden fish. Aluamona laughed, enlightened. On his way out, he even bowed to the Buddha statue in the golden tent. But not long after leaving, he secretly called a trusted aide. Remember, he must flee on his own. You are not to be seen urging him. Understood? Yes, my lord. I swear it will be done cleanly, leaving you no worries. The aide bowed and left. Meanwhile, under Qingxiu's control, the Shandong salt trade was fully reorganized. Coarse salt was swept into history, replaced everywhere by cheap refined salt. The markets across Tang overflowed with it. On the very first day refined salt went on sale, shops everywhere were emptied, even their reserves not enough. Even though Qingxiu repeatedly promised the people that supply would never run out, they still rushed to buy all they could. They really did not want to go back to the days of eating coarse salt. Even though they knew those times were gone forever, the fear still lingered. Duke Qing is truly a good man. Without him, we'd still be gnawing on coarse salt. Yes, I've lived over 60 years, and this is the first time I've tasted such fine salt. All thanks to Duke Qing. Though he is a merchant, he has given us common folk much kindness. I heard that the people of Guangzhou also gained many benefits because of Duke Qing. From now on, wherever he goes, I will follow. Among the common people of Shandong, the praise for Qingxiu grew higher each day, no less than his popularity back in Guangzhou. And after these days of observing Shandong's markets, Qingxiu realized that the population here surpassed even Guangzhou. The salt market would be even greater. No wonder Wang Jin, even at the risk of opposing the court, tried every way to protect his market. Qingxiu could hardly imagine how terrifying the profits must have been when these merchants sold coarse salt at sky-high prices. In any case, Qingxiu now set his sights on Shandong's salt tax revenue. He simply wrote a letter and sent it to the court, bargaining with Emperor Li Er. He already removed Wang Jin so quickly? When Li Er learned the news, he was stunned and troubled. He had originally planned to swiftly deal with Wang Jin, then let the court take full control of all his inheritance and rebuild Shandong's trade, and to take back all the salt tax there under court authority. But he did not expect that Wang Jin would not only escape, but even have his wealth and network seized by Qingxiu's schemes. Li Er had no idea what methods Qingxiu used, but now that it was done, there was no way to get those assets back. A pity. Shandong's trade is so vast, yet he didn't leave me even a drop of soup. And the rest of Qingxiu's letter revealed his ambition went far beyond this. He wrote that he was willing to devote all his strength on the battlefield, to pacify Goguryeo for Tang. But in return, after the war, he demanded 60% of the salt tax from Shandong and Goguryeo. And all production and sale of refined salt must be completely under his personal control. This appetite shocked even Li Er. Could he even manage such a vast market? Though it promised great revenue, the condition was that Qingxiu had to use his own influence, not rely on court troops, to secure it. And there was another condition: he must pacify Goguryeo within half a year. This was the military pledge he gave. Only with such a record could he demand such reward. Li Er waited over and over, then summoned his trusted ministers to hear their opinions. Of course, he did not include Changsun Wuji. The gathered ministers were shaken by Qingxiu's demands and his promise. First by the size of his appetite, second by the sheer difficulty of conquering Goguryeo in half a year. Winter was coming, making sieges harder, especially in Liaodong. Since Emperor Yang of Sui's invasions, Goguryeo had greatly strengthened its fortifications. To seize city after city by force would be unimaginably hard. Your Majesty, Duke Qing's appetite is too great. Shandong's salt tax is equal to Guangzhou's, you cannot lightly grant it. Wei Zheng opposed at once. Dr. Wei, have you forgotten? The condition is that he must conquer Goguryeo within 6 months. If he fails, he gets nothing. Fang Xianling dismissed his objection, as if convinced Qingxiu would surely succeed. Many agreed with Fang. Even Li Er inwardly leaned the same way. Though they had seen Qingxiu achieve astonishing victories before, they still doubted the Goguryeo campaign. Goguryeo was not like northern tribes or southern petty states. It had strong fortresses, trained armies, and vast territory for defense. Wei Zheng insisted, Duke Qing will surely win. Have you forgotten his past victories? But the others only shook their heads. To them, Wei Zheng knew nothing of war and could not imagine its difficulty. Your Majesty, I think you may agree to his condition, but you must add another restriction. Xiao Yu suggested. For 6 months, the court will not send reinforcements or new generals, only 6 months of supplies. If he conquers within that time, grant his terms. But if the war drags beyond 6 months, he must step down as commander, another will continue the fight, and Duke Qing will receive only a token reward. This proposal pleased Li Er. It left no disadvantage to the court. If Qingxiu failed to destroy Goguryeo in 6 months, but still drove deep into enemy land, then even another general taking over would reap great gains. But if Qingxiu truly succeeded with only his current army, then granting him huge rewards would still be a bargain. The Tang would gain land, people, and resources far beyond mere salt tax. Not to mention the glory of conquering Goguryeo, raising Tang's prestige at home and abroad. All right, let it be so. Draft the edict for me. Yes, Your Majesty. By the way, when this edict reaches Shandong, Duke Qing should already be joining the 50,000 troops heading to Liaodong, right? Li Er calculated, by the time war began, it would be close to the 12th lunar month. Whether the new year would be peaceful depended on Duke Qing's victories. Your Majesty, the generals have already set out to aid Duke Qing. But before Duke of Wei departed, he told me he wished, after this campaign, to retire and no longer meddle in state affairs. Du Ruhui reported. Li Er was startled, then sighed. After all, Li Jing was already nearly 70. After this campaign, he likely could no longer serve in the field. The rigors of command and long campaigns on horseback were beyond him now. But Li Jing did not speak to him directly and instead had Du Ruhui deliver the message for him. Obviously, he was testing to see whether Li Er was willing to let him leave the court. The Duke of Wei has worked hard for the country all these years. Despite his age, he still fights for me on the battlefield and has done all he can. When he returns from the Eastern campaign, I will reward him and allow him to retire and return home to live out his old age peacefully. Although Li Er said this, in his heart, he didn't think it would be that simple. Aside from Qingxiu, in this court, Li Jing had both outstanding achievements and high prestige. Within the court, he could still be restrained by Li Er and Qingxiu. If he left the court, though he would be far from the center of power and politics, he would also escape Li Er's surveillance. Such a general with great achievements made it hard for Li Er to feel at ease. The emperor's thoughts are deep and inscrutable. The reason Qingxiu could gain Li Er's complete trust was his nearly divine-like status and because he represented the fate of the Tang dynasty. But Li Jing did not have these qualities to dispel Li Er's suspicions. The more low-key and passive he acted, the more suspicious Li Er became of him. In short, let's see how this battle plays out. If Qingxiu really can't end the war within half a year as promised, and the general is replaced according to the agreement, then this old body of Li Jing may still need to be put to use once more. On the road to Liaodong with the 100,000-strong army. During this troop reinforcement, Li Jing and Hou Junji accompanied the army. They had been marching for many days and were not far from Shandong. Along the way, Hou Junji was very excited. Although he was not the main general, participating in this top-level war to destroy a country would surely bring him rewards afterward. Moreover, Li Er had appointed him and Li Jing as Qingxiu's deputy generals, which showed that in Li Er's eyes, he was already on par with Li Jing. As Hou Junji was fantasizing about the future, Li Jing, who had been quietly reading beside him, suddenly began to cough violently. "General Li, have you caught a cold? You haven't coughed this whole time." Hou Junji handed him his own water flask. "This is some strong liquor I bought from the Duke of Qing's winery. Drink it, sweat a bit, it's good for the body." "No need, my illness isn't a cold. Drinking it won't help, cough, cough." Li Jing coughed violently again, which made Hou Junji quite concerned. "This is an old illness I've had for decades. Before the army set out, I was bedridden for several days and only managed to come along after taking several days of medicine," Li Jing said with a bitter smile. Hou Junji was surprised. "If that's the case, why come along at all? Just report your illness to His Majesty. It's not that simple." Li Jing gave a bitter smile. He had wanted to vent to Hou Junji, but after thinking it over, he swallowed the words. "Duke of Chen, after this campaign, I should be retiring from military service. By then, the affairs of the Tang army will likely fall on you and the Duke of Qing. Just remember, although it's good to make achievements while in your prime, don't go overboard." What Li Jing meant was to remind Hou Junji not to become too arrogant and overstep. Hou Junji naturally understood his meaning, but he remained silent. "We serve His Majesty faithfully. He sees everything we do. Duke of Wei, you don't need to worry. After all, you're the most trusted military officer in His Majesty's court." Li Jing gave a bitter smile. "Yes, let's pretend I didn't say anything." He knew Hou Junji didn't take his words to heart at all. That evening, while the army was resting along the way, a letter arrived from the Duke of Qing to both generals. The content was brief. They did not need to detour to Shandong and should head straight to Liaodong as quickly as possible, without taking any unnecessary routes. What does the Duke of Qing mean by this? Hou Junji was confused. Li Jing calmly said, "I think perhaps there's nothing we need to do in Shandong anymore. Come to think of it, the court asking us to detour to Shandong was strange in the first place. Fine, since the Duke of Qing is the commander, let's follow his orders." The two quickly agreed and immediately informed the army to change course and head straight to Liaodong. Qingxiu had long taken care of Wang Jin and absorbed all the wealth he left behind, so he no longer needed to use the army to exert pressure. Since that was the case, better to have the army reach Liaodong quickly and wrap up the war as soon as possible. After returning to Liaodong, Qingxiu did not rest. He mobilized all the soldiers from the Shi and Jurchen tribes for military use. Not only that, he also sent orders to the Turks, requesting that Aluamona personally bring his best cavalry to Liaodong at top speed and follow his command. Since the court had given limited troops, he simply used his own influence to gather forces from all directions. The army assembling at the frontier grew larger and larger. The soldiers at the Goguryeo border looked out every day at the Tang army formations in the distance. It was like black clouds about to crush the city, terrifying to behold. But they could do nothing and could only keep building higher walls and digging moats day after day. They deluded themselves, hoping the Tang army's attack could be delayed a few more days. Eventually, the 100,000 reinforcements from the court arrived at the border, and soon after, Aluamona also arrived with 40,000 elite cavalry. At this point, the Tang army, including allied forces, numbered nearly 300,000, and more than half were battle-hardened veterans. Their strength had already far surpassed Goguryeo. However, not many believed the Tang army was guaranteed to win, since Goguryeo still had fortified cities. On the eve before the planned attack on Goguryeo, Aluomona unexpectedly requested an audience with the Duke of Qing. "Speak quickly. We attack first thing tomorrow. Don't delay, rest and affect the battle." Qingxiu focused only on the book in his hands and didn't look at Aluomona, who was kneeling. "Duke of Qing? General Qing. I came to bring you a big gift." Aluomona didn't waste words. He directly placed a large package on Qingxiu's desk. "Please look." Qingxiu slightly frowned. He could smell a trace of blood from the package. "This is a head? Wang Jin's head?" Aluomona was shocked. He didn't expect Qingxiu to guess it right away. "Why you? How did you know?" "Nonsense. Do you think anything that happens on the grasslands can escape my eyes?" Aluomona didn't even know that Wang Jin was sent to the grasslands by Qingxiu himself. This Wang Jin was on the court's most wanted list. He fled to you, and instead of reporting him, you harbored him for some time. What were you thinking? Before Aluomona could respond, Qingxiu was already interrogating him. At that moment, how could he dare claim credit? Aramona was terrified and immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowing to explain himself. "General Qing, you misunderstood. I knew long ago that this man was a wanted criminal by the court. I kept him in Turkic territory just to lower his guard, then seized the chance to kill him. Look, didn't I bring his head to your tent?" Aramona was sweating all over as he spoke. The reason Aramona was able to behead Wang Jin was because he had deliberately released false news to Wang Jin, making him believe that in a few days Aramona would lead troops to rob his treasure and even cut off his head. To save his life, Wang Jin packed all his valuables overnight and tried to escape, only to be captured by Aramona, who had already prepared in advance. Before killing him, Aramona even pretended to scold him for not being a true friend and trying to collude with other tribes to frame him. But after killing Wang Jin and seizing a huge amount of wealth, he heard that the court had placed a high bounty on Wang Jin's head. So he took this opportunity to present the head directly to Qingxiu, hoping to gain some benefits. He never expected that upon meeting, Qingxiu would turn the tables and directly accuse him of harboring a criminal. So how could he expect a reward now? He just needed to get rid of the accusation as fast as possible. Qingxiu saw him lying on the ground, swearing oaths and nearly smashing his head from kowtowing, and finally waved impatiently for him to get out. "Thank you, Duke of Qing." Aramona felt as if he had been pardoned from death, quickly got up, but then heard Qingxiu slowly say behind him, "As far as I know, when Wang Jin fled to the grasslands, he brought a large amount of gold and silver. All of that ended up in your hands, didn't it?" Seeing Aramona's body stiffen, Qingxiu added, "Don't deny it, or the consequences will be worse." "Yes." Qingxiu nodded in satisfaction. "Good. I won't pursue this money, but it will be used as rewards for your troops after the war. Any objections?" The Central Plains usually gave rewards to troops recruited from subordinate states after the war. "I understand. That money is more than enough." Aramona forced a smile more painful than crying, thanked the Duke of Qing, and fled like a scalded dog. After leaving the tent, Aramona regretted it so much he wanted to slap himself. How could he be so stupid as to present Wang Jin's head for credit? He returned to the Turkic camp dejectedly and told the other chieftains what had happened. All of them looked miserable as they listened. "Didn't we just make this trip for nothing?" "Yeah. If any of us die on the battlefield, we won't even get a pension. How are we supposed to face their families? Maybe we shouldn't help the Tang army. Let's just go back to the grasslands, save ourselves from causing deaths." "Exactly. No reward money and still want us to fight." Aramona just wanted to vent, but didn't expect his men to talk more and more outrageously, making him increasingly nervous. "Shut the hell up, all of you. Do you want to die? Don't you know what will happen if this gets to Qingxiu's ears? If you want to die, don't drag the whole Turkic tribe with you." This scolding finally sobered the chieftains on the spot. If they packed up and returned to the grasslands tonight, their heads wouldn't last 3 days on their necks. "So we really have to fight this war? And bring our own food too?" Hearing the complaints, Aramona muttered, "What else can we do? If the Tang people won't give, we'll take it from the Goguryeo people." Someone else carefully added, "But the Tang army doesn't allow us to slaughter cities or loot at will." "Nonsense. If our troops fight faster, rush into Goguryeo territory before the Tang army gets there to plunder, how would they even know?" Aramona stood up and looked at the chieftains. "Remember this, once the war starts, fight as hard as you can. The farther we go, the more we can take. If we're slow, we'll get nothing. Understand?" Understood. The chieftains quickly responded. Just the mention of loot instantly lifted their spirits. The next day, Qingxiu personally came to the front of the army formation and ordered the emperor's edict of war to be read aloud. He listed 8 crimes committed by the Goguryeo people, severely condemning them. Today, we act under the emperor's order to punish Goguryeo, eliminate its tyrant, and liberate the people suffering under their rule. We must win this war quickly. I hereby issue a military order. Within 6 months, Goguryeo must be conquered, and Gao Yuan captured and escorted to the capital. If I fail, I will resign as marshal and never lead troops again. The order stirred the entire army into a frenzy. They didn't expect the marshal to have such confidence and determination, which greatly boosted their morale. With one order from Qingxiu, the army immediately moved out in 3 directions to attack Goguryeo. He personally led one route, choosing the key routes and cities to attack, and brought all the allied troops under his command. After all, only he could control those wild and unruly forces. The other 2 routes were led by Hou Junji and Li Jing, flanking from left and right, bypassing cities that could be avoided for Qingxiu to capture. They only needed to advance straight and threaten Goguryeo's capital. As the war began, Qingxiu led his troops eastward, easily capturing even the strongest cities under his command, facing almost no resistance. His army's speed was nearly equal to the other 2. In every battle along the way, the Goguryeo forces were instantly defeated, unable to fight back. In just half a month, Qingxiu completely conquered all territory west of the Yalu River in Liaodong. At this point, Goguryeo had lost half its land, retreating entirely to the Korean peninsula, not daring to cross the Yalu River. Now, they pinned all hope on the border stronghold Ansi City, believing that as long as it stood, Goguryeo would be safe. Ansi City was the farthest point the Sui army had reached during their campaign. It was also where the most Sui soldiers had died. When Qingxiu crossed the Yalu River and approached Ansi City, he found many jingguan made from Sui soldiers' corpses. Looking around, the piled bones were weathered and decayed. Even the armor had rusted and rotted. Qingxiu felt deeply saddened seeing the scene. Yang of Sui deserved to die, and the fall of his dynasty was fate. But it's a pity for these brave young men who died for the Central Plains. Qingxiu ordered all the jingguan to be dismantled and the Sui soldiers' remains to be buried with respect. The Tang soldiers, seeing their fallen countrymen's bones, were all moved and their hatred for the Goguryeo people grew even stronger. Soldiers, the Goguryeo people have insulted the corpses of our Central Plains men, building more than 10 jingguan, towers of skulls, from them. We must repay them in kind. After we take this Ansi city, we must build a jingguan from the corpses of Goguryeo people that is taller than the city wall. Qingxiu's words were immediately met with loud approval from the soldiers. Regardless of what comes next, they were already itching to chop off the heads of those Goguryeo people right now. As the Tang army roared outside the city like tigers and wolves, the Goguryeo people hiding inside dared not open the gate to fight. They hurriedly prepared rolling stones and logs, almost piling them to the top of the wall, trembling in fear while waiting for the Tang army's assault. The cold wind blew, and the Goguryeo soldiers on the city wall shivered from the cold. They couldn't understand how the Tang army could line up so neatly in such freezing wind where even fingers could freeze off. If you open the city gate and surrender now, the defending troops inside will be spared. I can open the granaries and treasuries of Ansi City and distribute them to you Goguryeo people for appeasement. If you stubbornly resist, none of you will survive. Once the war starts, if even one Tang soldier dies, I will not accept your surrender. On horseback, Qingxiu's voice was carried by the cold wind to the city wall, making those who heard it feel a chill in their hearts. Many people started wavering under his threats and offers. Today, the whole garrison will defend Ansi City to the death. Not one will surrender. A commander on the wall shouted loudly, "With me, Yang Wanchun, here, even if your Tang soldiers fill the moat with corpses, you still won't climb up." "Oh right, maybe you could use those Sui soldiers' corpses to fill the moat, it might make your assault easier." Yang Wanchun's arrogant shouts and mockery made the Goguryeo soldiers laugh and cheer, their fear dispelled. They came back to their senses from fear. What was there to be afraid of with General Yang here? Qingxiu knew of Yang Wanchun, a famous general whose strength and command were no less than Yun Geiseman. A general who, in a city defense battle, even Li Shimin found difficult to deal with in a short time. For such a figure, Qingxiu had always shown the highest respect. He waved his hand, signaling the soldiers behind him to bring forth his respect. They dragged dozens of cannons with warhorses slowly to the front of the formation, adjusting their aim at Ansi City's tall walls. Seeing this, Yang Wanchun felt nervous. He knew the siege engines built by the Central Plains had powerful attacking capabilities. "Hurry, pour water on the city walls." Once it freezes, it will make their assault harder. Yang Wanchun quickly gave orders and told the soldiers to ready their bows to strike as soon as the enemy advanced. He thought that since they hadn't yet pushed the dark cannons into effective catapult range, maybe he still had time to prepare. But the Tang soldiers had already loaded the shells and were ready to fire. Fire! With a single command, the fuses were lit. In an instant, thunderous roars shook the sky. Dozens of cannons roared at once, making the walls tremble and the clouds disperse. Before the Goguryeo soldiers could recover from the terrifying sound, the shells rained down, shattering them instantly. Boom! Dozens of shells hit the seemingly solid ice-covered wall at once, instantly smashing the icy surface and shaking the brick structure. Some shells directly landed among the soldiers on the wall, killing over a dozen on the spot and wounding many more. Yang Wanchun was buried under collapsing bricks during the first blast. When his personal guards helped him struggle out of the rubble, the wall was already covered in thick smoke. He couldn't see anything outside. What's going on? What's going on? Is it thunder? Yang Wanchun roared hoarsely, his ears ringing so badly he couldn't hear anything else. Only when he was helped down from the wall did he learn the Tang army was using some siege weapon called a cannon. That thing's range is several times that of a catapult. And when it hits, everything within dozens of feet is shredded. I saw a comrade take a direct hit, there wasn't even a body left, just meat paste. General, you can't go back up the wall. It's certain death. Yang Wanchun, now at the base of the wall, heard his soldiers' terrified reports about the terrifying cannon. He cursed loudly, bastards. If we don't guard the wall, what if the Tang army climbs up while we're down here? Get back up there. Bring more iron shields and wooden shields, there's always a way to block the cannons. Before he finished speaking, another shell smashed into the tower, breaking most of it, raining debris that sent them scrambling for cover. Bastards. Yang Wanchun stomped and cursed in anger and despair. This was the first time in his life he had seen such terrifying siege weapons. With such power, he couldn't imagine any wall that could withstand these cannon blasts. Even when he forced soldiers to defend the wall at sword point, they were blown to bits before they even reached position. Defending the wall was no longer realistic. At this moment, Shuiren-gue looked through a telescope and saw no Goguryeo soldiers left on the wall. He immediately requested permission from Qingxiu to prepare ladders and climb the walls to enter the city. No need. Either we use up all our cannonballs today, or we blow down the city wall of Ansi City. The cannon fire must not stop. Qingxiu didn't want to give Yang Wanchun any chance to recover. If he could safely blast the wall with cannons, why risk lives by sending soldiers to climb it? Shuiren-gue hesitated, but there's no one on the wall, and we have limited cannonballs. At this rate, we won't kill many soldiers. Why must we kill their soldiers? Just break the wall, then the army can enter Ansi City in perfect formation with fewer casualties. Qingxiu waved him off, his mind was made up. Besides, even if the enemy hid in the city, Qingxiu had ways to make them wish they were dead. Yang Wanchun could never have imagined that above his head, dozens of hot air balloons were already floating. With a powerful enemy before them, who would expect the Tang army to be able to fly? Everyone, it's time! The Tang soldiers in the hot air balloons quickly locked on the Goguryeo defenders. Yang Wanchun did have plans. Knowing the wall couldn't be defended, he ordered all troops to form formations inside the city, planning to fight to the end in street battles once the Tang army broke in using the houses as cover. The soldiers on the hot air balloons all took out grenades, just waiting for the signal from the Duke of Qing to start throwing. But strangely, they waited for a long time without seeing the Duke of Qing give the signal. Outside the city, the cannons were still firing fiercely, blasting bricks and stones everywhere. Looking down at the Goguryeo formation, it was clearly a perfect target for a surprise attack. They were itching to throw. If not for Qingxiu's strict order, not to throw even one grenade without the signal flare, these men would have lost control long ago. The cannons fired for a full hour, until the ammunition storage was nearly empty. Some cannons even cracked from overheating. Only then did Qingxiu give the order to cease fire. Through the smoke and dust, Qingxiu could faintly see that most of the city wall had been blasted down, with only a few broken sections still standing alone. He could already clearly see the Goguryeo troops forming ranks inside the city, preparing for street fighting. Aramona. Take your men and attack. The Shi and Jurchen follow closely behind. Don't retreat until the Goguryeo formation is crushed. Disobeying orders means execution. Qingxiu gave the allied troops a death order without mercy. Naturally, they rode their horses and charged forward with all their might. Even though they were working for the Tang army, chopping heads still earned rewards, and they could even loot money off the corpses. They relied on these battles to make money. And since Jingxiu had always kept his promises, rewarding those with military merit, these savages were willing to risk their lives for him. Form the ranks well. These barbarians don't have the same shock force as the Tang army. As long as we hold off the first wave, they'll lose heart and flee. Yang Wanchun was still encouraging his troops and preparing to fight. He didn't realize that the real threat didn't come from the allied troops charging head-on. It's about time. Jingxiu saw the hot air balloons in position and ordered a soldier to light a prepared firecracker on the ground. With a whoosh, the firecracker shot into the sky and exploded with a red flare. As the signal flare lit up, the soldiers in the hot air balloons immediately began dropping grenades. The grenades fell like heavy rain, scattering into the Goguryeo formation below. The moment they hit the ground, they exploded violently, tearing huge gaps through the Goguryeo ranks. Blood and body parts flew onto soldiers' faces, scaring them out of their minds. They thought the Tang cannons had somehow hit inside the city. Run! Thinking of the cannons that could shatter entire walls, no one dared to fight anymore. The formation Yang Wanchun had worked so hard to hold immediately collapsed. Tens of thousands of defenders inside the city scattered in panic. More were trampled to death in the chaos than killed by grenades. Kill! Kill! The enemy is collapsing, we've won. Hurry and chop them down, or the Shi and Jurchen will steal our kills. The Turks saw the enemy fleeing in terror and charged even faster with joy. If they were slower, they might not even get a chance to earn battle credit. Damn it! Yang Wanchun's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He never imagined the Tang's firearms would be so terrifying. They could strike even without a direct line of sight. All his preparations and trained troops were wasted. He looked up and finally saw the massive hot air balloons, where Tang soldiers were still throwing grenades down. With his limited understanding, he couldn't comprehend how the Tang army could fly. But there was no time to think. Turkic cavalry was already charging in. Yang Wanchun knew his defeated troops couldn't be saved. The retreating Goguryeo soldiers behind him blocked his escape. He had nowhere left to run. Brothers, our deaths today are not from cowardice. After Ansi City falls, Goguryeo may be at the end of its days. If we don't want to see our country destroyed, our only option is to fight to the death. Yang Wanchun looked sadly at the few hundred personal guards around him. No one spoke. He and his guards gave up fleeing. Instead, they raised their weapons and charged straight at the allied army. Kill the enemy. Fight to the death for our country. Yang Wanchun rode ahead, vanishing into the mass of Turkic troops. His hundreds of guards followed closely. No matter how bravely they fought, once inside the tens of thousands-strong allied army, they were drowned in the tide. When Yang Wanchun was killed, many retreating Goguryeo soldiers were also trampled to death. The few young and strong soldiers had either escaped or were hiding in houses, trembling. They truly no longer dared to fight the Tang army. Soon, the allied troops had killed the remaining Goguryeo soldiers on the battlefield. But once the war began, they weren't easy to stop. After looting money and armor from the corpses, they still weren't satisfied. That little bit wasn't enough to risk their lives for. With bloodshot eyes, the allied troops ran across the battlefield like wild beasts, trampling corpses. Some even drew weapons on each other to steal the coins in dead soldiers' pockets. Everyone, stop fighting, look over there. Wanyan Dashi shouted, ordering his men to stop and pointed toward undamaged residential buildings nearby. Goguryeo collapsed too quickly, they hadn't even reached the houses before the charge ended. Jingxiu had also forbidden the hot air balloons from bombing the civilian areas. Those houses were still intact. The Goguryeo civilians were huddled inside. They stared in terror at the bloodthirsty allied troops sharpening their blades on the battlefield. Over there, rob money, take food, grab women. Almost every allied soldier's eyes lit up. These savages had robbery and plundering in their bones. They instantly turned their attention to the civilians. Besides, those people weren't Tang citizens, robbing them cost nothing. But before they could act, over 100 Tang soldiers of the supervisory team arrived on horseback. They quickly blocked the path of the allied troops. The Duke of Qing has ordered, only Goguryeo soldiers, resisting militia, and soldiers disguised as civilians may be killed. Civilians not participating in the war must not be harmed. As long as they don't resist, let them live. Even robbing 1 penny will be punished by death without mercy. Li Daoyan held up Qingxiu's military order and shouted the allied troops to a halt. To show authority, he drew his bow and shot a soldier who was about to move. 1 arrow knocked off his helmet. Anyone who takes 1 more step will be killed. Tens of thousands of allied troops were forcefully stopped by just a few hundred Tang soldiers. Although they didn't dare to disobey the military order, there were still many who felt restless inside. After all, the temptation ahead was too great. Now that they had knives and guns in their hands and their eyes were red with greed, how could they possibly stay rational? Is this truly an order from the Duke of Qing? General, you're not lying to us, are you? Aramona squinted at Ling Daoyan, someone he had always looked down on. The generals in the Tang army were almost all battle-hardened and outstanding in martial skills. Xuerengui was a true one-man army. Just standing there, he could strike fear into the hearts of tens of thousands of Turks. Qingxiu needed no further mention. As long as he was there, even by himself, tens of thousands of allied soldiers would follow his orders without complaint. Only this Ling Daoyan, this man normally only handled military law and had almost never fought in battle. To these barbarians who respected martial strength, he was merely someone who relied on Qingxiu's authority, wielding power like a chicken feather pretending to be an imperial decree, not worthy of respect. Exactly, General Ling, you're not planning to take the loot for yourself and not let us share it, are you? We've fought and bled for you Tang people for so long, can't we relax just a little? Why don't you come looting with us? At worst, we'll share a portion of our loot with you, just pretend you didn't see anything, how about that? Ling Daoyan was furious. He didn't expect these savages to be so hard to control. Just as he was wondering whether he should kill someone on the spot to establish authority, a loud shout came from the rear of the camp. General Qing has arrived. The restless allied army immediately quieted down and became orderly. They quickly parted in the middle to make a path for Qingxiu. Qingxiu didn't bring a large force, only Xuerengui was with him. The two rode slowly through the allied formation, but their presence alone silenced the entire scene. Qingxiu rode directly in front of the few chieftains, and they quickly jumped down from their horses and knelt before him. Duke of Qing, you arrived just in time. Ling Daoyan came to Qingxiu's side, cold sweat clearly visible on his forehead. Qingxiu looked coldly at the tens of thousands of allied troops before him, his eyes full of disdain and contempt. As if this massive army wasn't even human, but insects he could crush underfoot at will. You've grown bold, haven't you? You even dare to disobey my orders. These words made the kneeling chieftains tremble all over. We wouldn't dare. Wouldn't dare? But just now, someone among you said they wanted to go looting and have a little fun. Cold sweat poured off Aramona like rain. I swear, if anyone dares to act so recklessly again, I'll be the first to cut off his head before the supervisory team even acts. Qingxiu sneered. If any of you feel that the Tang court has treated you unfairly, you can pack up and leave right now. General Ling won't stop you. But if I hear any more complaints in the army that you've been mistreated, it will be instant execution without pardon. His voice wasn't loud, but it was just enough for everyone present to hear clearly. No one dared to reply, let alone foolishly walk away. Otherwise, once Goguryeo was destroyed, they'd be next. Qingxiu pointed to Ling Daoyan. From now on, any order he conveys on my behalf is a military order not to be defied. Anyone who questions him is the same as arguing with me. Yes. The chieftains almost pressed their bodies flat against the ground. Xuerengui, after the battle, you personally flogged these 3 tribal chieftains, 20 strokes each. You do it yourself. Let this serve as a painful lesson, so they don't lose their heads for lack of discipline in the future. Xuerengui sneered, as you command. Those words nearly made the chieftains cry on the spot. With Xuerengui's godlike strength, being flogged by him, imagine the outcome. That threat alone was enough to keep them from ever daring to loot Goguryeo civilians again. With the Tang army storming the city, the fall of Ansi City was now a fact. Of the 100,000 Goguryeo troops, over half had already scattered and fled, most of the rest were trampled to death in the chaos or blown up by grenades from the hot air balloons. Very few were actually killed in direct combat. Though a few stubborn Goguryeo soldiers still hid in houses, intending to fight the Tang army in street battles, they were merely a minor nuisance. The Tang army had full control over Ansi City. The lives of the hundreds of thousands of Goguryeo civilians in the city were now entirely in Qingxiu's hands. After the battlefield was cleared, Yang Wanquan's head was cut off by Aramona and brought to Qingxiu in exchange for a reward of 100 taels of gold. As for his body, it had already been horribly mutilated, pierced through like a sieve by dozens of spears. Only the head remained recognizable. Yang Wanquan was indeed a worthy figure. At the moment of death, he still personally killed dozens of Turks. Whether in martial skill, loyalty, or military strategy, he was among the best of the Goguryeo people. Historically, he had even held off Li Shimon's assaults and earned his respect. But sadly, he encountered Qingxiu. Even if he had built the walls from iron and had double the troops, the result would have been the same. Enough. Give Yang Wanquan a proper burial. Choose a good spot in Ansi City and erect a tombstone. Qingxiu didn't want to insult the man. A warrior who died for his country deserved respect. Soon after, Ling Daoyan entered the command tent and reported the city's situation to Qingxiu. There are over 430,000 civilians in this city. Many of them are strong and able-bodied. How do you plan to deal with them? In past sieges, never had there been this many people, usually under 100,000. Even if settled on the spot, they posed little threat. But with over 400,000 people, half of them could become soldiers if they picked up weapons. If they revolted behind the lines, it would be disastrous. Qingxiu frowned and asked, "What do you think we should do with these Goguryeo people?" Ling Daoyan thought carefully and replied, "Given the current situation, based on my knowledge of history, there are a few options. First, select the strong ones to form labor units, transporting supplies during peacetime, fighting with the army during wartime. Second, forcibly relocate them from Ansi City to Tang territory, resettling them in batches so they can't threaten the rear." Here, Ling Daoyan suddenly fell silent. He didn't say the third method, but Qingxiu already guessed what it was. "You mean, massacre?" Hearing this, Ling Daoyan nodded slightly. The first two methods required much effort and energy, demanding the Tang army to divert considerable focus to manage them, which could even slow the march and require a large share of rations. The third method was the most efficient and fast. Processing over 400,000 people directly meant no more future trouble. Massacre is the worst choice. It might solve the problem temporarily, but the resulting trouble will affect the entire campaign. The Goguryeo people will hate the Tang dynasty to death. Even if we destroy the Goguryeo royal court within half a year, for at least the next 100 years, the court will have to constantly send troops to suppress rebellions. Qingxiu shook his head slightly. Even setting all that aside, Qingxiu would never casually slaughter 400,000 unarmed civilians. As for the other two methods, he wasn't satisfied with those either. With so many civilians, even a small mistake during relocation could spark a riot. After some thought, Qingxiu ordered Li Daoyan to go with him to the Goguryeo residential area to assess the situation. Li Daoyan felt it was a bit risky, but since Qingxiu insisted, he couldn't object. He just arranged for a few hundred soldiers to go with them. Although the residential district looked clean from the outside, once they entered, they saw the people of Goguryeo lived in hardship. Those tall, beautiful houses belonged only to high officials and nobles. Most civilians were in tattered clothes, malnourished and yellow-skinned from hunger. Especially the farmers, nearly all of them showed exhaustion and submission on their faces. They didn't even dare to lift their heads when Tang army horses passed. It seemed that in recent years, Goguryeo, in its show of force against Tang and competition with Silla and Baekje for territory, had completely squeezed its people dry. They were not like Yang Wanchun, respected officials bound to die for the court. For most of them, Goguryeo simply meant tax collectors and oppressors. Along the way, these people didn't show much hatred toward the Tang army, only fear and unease. This gave Qingxiu an idea for how to handle the situation. When he returned to the military command tent, he summoned all the generals. In front of the whole army, he directly ordered that Ansi City's grain and money stores be opened and divided into 3 parts. One part was to be distributed to the city's civilians, ensuring everyone received something. Another part was for military consumption during the campaign. The last part would stay in Ansi City for future needs. Upon hearing this, the generals exchanged glances, each with their own thoughts. "Boss, giving a portion for the army's use is necessary. But giving part to the local civilians, what's the point?" Shui Rengue spoke first. "Besides, by military rules, we need the emperor's order to use loot from a conquered city. Giving it straight to civilians might displease his majesty." Though the others said nothing, they were thinking the same. Especially the tribal chieftains, they were even more displeased. In their view, even if all the wealth was wasted on wine and pleasure, it was better than giving it away to civilians for free. With this much wealth, it should be sent back to the capital for proper enjoyment. Those civilians should be picked through for young women. If left here, aren't they a hidden threat? Exactly. Duke of Qing, why be so kind to these defeated enemies? The tribal chieftains all agreed, but none dared say it aloud for Qingxiu to hear. "I know you're all confused. But understand, we didn't come to Goguryeo to plunder. We're here to fully incorporate it into Tang territory. Every person on this land will be a citizen of Tang, farming and working, paying tribute and taxes. If we abandon the people, what use is empty land?" Qingxiu's words made the generals realize their short-sightedness. Indeed, that made sense. Shui Rengue worriedly asked, "Boss, those grain and money stores are spoils of war. By regulation, the court should decide their use. Aren't you afraid His Majesty will be displeased?" Qingxiu replied indifferently, "Don't worry about that, I'll explain it myself. As for you, once we return, let the soldiers rest 2 days. Then we'll march at full speed to the Goguryeo capital. Ansi City was conquered. From here to the Goguryeo capital, there were no more strongholds, just open plains easy to attack. They had to strike quickly, before Gao Yuan could flee, and end the war as soon as possible. No one objected, they immediately began preparations. Li Daoyan, however, was kept behind by Qingxiu. General Li, you won't need to join future battles. Stay in Ansi City and govern all conquered Goguryeo cities for me, maintain order. Li Daoyan replied, with such trust from the Duke of Qing, I will not fail you. Although he wasn't especially good at battle, when it came to governance and maintaining law, Li Daoyan was the most capable under Qingxiu. 2 days later, the whole army moved at Qingxiu's command, heading straight for the Goguryeo capital. Before leaving, Qingxiu received a frontline report that Li Jing and Hou Junji's 2 armies, while Qingxiu attacked cities, had been maneuvering through Goguryeo's heartland, reaching the capital and surrounding it. But the capital was strong and heavily defended. After half a month of siege, there was still no breakthrough. Instead, they attracted many Goguryeo reinforcements, which the 2 generals defeated one by one. The siege had turned into a prolonged battle of attrition. After receiving this news, Qingxiu immediately decided to change strategies. He ordered the army split into 5 units. The most elite, led by Qingxiu himself, would bypass all cities and head straight for the Goguryeo capital, carrying heavy siege artillery. The other 4 forces would spread out, blocking any Goguryeo troops from disrupting the supply line, so Qingxiu could march without concern. Duke of Qing, there are still 3 months left in your 6-month deadline with His Majesty. There's no need to rush like this. What if something goes wrong along the way? If the supply line breaks, the army could collapse. Maybe we should go city by city, steadily attacking our way in. Faced with different suggestions from the generals, Qingxiu rejected them all equally. Prepare for immediate march. Anyone who delays will be punished by military law. Once this order was given, no one dared to object. Everyone quickly got ready. They all knew that when Qingxiu said he'd punish, he meant it, and never joked. After the other 4 armies set off, Qingxiu organized the supplies and led his troops to continue marching east. His force consisted of only 20,000 core Tang soldiers and 100,000 auxiliary troops, while ahead they might face at least 400,000 wandering Goguryeo troops in the wild. Although everyone in the army knew this march would be extremely difficult and risky. As long as the horse Qingxiu rode stayed at the front of the formation, letting the soldiers see his back, no one felt fear. With the Duke of Qing present, what was there to fear, even if the enemy had thousands upon thousands of troops? Boss, Li Daoyan only has a few hundred of his own men to manage Ansi City. If the civilians there revolt, he won't be able to hold them down. Shui Rengue was very worried. If Ansi City is recaptured by Goguryeo, the consequences will be unthinkable. Ansi City was the rear base for Qingxiu, Hou Junji, and Li Jing's 3 armies. If it were cut off, they would lose all rear support for food and supplies. And if they had to retake Ansi City, their remaining cannon ammunition would be used up. Although they could wait for more ammunition from the rear, who knew how long that would take? If the siege of the capital dragged on too long and exceeded the deadline Qingxiu had agreed on with the court, all his previous efforts would be for nothing. Qingxiu kept his eyes on the road ahead. Kid, are you judging those civilians who barely survived under Goguryeo's tyranny with a soldier's mindset? They hate the Goguryeo king no less than we do. If we come here not to extort them, but instead give them food and money. Shui Rengue frowned deeply. That may be so, but the money we gave wasn't much. From what I heard, each person got very little. That's right. But if their own army comes back, not only will that money be taken away, they'll be forced into even heavier labor and have their food stolen. Do you think they'd want that? Qingxiu smiled confidently. From his godlike view of history, he understood better than anyone that for peasants in an agricultural society, national pride meant nothing compared to the land under their feet. Throughout history, only those regimes that allowed the common people to survive could achieve long-term stability, not just because they were legitimate or orthodox. The same was true for the Goguryeo people. Chang'an. The front line was advancing rapidly, and military reports were flying into Chang'an like snowflakes. Every time Li Shimin heard a report, it was nothing but good news, his rare joy in the midst of daily burdens. Especially after hearing that Ansi City had been taken, Li Shimin was so excited he could hardly sleep. He even had the battle report read aloud during morning court, sharing it with all his ministers. As expected, the court was shocked. All were amazed at Qingxiu's brilliant command. Duke of Qing is truly a genius in warfare. Not even 2 months have passed, and he's already taken half of Goguryeo's land and captured the hardest fortress. When Emperor Yang of Sui invaded Goguryeo, he lost nearly 1,000,000 men and didn't even conquer half as much as Duke of Qing. No wonder His Majesty trusts him so much. Even if Bai Qi or Yui were reborn, they couldn't compare to Duke of Qing. The ministers all praised Qingxiu. Even Gao Shilian, who usually opposed him, had to admit his greatness. Chang Yaojin sighed, "That kid Qing is something else. He's barely been on a few battlefields and already fights better than I ever did." He patted Qin Qiong next to him. "Old brother, the younger generation is surpassing us old guys." The pat made Qin Qiong cough uncontrollably, startling Chang Yaojin into helping him catch his breath. "Don't worry, I won't die." Old illness, Qin Qiong signaled him to stop. "Don't treat me like a cripple." Seeing him like this, Chang Yaojin felt emotional but said nothing. Still, it was clear Qin Qiong, though unwilling to admit it, was happy the court had someone like Qingxiu to rely on. Chang Sun Wuji was beaming. With a son-in-law achieving such success, he too shared the glory. "Your Majesty, Duke of Qing fights bravely on the front lines. The court should offer some encouragement, even if only verbal. It would comfort the soldiers fighting in the freezing cold." "You're right." Li Shimin was already thrilled. Hearing this, he immediately took off his own cloak and ordered it be delivered personally to Qingxiu. "I can't fight beside him, but if I can help him stay warm, that's something I can do." But just when everyone was rejoicing, someone had to ruin the mood. "Your Majesty, although Duke of Qing fights bravely at the front, I heard from the battle report that he distributed the grain and money from Ansi City to the locals without your permission. This is inappropriate. According to regulations, spoils of war should be distributed by the court. What Duke of Qing did violate state law?" At the peak of celebration, Wei Jing stood up and poured cold water over everyone's heads. The hall instantly fell silent, the smiles on everyone's faces frozen stiff. They had all read the report and knew this detail. But given military commands are not subject to imperial orders in the field, and Qingxiu had taken such a key city with limited resources, distributing some supplies to keep civilians from revolting? Was that really excessive? Even if he had taken all of Ansi City's resources, Li Shimin wouldn't have said a word. And now, during such a joyful moment, couldn't Wei Zheng have waited until court ended to speak? His talent for ruining the mood, no one else in Chang'an could match it. Duke of Qing has always been loyal to the court. He must have had a reason for doing so. Li Shimin replied calmly. Besides, he even reported this himself. If he meant harm, why speak of it openly? But Wei Zheng didn't let go. "Your Majesty, though military leaders may act independently, they mustn't be allowed to do as they please. Perhaps we should send a respected minister as a military supervisor to prevent this from happening again." That suggestion made the ministers break into a cold sweat. Wei Zheng had gone too far. He not only risked his own neck but wanted to drag someone else with him. Right now, Qingxiu's prestige in the military was sky high. Who would dare take the job of military supervisor and cause trouble for him?
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.